To the channel now and join our horde to strengthen this community of true Vikings. As you can see, our channel is new, so your subscription is crucial to our growth. If you're a true fan of the Vikings, show your support. Let the power of the Viking axe guide your hand to click the like button, and in the comments, tell us which city you're watching from so we know where in the world our stories are reaching, all because the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and the acrid smoke of burning homesteads. 15-year-old Harold Sigurdsson stood atop a small hill, his young face streaked with dirt and tears as he watched the Battle of Stiklestad unfold before him. The clash of steel on steel, the screams of the wounded and the war cries of men fighting for their lives filled the air. In the midst of the chaos, Harold's eyes were fixed on one man, his half-brother, King Olaf II of Norway. Olaf's golden hair glinted in the sun as he fought with the ferocity of a cornered wolf, his sword a blur of motion as he cut down one opponent after another. "Harold, we must go!" shouted Ragnvald Brusason, grabbing the young prince's arm. "The battle is lost." Harold shook his head, his voice cracking with emotion. "No, I won't leave him." Ragnvald, a seasoned warrior and Harold's protector, gripped the boy's shoulders firmly. "Listen to me, Harold. Your brother fights not just for his crown, but for your future. If you die here, all is truly lost." As if to punctuate Ragnvald's words, a great cry went up from the battlefield. Harold's heart sank as he saw his brother fall, an axe buried deep in his chest. The world seemed to slow down as Olaf, the great Christian king of Norway, collapsed to his knees. "No!" Harold screamed, trying to break free from Ragnvald's grasp. "Olaf!" With strength born of desperation, Ragnvald dragged the young prince away from the battlefield. "We must flee, my prince. Your life is in danger." As they retreated into the forest, Harold's mind raced. Everything he had known, his entire world, had crumbled in a single day. The usurper, not the great, had won. Norway had fallen. For days they traveled in secret, avoiding roads and settlements. Harold's grief turned to anger, then to a cold determination. On the fifth night, as they huddled around a small fire deep in the forest, he finally spoke of the future. "I will return, Ragnvald," Harold said, his young voice filled with a maturity beyond his years. "I will reclaim my brother's throne and avenge his death." Ragnvald studied the young prince's face in the flickering firelight. "It will not be easy, my prince. Nuts reach as long and his allies are many." Harold's blue eyes flashed with determination. "Then we'll go where he can't reach us. East, to the land of the Rus." Ragnvald nodded slowly. "A wise choice. The court of Yaroslav the Wise in Kiev could offer you sanctuary and a chance to grow stronger." As they continued their journey east, Harold's resolve grew stronger with each passing day. They traveled by night and hid during the day, always alert for the sound of pursuit. It was during one of these tense days of hiding that Harold had his first encounter with the mystical side of his Norse heritage. They had taken shelter in a small grove, its ancient trees forming a natural sanctuary. As dusk fell, an old woman appeared at the edge of their camp, her eyes milky white with blindness. Ragnvald leapt to his feet, sword in hand, but Harold held up a hand to stop him. There was something about the woman that commanded respect and caution. "Who are you, old mother?" Harold asked, his voice steady despite his racing heart. The woman tilted her head, seeming to look at Harold despite her blindness. When she spoke, her voice was like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "I am Volva, seeker of wisdom, speaker to the gods. And you, young Harold, are a child of destiny." Harold exchanged a glance with Ragnvald before addressing the seeress again. "What do you mean?" Volva approached, her gnarled hand reaching out to touch Harold's face. The young prince stood still, fighting the urge to flinch away. "I see a path of blood and glory before you, child of Odin," she whispered. "Ravens will be your companions, and kings will tremble at your name. But beware, for ambition is a double-edged sword." Harold's mind reeled at her words. "Tell me more, wise one." Will I reclaim my brother's throne?" The old woman's unseeing eyes seemed to bore into Harold's soul. "The throne of Norway is but a stepping stone on your path, young wolf. Your destiny lies across the sea, in lands yet unconquered." As quickly as she had appeared, Völva vanished into the gathering darkness, leaving Harold and Rognvald stunned in her wake. "What did she mean, Rognvald?" Harold asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The older warrior shook his head, his face grave. "The ways of the Völur are mysterious, my prince. But if her words are true, your path will not be an easy one." Harold's jaw set with determination. "Easy or not, I will walk it. For Olaf, for Norway, and for my own destiny." As they resumed their journey the next day, Harold's thoughts were filled with the seeress's prophecy. Ravens, companions of Odin, would be his companions. The image stirred something deep within him, a connection to the old ways that his Christian brother had tried to suppress. Weeks turned into months as they made their way across the vast expanses of Eastern Europe. Harold grew stronger, both in body and spirit, with each challenge they faced. Rognvald taught him the finer points of swordsmanship, strategy, and the art of reading people, skills that would serve him well in the years to come. Finally, after a grueling journey, they arrived at the gates of Kiev. The city was a wonder to Harold's eyes, its golden domes and bustling markets a stark contrast to the simpler settlements of Norway. As they approached the palace of Yaroslav the Wise, Harold straightened his back and raised his chin. He may have arrived as a refugee, but he was determined to prove himself worthy of his royal blood. "Remember, my prince," Rognvald said softly, "humility can be a powerful tool. We come seeking asylum, not to make demands." Harold nodded, taking a deep breath to calm his nerves. As the palace guards approached, he stepped forward. "I am Harold Sigurdsson, brother of King Olaf Thatar of Norway," he announced, his voice clear and strong despite his youth. "I seek an audience with Grand Prince Yaroslav." The guards exchanged glances before one of them spoke. "Wait here. I will inform the Grand Prince of your arrival." As they waited, Harold's mind raced with possibilities. This was the first step on his long road back to Norway. He silently vowed to make the most of every opportunity, to learn, to grow stronger, and to never forget his ultimate goal. Rognvald placed a reassuring hand on Harold's shoulder. "Whatever happens, my prince, remember that your greatest strength lies not in your sword arm or your royal blood, but in here," he said, tapping Harold's forehead. "And in here," he added, placing his hand over Harold's heart. Harold nodded, grateful for his loyal companion's wisdom. As the palace doors opened and they were ushered inside, he steeled himself for whatever challenges lay ahead. The prophecy of the Völva echoed in his mind: ravens, glory, and lands unconquered. It was a destiny that both thrilled and terrified him, but one he was determined to embrace. Little did young Harold know that this was just the beginning of an epic journey that would take him from the opulent courts of Kiev to the battlefields of the Mediterranean, and ultimately back to the shores of his homeland. The last great Viking king had taken his first step towards legend. The scorching Mediterranean sun beat down on Harold's bronzed skin as he stood at attention in the grand courtyard of the great palace of Constantinople. 5 years had passed since his arrival in Kiev, and now at 20, he cut an imposing figure in the gleaming armor of the Varangian Guard. The once lanky youth had grown into a towering warrior, his piercing blue eyes scanning the ranks of his fellow Norsemen. Emperor Michael IV, known as the Paphlagonian, emerged onto a balcony overlooking the courtyard. Despite his illness, the emperor's voice carried across the assembled troops. "Men of the North, guardians of our sacred empire, today we face a threat to our shores. Pirates plague our waters, disrupting trade and threatening our people. Who among you will lead the charge against these vermin?" Without hesitation, Harold stepped forward, his voice ringing out clear and strong. "I volunteer, your Imperial Majesty." A murmur rippled through the ranks. Harold was known for his skill and daring, but he was still young for such a responsibility. The Emperor's eyes narrowed as he studied the bold Norseman. "You have courage, Araltes," the Emperor said, using Harold's Greek name. "But courage alone does not win battles. Who will vouch for your skill?" From the assembled guards, another voice called out, "I will, your majesty." A broad-shouldered man with a shock of red hair stepped forward. "I am Halvard Arnarsson, and I have fought beside Araltes. There is no one I would rather have leading us into battle." The Emperor considered for a moment, then nodded. "Very well. Araltes, you will lead a contingent against these pirates. Halvard, you will be his second. Prepare your men and ships, you sail with the morning tide." As the assembly dispersed, Halvard clapped Harold on the shoulder. "Well, my friend, it seems we're in for some excitement." Harold grinned, the thrill of impending battle coursing through his veins. "Indeed. Let's make sure it's the kind of excitement the Skalds will sing about for generations." The two warriors spent the rest of the day preparing their men and ships. As night fell, they gathered in a tavern near the harbor, sharing a flagon of wine and discussing strategy. "The reports say the pirates have been striking here and here," Harold said, pointing to locations on a crude map. "But I think that's just to draw attention away from their true base." Halvard leaned in, intrigued. "Go on. Look at the currents and wind patterns. A clever captain would use this island as a hidden anchorage," Harold explained, tapping a small, unnamed island on the map. "It's perfect for launching quick raids and disappearing before the Imperial fleet can respond." Halvard whistled low. "Clever indeed. But if you're right, we'll be sailing right into the Viper's nest." Harold's eyes glinted with anticipation. "Exactly. They won't be expecting a direct assault on their base. We'll catch them off guard." As they continued planning, a commotion erupted at the tavern's entrance. A group of Byzantine nobles swaggered in, already deep in their cups. Their leader, a young man with an elaborate silk tunic, sneered as he spotted Harold and Halvard. Well, well, if it isn't the Emperor's pet barbarians," he slurred, swaying slightly. "Planning your little boat trip?" Harold's jaw clenched, but he kept his voice level. "We're preparing to defend the Empire's interests, as is our duty." The noble laughed, a harsh, grating sound. "Duty? You're nothing but hired swords, too stupid to do anything but swing an axe." Halvard placed a warning hand on Harold's arm, feeling the tension in his friend's muscles. "Let it go," he muttered. "He's not worth it." But the noble wasn't finished. He snatched a flagon from a nearby table and stumbled closer. "I heard you volunteered to lead this mission, Northman. Tell me, do you think playing hero will make you more than a savage in fancy armor?" In a flash, Harold was on his feet. Before anyone could react, he had the noble pinned against the wall, one hand gripping the man's tunic. The tavern fell silent. "Listen carefully," Harold growled, his voice low and dangerous. "I may be a Northman, but I've earned my place here through blood and skill. Can you say the same, you pampered pup?" The noble's face had gone pale, his earlier bravado evaporating in the face of Harold's fury. I'm sorry," he stammered. "I spoke out of turn." Harold held him for a moment longer, then released him with a disgusted shove. "Get out of my sight." As the noble scrambled to leave, Halvard sighed. "You know that will come back to haunt us, don't you?" Harold shrugged, returning to his seat. "Let it. I won't stand by while some silk-wrapped courtier insults our honor." Halvard shook his head, but there was a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. "Just try to save some of that fire for the pirates, my friend." The next morning, as the first light of dawn painted the Bosphorus in hues of gold and pink, Harold stood at the prow of his dromon, the sleek Byzantine warship cutting through the waves. Behind him, a fleet of 10 ships followed, their crews a mix of hardened Varangians and experienced Greek sailors. Halvard joined him at the bow. "The men are ready. They're eager for battle, and for the spoils that come with victory." Harold nodded, his eyes fixed on the horizon. "Good. They'll need that eagerness. This won't be an easy fight." For 3 days they sailed south, following Harold's hunch about the pirates' true base. On the fourth morning, as they approached the unnamed island, a lookout's cry rang out. "Ships! Multiple sails to the east!" Harold's pulse quickened as he climbed the mast for a better view. Through the morning mist, he could make out the silhouettes of at least a dozen ships emerging from a hidden cove. "It seems you were right," Halvard called up. "What's the plan?" Harold slid back down to the deck, his mind racing. "They outnumber us, but they're not expecting a fight. We'll use that surprise to our advantage. Signal the fleet to form a crescent. We'll funnel them into a trap." As the orders were relayed, Harold addressed his men. "Warriors of the North, sailors of the Empire, today we bring justice to these waters. Fight with honor, fight with courage, and let your names be etched in glory." A roar went up from the crew as they prepared for battle. The air thrummed with tension as the two fleets drew closer. Harold could see the moment the pirates realized they were facing an Imperial force. Confusion turned to panic, then to grim determination. The clash, when it came, was brutal and swift. Harold's ship rammed the lead pirate vessel, the bronze-shod ram splintering wood and sending men tumbling into the sea. As grappling hooks flew and the ships ground together, Harold led the charge across the gangplank, his axe a whirlwind of destruction. "For the Emperor, for glory," he bellowed, his voice carrying across the water. The battle raged for hours, the sea turning red with blood. Harold fought like a man possessed, his earlier anger at the nobles' insults fueling his fury. Beside him, Halvard was a bastion of strength, his sword flashing in the sunlight as he cut down foe after foe. As the sun began to set, the last of the pirate ships struck their colors in surrender. Harold, blood-spattered and breathing heavily, surveyed the aftermath. The victory had been costly. 2 of his ships were sinking and many good men had fallen, but they had won. Halvard approached, limping slightly from a wound to his thigh. "It's done. The pirate captain is captured, and we've seized a fortune in stolen goods." Harold nodded, feeling the weight of command settle on his shoulders. "See to the wounded first. Then we'll secure the prisoners and salvage what we can." As the cleanup began, Harold stood at the stern of his ship, watching the island that had harbored the pirates for so long. He thought of Norway, of the throne that awaited him, and of the long path still ahead. "One day," he murmured to himself, "one day I'll command a fleet to retake my homeland, and on that day no force on earth will stand in my way." Little did Harold know that this victory, impressive as it was just another step on his journey. The courts of Constantinople held more challenges, more battles and secrets that would shape the destiny of the last great Viking king. The opulent halls of the great palace of Constantinople echoed with the sound of celebration. Harold, now in his mid-20s, stood tall and proud as Emperor Michael IV bestowed upon him the title of Spatherokandidatos, a high honor for a foreign-born warrior. The victory against the pirates had cemented Harold's reputation as a skilled leader and ferocious fighter. As the ceremony concluded, Harold felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned to see George Maniakes, the brilliant Byzantine general, his face etched with concern. "Araltes," Maniakes said, using Harold's Greek name. "The Emperor requires your presence in his private chambers, immediately." Harold's brow furrowed. "What's this about, George?" The general shook his head. "It's not for me to say. But tread carefully, my friend. The waters of imperial politics are treacherous." Moments later, Harold found himself in the Emperor's secluded study. Michael IV, his health visibly deteriorating, sat behind an ornate desk. Beside him stood his adopted son, Michael Caliphates, eyes glinting with barely concealed ambition. "Araltes," the Emperor wheezed, "your recent exploits have proven your worth to the Empire. Now, we have a task that requires your unique skills." Harold bowed slightly. "I live to serve, Your Imperial Majesty." Michael IV leaned forward, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "We have received word of a powerful artifact, hidden on a remote island in the Aegean. It is said to be a branch from Yggdrasil itself." Harold's eyes widened. Yggdrasil, the world tree of Norse mythology, connecting the 9 worlds. Surely that's just a legend, Your Majesty. The younger Michael scoffed. Legend or not, this artifact holds immense symbolic power. In the wrong hands, it could rally the pagan Northmen against the Empire. The Emperor nodded gravely. You must retrieve this artifact, Araltes. Bring it to us, so we may ensure it never becomes a threat. Harold's mind raced. The implications of such an artifact, if real, were staggering. I understand, Your Majesty. When do I leave? Immediately, the Emperor replied. Take your most trusted men, and Araltes, this mission does not exist. Do you understand? Harold nodded, recognizing the dangerous game he was being drawn into. Perfectly, Your Majesty. As Harold left the chamber, his thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice. So the Emperor's pet gets another bone to fetch. He turned to see Theoktistos, the noble he had humiliated in the tavern months ago. The man's face was twisted with disdain. Harold's hand instinctively went to his sword hilt. Careful, Theoktistos. Your tongue might get you into trouble it can't talk you out of. Theoktistos sneered. Empty threats, barbarian. You may have the Emperor's ear now, but remember your place. You'll never be one of us. As the noble sauntered away, Harold took a deep breath, calming his anger. He had more important matters to attend to. Within hours, Harold had assembled a small crew, including his trusted friend Halvard. As they prepared their ship, Harold briefed them on the mission, careful to keep the true nature of their quest secret. Halvard pulled Harold aside as they were loading supplies. An artifact from Yggdrasil? Harold, this smells of a trap. Harold nodded grimly. I know, but we have no choice. We'll just have to be prepared for anything. As they set sail under the cover of darkness, Harold couldn't shake the feeling that this mission would change everything. For days they navigated the treacherous waters of the Aegean, following cryptic directions provided by the Emperor's scholars. On the 5th day, a mist-shrouded island loomed before them, its jagged peaks piercing the low-hanging clouds. As they approached the shore, a haunting melody drifted across the water. On the beach stood a solitary figure, a woman with hair as white as snow, her voice carrying the ethereal tune. Harold signaled for caution as they beached their ship. As he stepped onto the sand, the woman's song ceased. Welcome, Harold Sigurdsson, son of Norway, she said, her accent thick with the cadence of the north. I am Astrid, keeper of the old ways. Harold's hand tightened on his axe. How do you know my true name? Astrid smiled mysteriously. The winds whisper many secrets to those who know how to listen. You seek the branch of Yggdrasil, do you not? Halvard stepped forward, sword drawn. And what if we do, witch? Astrid's eyes flashed. With a wave of her hand, roots erupted from the sand, ensnaring Halvard's feet. Mind your tongue, warrior. This island suffers no disrespect. Harold raised his hand, signaling Halvard to stand down. We mean no offense, Astrid. Yes, we seek the branch. Can you guide us? The white-haired woman studied Harold intently. I can, but the path is perilous, and the price is high. Are you prepared to pay it, young prince? Harold met her gaze steadily. Whatever the cost, I'll pay it. Astrid nodded solemnly. Then follow me and tread carefully. The guardians of this place do not suffer intruders lightly. As they ventured into the mist-covered forest, Harold felt a change in the air. The very trees seemed to whisper, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers. Astrid led them to a cave mouth, its entrance obscured by cascading vines. Beyond lies your prize, she said, but beware. The Jotun Thrym guards the branch. He cannot be defeated by steel alone. Harold frowned. Thrym? The giant from the old tales? Astrid nodded. The very same. Your cunning will be tested as much as your strength, Harold Sigurdsson. As they entered the cave, the air grew cold. Frost crunched beneath their feet, and their breath misted in the air. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the cavern. Who dares enter my domain? The ground shook as a massive figure emerged from the shadows. Thrym, the frost giant, stood before them, his icy blue skin glittering in the dim light. Harold stepped forward, his mind racing. He remembered the old tales of Thor tricking Thrym. Perhaps cunning was indeed the key. "Great Thrym," Harold called out, his voice steady. "We come seeking your wisdom, not to challenge your might." The giant's eyes narrowed. Wisdom? What wisdom could a mortal seek from Thrym? Harold thought quickly. "We seek to understand the nature of Yggdrasil, the world tree. Surely one as ancient and powerful as you must know its secrets." Thrym paused, a flicker of pride crossing his features. "Indeed, I know much of Yggdrasil, but why should I share such knowledge with you, little man?" "Because," Harold said, inspiration striking, "we bring tribute." He reached into his pack, pulling out a golden arm ring, a gift from the Emperor. "This ring, forged in the fires of Muspelheim itself, we offer in exchange for but a fraction of your vast knowledge." The giant's eyes gleamed with avarice. He reached out, plucking the ring from Harold's hand. "Very well, mortal. What would you know of Yggdrasil?" As Harold engaged Thrym in conversation, slowly drawing the giant's attention away from his true goal, Halvard and Astrid crept around the cavern's edge. There, on a pedestal of ice, lay a branch unlike any other. Its wood seemed to shimmer with an inner light, runes etched along its length. Just as Halvard's hand closed around the branch, Thrym roared in fury. "Deceivers, you dare trick Thrym?" The cavern shook as the giant lunged forward. Harold, thinking fast, grabbed a handful of snow from the ground and flung it into Thrym's eyes. "Run!" he shouted to his companions. They raced through the twisting caverns, the giant's enraged bellows echoing behind them. As they burst out into the open air, Astrid began to chant, her voice rising and falling in an ancient rhythm. The very earth responded, roots and vines erupting to block the cave's entrance. Panting, Harold turned to Halvard. "The branch?" His friend nodded, holding up the shimmering wood. "We have it, but at what cost?" Astrid approached, her eyes fixed on the branch. "The cost is yet to be determined, Harold Sigurdsson. This artifact holds great power, but also great responsibility. What will you do with it?" Harold stared at the branch, feeling its energy pulsing in harmony with his own heartbeat. In that moment, he saw flashes of his future. Battles yet to be fought, a crown yet to be won, and challenges beyond imagining. "I'll use it to fulfill my destiny," he said softly, "to reclaim my birthright and become the king I was meant to be." Astrid's expression was unreadable. "Then your path is set. But remember, young prince, the branches of Yggdrasil connect all worlds. Your actions will have consequences far beyond what you can imagine." As they prepared to leave the island, Harold knew that nothing would ever be the same. The branch of Yggdrasil was more than just a mission for the Emperor. It was a key to unlocking his own fate. With this power in his hands, the dream of reclaiming Norway's throne seemed closer than ever. But as their ship sailed back towards Constantinople, Harold couldn't shake the feeling that he was now part of a game far larger and more dangerous than he had ever imagined. The whispers of Yggdrasil had set him on a path that would change the course of history, for better or for worse. The golden domes of Constantinople glittered in the morning sun as Harold's ship glided into the harbor. The city's bustling energy was a stark contrast to the eerie calm of the island they had left behind. As they docked, Harold could feel the weight of the Yggdrasil branch, carefully wrapped and hidden in his belongings. "Remember," Harold muttered to Halvard as they disembarked, "not a word about the true nature of our mission. As far as anyone knows, we were scouting for pirate activity." Halvard nodded grimly. "Aye, but secrets have a way of slithering out in this viper's nest of a city." No sooner had they set foot on the dock than a group of Imperial guards approached, led by a stern-faced official. "Spatharo candidatos araltis," the official announced, using Harold's Greek title and name. "Your presence is required at the palace immediately. The Emperor awaits your report." Harold exchanged a quick glance with Halvard before following the guards. As they made their way through the city's winding streets, he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. In the palace's private chambers, Emperor Michael IV sat hunched on his throne, his illness clearly having progressed in the weeks of Harold's absence. Beside him stood his nephew and adopted son, Michael Caliphates, his eyes gleaming with barely concealed ambition. "Araltes," the emperor wheezed, "you have returned. Was your mission successful?" Harold bowed low, choosing his words carefully. "Yes, your imperial majesty. We encountered unexpected challenges, but we secured the item you sought." Michael Caliphates stepped forward, his voice sharp. "And where is this item now?" "Safely hidden," Harold replied, meeting the younger Michael's gaze steadily. "As per the Emperor's instructions, I thought it best to keep it secure until I could deliver it personally." The Emperor nodded weakly. Good. Bring it to me tonight after the evening meal. We must ensure its power does not fall into the wrong hands." As Harold left the imperial presence, he found Astrid waiting in a shadowy alcove, her white hair gleaming in the dim light. "The winds of change blow strong, Harold Sigurdsson," she murmured. "Tread carefully in the days to come." Harold's hand instinctively went to where the branch was hidden. "You followed us here. Why?" Astrid's eyes seemed to peer into his very soul. "The branch's fate is intertwined with your own. I go where it goes." Before Harold could respond, a commotion erupted in the nearby courtyard. Rushing to investigate, he found a group of nobles surrounding two men locked in heated argument. "You dare accuse me of treachery?" roared one man, his face flushed with anger. The other, whom Harold recognized as Theoktistos, sneered. "I merely speak what others whisper, Theodoros. Your dealings with the Bulgars have not gone unnoticed." As the argument escalated, Harold stepped forward. "Enough. What is the meaning of this disturbance?" Theoktistos turned, his lip curling at the sight of Harold. "Ah, the barbarian returns. This doesn't concern you, Northmen. Run along to your master." Harold's eyes narrowed. "Watch your tongue, Theoktistos. I am Spatharokandidatos, and I will not tolerate such disrespect." The noble's hand went to his sword. "Perhaps it's time someone taught you your place, savage." In a flash, Harold had his own weapon drawn. The courtyard fell silent as the two men faced each other, tension crackling in the air. "Stop this madness," a commanding voice rang out. All turned to see George Maniakes striding towards them, his face thunderous. "Sheathe your weapons, both of you. Now." Reluctantly, Harold and Theoktistos complied. Maniakes glared at them both. "Harold, come with me. Theoktistos, I'll be speaking with the Emperor about your behavior." As Harold followed Maniakes to a quiet corner of the palace, the general rounded on him. "By all the saints, Harold, what were you thinking? Drawing your weapon on a noble?" Harold's jaw clenched. "He insulted my honor, George. I couldn't let it stand." Maniakes sighed, running a hand through his graying hair. "Listen to me, my friend. The political situation here is more volatile than you realize. The Emperor's health fails, and factions are already maneuvering for power. You cannot afford to make enemies so carelessly." Harold's mind raced, connecting pieces of a puzzle he hadn't even realized he was solving. The accusations against Theodoros? It's not really about the Bulgars, is it? Perceptive as always, Maniakes nodded grimly. Theodoros is known to support Michael Caliphates' claim to the throne. Theoktistos, on the other hand, backs a different faction. This squabble is just a symptom of a larger disease eating at the heart of the empire. Harold frowned. "And where do you stand in all this, George?" The general's eyes met Harold's, filled with a mixture of weariness and determination. "I stand for the empire, Harold, always. But I fear dark days are coming, and we must be prepared." As night fell over Constantinople, Harold made his way to the emperor's private chambers, the branch of Yggdrasil concealed beneath his cloak. The corridors were eerily quiet, the usual bustle of palace life muted. Entering the chamber, Harold found not only the emperor but also Michael Caliphates and a group of advisors. The air was thick with tension. "Ah, Araltes," the emperor said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Show us what you have brought." Harold hesitated, a sense of foreboding washing over him, but he had no choice. Slowly he unwrapped the branch, its otherworldly glow filling the room. Gasps of awe and fear echoed through the chamber. Michael Caliphate's eyes gleamed with naked desire. "Extraordinary," he breathed. "With this, we could ensure the safety and prosperity of the empire," the emperor interrupted, shooting a warning glance at his adopted son. "Araltes, you have done well. This artifact must be protected at all costs." As Harold handed over the branch, he felt a sudden chill, as if the very air had grown colder. In that moment, Astrid's warning echoed in his mind. Leaving the imperial chambers, Harold's steps were dogged by shadows. He could feel unseen eyes watching his every move. As he turned a corner, a hand shot out, pulling him into a darkened alcove. "Quiet!" Halvard's voice hissed in his ear. "We're in danger!" Harold's hand went to his sword. "What's happening?" "Assassins," Halvard whispered. "I overheard plans to eliminate those who know about the artifact. We're loose ends, Harold." Before Harold could respond, the sound of soft footsteps reached their ears. Shadows detached themselves from the darkness, revealing cloaked figures with gleaming blades. "Well, well," a familiar voice drawled. Theoctistos stepped into view, a cruel smile on his face. "It seems the barbarian and his dog have outlived their usefulness." Harold's mind raced, assessing their options. They were outnumbered, trapped in close quarters. But he hadn't survived this long by giving up. "Halvard," he muttered. "Like Miklagard." His friend nodded imperceptibly, understanding the reference to a past battle. In a burst of movement, Harold surged forward, his sword singing as it left its sheath. Halvard moved in perfect synchronization, guarding Harold's flank. The clash of steel echoed through the corridor as Harold and Halvard fought with the desperation of cornered wolves. Their attackers, though skilled, were unprepared for the ferocity of the Norsemen's assault. As Harold's blade found a gap in Theoctistos's defense, the noble's eyes widened in shock. You barbarian," he gasped, blood bubbling from his lips. "You've doomed us all." With a final gurgle, Theoctistos collapsed. The remaining assassins, seeing their leader fall, melted back into the shadows. Panting, Harold turned to Halvard. "We need to leave. Now." As they raced through the palace, alarms began to sound. The night air was split by shouts and the pounding of feet. Reaching the harbor, they found Astrid waiting by a small boat. "Quickly," she urged. "Your path lies elsewhere now, Harold Sigurdsson." As they pushed off from the dock, Harold looked back at the glittering domes of Constantinople. The city that had been his home for so many years now seemed alien and hostile. "Where do we go now?" Halvard asked, his voice heavy with the weight of their sudden exile. Harold's eyes turned northward, a fire kindling in his heart. "Home," he said firmly. "It's time I reclaimed what's rightfully mine." As their small boat disappeared into the night, Harold knew that this was just the beginning. The branch of Yggdrasil, the political intrigue of Constantinople, the blood on his hands, all of it was leading him back to Norway, back to his destiny. The last great Viking king was about to embark on the most perilous journey of his life, one that would shake the very foundations of the North. The Black Sea churned beneath their small vessel as Harold, Halvard, and Astrid made their way northward. Weeks had passed since their hasty departure from Constantinople, and the weight of their exile hung heavy in the air. Harold stood at the prow, his eyes fixed on the horizon, thoughts of Norway consuming his mind. "We'll need to stop in Kiev," Harold said, breaking the long silence. "We'll need men, ships, and supplies if we're to have any hope of retaking Norway." Halvard nodded grimly. "Aye. And what of your betrothed? Elisiv will be waiting for you." A ghost of a smile crossed Harold's face. Elisiv, the Princess of Kiev, had captured his heart years ago. Yes, it's time I made good on my promise to her. Astrid, who had been quietly observing the two men, spoke up. The threads of fate are drawing tight, Harold Sigurdsson. Your reunion with Elisiv will set in motion events that will shape the future of the North. As they approached the port of Kiev, Harold couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had plagued him since leaving Constantinople. The branch of Yggdrasil, though no longer in his possession, had left an indelible mark on his soul. The docks of Kiev were a bustle of activity as they made landfall. Harold, his appearance changed by years in the Byzantine Empire, went unrecognized by most. But as they made their way through the streets, a familiar voice called out, "Harold? By Odin's eye, is that you?" Harold turned to see Eilif, an old comrade from his early days in Kiev. The man's face broke into a wide grin as he embraced Harold. "We thought you lost to the intrigues of Miklagard," Eilif exclaimed. "Come, you must see the Grand Prince at once, and your Elisiv. She has waited faithfully all these years." As they were led to the palace, Harold felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation. How much had changed in his absence? Would Elisiv still welcome him after so long? The great hall of Kiev's palace fell silent as Harold entered. Grand Prince Yaroslav the Wise, now in his 60s but still imposing, rose from his throne. "Harold Sigurdsson," Yaroslav's voice boomed. "The prodigal son returns. We had begun to fear the worst." Harold bowed deeply. "Grand Prince Yaroslav, I come seeking your aid and counsel. Much has transpired in Constantinople, and I fear dark times are ahead." Before Yaroslav could respond, a commotion at the far end of the hall drew everyone's attention. A woman with flowing golden hair pushed through the crowd, her eyes locked on Harold. "Harold?" Elisiv's voice was barely above a whisper, filled with a mixture of hope and disbelief. Time seemed to stand still as Harold and Elisiv locked eyes. In that moment, the years of separation melted away. Harold crossed the hall in long strides, taking Elisiv's hands in his own. "My love," he said softly, "I have returned, as I promised." Elisiv's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "I never lost faith, Harold. But tell me, what has kept you away for so long?" Harold's face darkened. "A tale best told in private, my dear, but know that every day away from you was a torment." Yaroslav cleared his throat, reminding the couple of their audience. "Harold, we will hear your tale and your request, but first, let us celebrate your return and the reunion of two faithful hearts." The feast that followed was a blur of food, drink, and merriment. But beneath the jovial atmosphere, Harold could sense undercurrents of tension. Whispered conversations and furtive glances told him that news of upheaval in Constantinople had already reached Kiev. As the night wore on, Harold found himself in a private chamber with Yaroslav, Elisiv, Halvard, and Astrid. The time had come to lay bare his plans and seek the aid he desperately needed. "Grand Prince," Harold began, his voice grave, "I come to you not just as a suitor for your daughter's hand, but as a man seeking to reclaim his birthright. Norway languishes under the rule of Magnus the Good, my nephew. I intend to take back the throne that is rightfully mine." Yaroslav's eyes narrowed. "A bold claim, Harold. But what of your time in Constantinople? We've heard troubling rumors." Harold took a deep breath and recounted the events of the past weeks, the quest for the branch of Yggdrasil, the political intrigue, and their narrow escape. As he spoke, Elisiv's hand found his, offering silent support. When he finished, silence hung heavy in the room. Yaroslav stroked his beard thoughtfully. "This is grave news indeed. The balance of power in the north could shift dramatically if you were to retake Norway." "I need ships, men, and supplies," Harold said. "With your backing, I can raise an army capable of challenging Magnus." Yaroslav exchanged a glance with Elisiv before responding. "And what of my daughter? Where does she fit into these grand plans of yours? Harold turned to Elisive, his eyes softening. If she'll have me, I would make Elisive my queen. Together we could unite Norway and forge strong ties with Kiev. Elisive's grip on Harold's hand tightened. Father, I have waited years for Harold's return. I believe in him and his cause. Let me stand by his side as he reclaims his homeland. Astrid, who had been silent until now, spoke up. The winds of fate blow strong, Grand Prince. Harald Sigurdsson's destiny is intertwined with the future of the North. To aid him is to shape that future. Yaroslav was quiet for a long moment, weighing the implications of Harold's request. Finally, he nodded. Very well, Harold. You shall have your ships and men, but know this. The path you walk is perilous. The North is not Constantinople, and the men you'll face are not soft nobles but hardened warriors. Harold's face set in grim determination. I am well aware of the challenges ahead, Grand Prince, but with Elisive by my side and the strength of Kiev at my back, I fear no man, be he Norse, Dane, or Saxon. The next few weeks were a whirlwind of activity. Harold and Elisive were married in a grand ceremony, uniting their destinies before gods and men. Ships were prepared, warriors recruited, and supplies gathered. All the while, Harold felt the pull of the North growing stronger with each passing day. On the eve of their departure, Harold stood on the banks of the Dnieper, gazing northward. Elisive joined him, slipping her hand into his. Are you ready, my love? She asked softly. Harold turned to her, his eyes blazing with purpose. I've been ready for this my entire life, Elisive. Norway calls to me, and I must answer. As dawn broke the next morning, a fleet of longships set sail from Kiev. At the helm of the lead ship stood Harold, with Elisive by his side and Halvard at the oars. Astrid watched from the shore, her white hair whipping in the wind. The saga of Harald Hardrada truly begins now, she murmured. May the Norns weave a fate worthy of his ambition. As the ships disappeared over the horizon, Harold's thoughts turned to the challenges ahead. Magnus would not relinquish the throne easily, and the political landscape of Norway had surely changed in his absence. But with the memory of Yggdrasil's branch burning in his mind, and the love of Elisive giving him strength, Harold felt ready to face whatever trials awaited him. The last great Viking king was sailing home, and the North would never be the same again. The icy winds of the North Sea whipped across the deck of Harold's longship as the coast of Norway finally came into view. After months of sailing, battling storms and evading Danish patrols, the fleet from Kiev had reached its destination. Harold stood at the prow, his eyes fixed on the fjords of his homeland, a land he hadn't seen in over 15 years. Home, he whispered, his breath misting in the cold air. At last. Elisive joined him, her fur-lined cloak billowing in the wind. It's beautiful, Harold, but I sense a heaviness in your heart. Harold nodded grimly. Norway has changed, my love, and so have I. The boy who left these shores is not the man who returns. As they approached the harbor of Nidaros, the ancient capital of Norway, a commotion on the docks caught their attention. A group of armed men had assembled, led by a figure Harold recognized instantly despite the years that had passed. Magnus, Harold growled, his hand instinctively going to his sword hilt. Halvard appeared at Harold's side, his face set in a grim expression. It seems your nephew isn't eager to share the throne, my friend. As their ship docked, Harold and his closest companions disembarked to face the welcoming committee. King Magnus, now a man in his early 20s, stood tall and proud, his golden crown glinting in the weak northern sun. Uncle, Magnus called out, his voice carrying a mix of wariness and curiosity. News of your exploits in Miklagard reached us long ago. We had thought you lost to the intrigues of the Byzantine court. Harold met his nephew's gaze steadily. As you can see, nephew, reports of my demise were greatly exaggerated. I have returned to claim my rightful place as co-ruler of Norway, as was my brother Olaf's wish. A tense silence fell over the assembled crowd. Magnus's advisors whispered urgently in his ear, while Harold's men stood ready for any sign of treachery. Finally, Magnus spoke. "These are unexpected tidings, Uncle. Perhaps we should discuss this matter in more appropriate surroundings. Will you join me in the Great Hall?" Harold nodded, his eyes never leaving Magnus. "Lead the way, nephew." As they made their way through the streets of Nidaros, Harold took in the changes to his homeland. New churches stood alongside ancient pagan sites, a testament to the ongoing religious transformation of the North. The people watched their procession with a mixture of awe and apprehension, whispers of Hardrada, the Hard Ruler, following in their wake. In the Great Hall, Magnus took his seat on the high throne, while Harold and Elisiv were offered places of honor at the table. The atmosphere was thick with tension as servants brought out food and drink. Magnus broke the silence. "Uncle, your return poses complications. Norway has known peace and prosperity under my rule. The people are content. Why upset the balance now?" Harold leaned forward, his voice low and intense. "Because it is my right, Magnus. Your father, my brother Olaf, intended for us to rule together. I have not spent 15 years in exile, fighting battles from Rus to Miklagard, to be denied my birthright." One of Magnus's advisors, an elderly man with a long white beard, spoke up. "My king, perhaps there is wisdom in considering a shared rule. Harold Sigurdsson's reputation as a warrior and leader could strengthen Norway's position against our enemies." Magnus's face darkened. "And what of Denmark, Jarl Einar? We have finally brokered a peace with Svein Estridsson. How will he react to Harold's return?" Harold's eyes glinted dangerously. "Let the Danes come if they dare. I have faced the armies of emperors and caliphs. Svein Estridsson does not frighten me." Elisiv, sensing the growing tension, interjected with diplomatic grace. "Surely there is a way for both of you to rule that benefits all of Norway. King Magnus, your people clearly prosper under your leadership. But think of the strength Norway would gain with Harold's experience and the alliance with Kiev." A murmur of agreement rippled through the assembled nobles. Magnus, seeing the tide of opinion turning, raised his hand for silence. "You speak wisely, Lady Elisiv," he conceded. "Uncle, I propose this. We shall indeed rule as co-kings of Norway. But to prove your commitment to our people, you must swear fealty to the laws and customs of our land. No more Byzantine intrigues or foreign ways. Can you agree to this?" Harold stood, his imposing figure casting a long shadow across the hall. "I swear by Odin's eye and Christ's cross that I will uphold the laws of Norway and rule justly alongside you, nephew. But make no mistake, I am no one's puppet. We rule as equals or not at all." The two men locked eyes, the weight of history and the future of Norway hanging in the balance. Finally, Magnus nodded. "So be it. Let it be known that from this day forward Norway has two kings, Magnus the Good and Harold." Hardrada. The hall erupted in a mixture of cheers and concerned murmurs. As servants rushed to bring out more food and drink to celebrate the historic moment, Harold felt a familiar presence at his side. Astrid, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, whispered in his ear, "The crown sits uneasily on two heads, Harold Sigurdsson. The Norns weave a complex tapestry for Norway's future." Before Harold could respond, Magnus approached, holding out a ceremonial arm ring. "As a symbol of our shared rule, Uncle, may we lead Norway to greatness together." Harold accepted the ring, the weight of it feeling both familiar and strange on his arm. "Together, nephew, for Norway." As the celebration continued into the night, Harold found a moment alone with Elisiv and Halvard on one of the hall's balconies overlooking the fjord. "This is but the first step," Harold said, his voice low. "Magnus may have agreed to share power, but he will not relinquish control easily. We must be vigilant." Halvard nodded grimly. "I'll keep my ear to the ground, my friend. There are many here who remember Olaf fondly and will support your claim." Elisiv squeezed Harold's hand. "And what of your plans for modernizing Norway? The things you learned in Constantinople could greatly benefit your people." Harold's eyes gleamed with ambition. All in due time, my love. First, we must secure our position. Then, we will bring Norway into a new age of prosperity and power. As they gazed out over the moonlit waters of the fjord, Harold felt the weight of destiny on his shoulders. He had returned home, but the real battle was just beginning. The crown of Norway was within his grasp, but holding on to it would require all the skill, cunning, and strength he had acquired in his years of exile. In the coming months, Harold would face opposition from conservative jarls resistant to change, navigate the delicate balance of power with Magnus, and keep a wary eye on the Danish threat to the south. But with Elisiv's diplomatic skills, Halvard's loyalty, and his own indomitable will, Harald Hardrada was determined to forge a new future for Norway, one that would echo through the ages. The saga of the last great Viking king had entered a new chapter, and the north would never be the same again. The great hall of Nidaros echoed with the sound of heated debate. 2 years had passed since Harold's return, and the uneasy peace between him and Magnus had grown increasingly strained. Now, as winter's icy grip began to loosen, talks of expansion and conquest filled the air. Harold, his beard now streaked with gray, stood before the assembled nobles, his voice carrying the authority of a seasoned commander. For too long we have allowed Denmark to threaten our southern borders. Svein Estridsson grows bolder with each passing season. The time has come to strike. Magnus, seated on his throne, frowned deeply. Uncle, we have only just secured peace with Denmark. To break that treaty now would be dishonorable. Harold's eyes flashed dangerously. Honor? What of the honor of our people, nephew? The Danish raids on our coastal villages speak louder than any treaty. The hall erupted into a cacophony of arguments, with jarls and chieftains taking sides. Elisiv, watching from her seat beside Magnus, caught Harold's eye and gave a subtle nod. It was time to implement their plan. Harold raised his hand for silence. My fellow Norwegians, hear me. I propose not a full-scale war, but a series of strategic raids. We will remind Sweyn of our strength and secure our borders. Those who wish glory and riches may join me. Those who prefer peace may remain behind. A roar of approval went up from many of the younger warriors and jarls. Magnus, seeing the tide of opinion turning, reluctantly nodded. Very well, uncle. But know this. You go without the full support of the crown. The consequences of your actions will be yours to bear. As the assembly dispersed, Halvard approached Harold, his face grim. It's done then. We move against Denmark? Harold clasped his friend's shoulder. Indeed. Prepare the ships and gather our most loyal men. We sail with the next favorable wind. Later that night, in the privacy of their chambers, Elisiv confronted Harold. My love, are you certain this is wise? Magnus's support is lukewarm at best. Harold's face softened as he took his wife's hands in his. It's a risk we must take, Elisiv. Norway needs this victory, and I need to prove my worth to those who still see me as a foreign upstart. Elisiv sighed, worry etched on her face. Then go with the gods, my Harold, but promise me you'll return. Harold kissed her fiercely. Wild horses couldn't keep me from you, my queen. As dawn broke, a fleet of 60 longships set sail from Nidaros. At the helm of the lead ship, the Sea Wolf, stood Harold, his weathered face set in grim determination. Beside him, Halvard studied a crude map of the Danish coastline. We'll strike here first, Harold said, pointing to a spot on the map. The trading town of Hedeby, rich pickings, and it'll send a clear message to Sweyn. For days they sailed south, the anticipation of battle growing with each passing hour. As they approached Danish waters, Harold called his captains together for a final council. Remember, he growled, his voice carrying over the sound of waves, we're here to remind Denmark of Norway's strength, not to start a full-scale war. Hit hard, hit fast, and retreat before their main forces can respond. The attack on Hedeby came with the dawn mist. Harold's ships appeared like ghosts from the fog, their dragon-headed prows striking terror into the hearts of the unprepared Danish defenders. The clash of steel and the roar of battle cries shattered the morning calm. Harold, leading from the front as always, was a whirlwind of destruction. His axe, Blood Drinker, lived up to its name as he cut a swath through the Danish ranks. Beside him, Halvard fought with the precision of a master swordsman, his blade finding gaps in enemy armor with deadly accuracy. As the town's defenses crumbled, Harold raised his voice above the din of battle. "Take what you can carry, burn the rest. Let Sweyn smell the smoke from his high seat in Roskilde." The raid was over almost as quickly as it had begun. As Harold's fleet retreated with their spoils, the flames of Hedeby reached high into the sky, a beacon of Norwegian vengeance. But the victory was short-lived. As they made their way up the Danish coast intending to strike at more targets, a lookout's cry rang out. "Ships! Danish ships to the south!" Harold rushed to the stern, his eyes narrowing as he counted the approaching vessels. "By Odin's beard," he muttered, "Sweyn's gathered quite a welcoming party." The Danish fleet, nearly 100 ships strong, bore down on them with alarming speed. Harold's mind raced, assessing their options. They were outnumbered, laden with plunder and far from friendly shores. "Halvard," Harold bellowed, "signal the fleet. We make for the island of Lesso. We'll use the shallow waters to our advantage." As they changed course, the Danish ships gave chase. The next few hours were a tense game of cat and mouse, with Harold using every trick he'd learned in his years of warfare to keep his fleet just out of reach. As they approached Lesso, Harold put his daring plan into action. "Prepare for battle," he roared. "We'll draw them into the shallows and break their line." The Norwegian ships, lighter and more maneuverable, threaded through the treacherous waters around Lesso. Several Danish vessels, in their eagerness to engage, ran aground on hidden sandbars. Seeing the enemy line falter, Harold seized the moment. "Now, turn and attack." The Seawolf wheeled about, ramming into the nearest Danish ship with a splintering crash. All along the line, Norwegian vessels engaged their pursuers, turning a retreat into a fierce naval battle. Harold leapt aboard the enemy ship, Blood Drinker singing its deadly song. "For Norway!" he cried, his voice inspiring his men to greater feats of valor. The battle raged for hours, the waters around Lesso turning red with blood. Harold's strategic gambit had evened the odds, but the outcome still hung in the balance. As the sun began to set, a cry went up from the Danish flagship. Sweyn Estridsson himself had entered the fray. Harold's eyes locked onto the Danish king's banner, a predatory grin spreading across his face. "Halvard," he called, "with me. It's time Sweyn and I had a little chat." Fighting their way across the chaos of interlinked ships, Harold and Halvard cut a path towards the Danish king. Sweyn, recognizing the threat, readied himself for combat, his own guards forming a protective circle. The two kings met in a clash of steel and will, their battle a microcosm of the larger conflict between their nations. Harold's raw power and experience were matched against Sweyn's younger vigor and determination. "You should have stayed in your gilded cage in Miklagard, old man," Sweyn taunted, parrying one of Harold's fierce blows. Harold laughed, a sound that chilled the blood of those who heard it. "And you should have stayed in your mother's skirts, boy. The North is no place for summer kings." Their duel raged on, each man landing telling blows but neither gaining a decisive advantage. As night began to fall, it became clear that the battle had reached a stalemate. Both fleets had suffered heavy losses, and continuing the fight in darkness would be folly. Breathing heavily, Harold and Sweyn stepped back, their weapons still raised. "Enough," Harold growled. "You've felt Norway's strength, Sweyn. The next time we meet, I won't be so merciful." Sweyn, his own pride warring with pragmatism, nodded grudgingly. "Go, Harold Hardrada. But know this, Denmark will not forget this treachery. There will be a reckoning." As the fleets disengaged, Harold allowed himself a grim smile of satisfaction. They hadn't achieved a decisive victory, but they had bloodied Sweyn's nose and proven Norway's martial prowess. On the journey back to Nidaros, Harold stood at the prow of the Seawolf, his mind already turning to the political battles that awaited him. Magnus would not be pleased with the outcome, and the conservative Jarls would likely use this as ammunition against him. But as the cold wind of the North Sea whipped around him, Harold felt more alive than he had in years. The Danish gambit had been a risk, but it had reignited the fire in his belly. Norway was just the beginning. There were greater conquests to come, greater glories to be won. The saga of Harald Hardrada, the last great Viking king, was far from over. The North trembled in anticipation of what was to come. The great hall of Nidaros was thick with tension as Harold stood before the assembled nobles, his recent Danish campaign the subject of heated debate. King Magnus, his face a mask of barely contained fury, sat upon his throne, while Elisiv watched the proceedings with a mixture of concern and pride. "You have brought the wrath of Denmark upon us all," thundered Einar Tambarskjalfir, one of the most powerful jarls in Norway. "Svein Estridsson will not let this insult stand." Harold's eyes flashed dangerously. "And should we cower in our fjords while Danish raiders pillage our coast? No, we have shown them that Norway is not to be trifled with." Magnus raised his hand for silence. "Enough, uncle. Your actions, while bold, have placed us in a precarious position. We must now prepare for Swein's inevitable retaliation." As the debate raged on, a commotion at the entrance to the hall drew everyone's attention. A travel-worn man burst in, his clothes bearing the dust of a long journey. "My kings," he gasped, dropping to one knee. "I bring news from England." Harold and Magnus exchanged a glance. "Speak," Magnus commanded. The messenger caught his breath. "King Edward the Confessor is ill with no clear heir. The nobles of England whisper of succession, and many eyes turn northward." A hush fell over the hall as the implications of this news sank in. Harold's mind raced with possibilities. England, with its rich lands and strategic position, had long been a tempting prize for Norse ambitions. Before anyone else could speak, a familiar voice rang out. "The ravens of Odin cry for blood and glory." All eyes turned to see Astrid, her white hair gleaming in the torchlight. "Harold Sigurdsson, the Norns weave a great destiny for you across the sea." Harold's heart quickened at her words. He turned to Magnus, his voice low and intense. "Nephew, do you not see? This is our chance to expand Norway's power beyond our shores. With England under Norse rule, we could build an empire to rival Charlemagne's." Magnus frowned, skepticism clear on his face. "England is not some Danish port to be raided, uncle. It is a kingdom with strong defenses and powerful nobles. How do you propose we take it?" Harold's eyes gleamed with the fire of ambition. "We have a claim through your father, Magnus. King Kenneth once ruled both England and Norway. We can press that claim and unite the North Sea under our banner." The hall erupted into a cacophony of arguments. Some nobles saw the potential for glory and riches, while others warned of the dangers of overreach. As the debate raged, Harold felt a hand on his arm. It was Elisiv, her eyes filled with a mixture of concern and understanding. "My love," she said softly, "is this truly the path you wish to take? Remember the warnings of the Yggdrasil branch. Great power comes with great peril." Harold covered her hand with his own. "I remember, Elisiv, but this is my destiny. I can feel it in my bones. Norway, Denmark, England, they are but stepping stones to a greater future." As the arguments in the hall reached a fever pitch, Magnus suddenly stood, silencing the assembly. "Enough. This decision cannot be made lightly. We will convene a thing, a gathering of all free men, to decide Norway's course." In the days that followed, warriors, farmers, and chieftains from all over Norway made their way to Nidaros. The air was thick with anticipation as Harold made his case before the assembled masses. "Men of Norway," his voice boomed across the Thingfield. "For too long, we have been content with our fjords and mountains. But our ancestors were not so timid. They crossed the wild seas to find new lands and glory. England lies ripe for the taking, its throne empty and its nobles divided. Who among you will join me in writing a new saga for our people?" A roar of approval went up from many of the younger warriors, their blood stirred by visions of conquest and riches. But older, more cautious voices also made themselves heard. "And what of Denmark?" called out a grizzled veteran. "Sweyn will not sit idle while we turn our eyes westward." Harold's grin was wolfish. "Let him come. We will crush the Danes and use their ships to carry us to England's shores." As the debate raged on, Harold sought counsel from an unexpected source. He found Astrid at the edge of the gathering, her unseeing eyes seemingly focused on something beyond mortal sight. "Speak plainly, Vulva," Harold said. "What do the gods have in store for me?" Astrid turned to him, her voice carrying the weight of prophecy. "I see a field of blood and gold, Harold Sigurdsson, a crown within your grasp, but at a terrible price. The choices you make in the coming days will echo through eternity." Harold's brow furrowed. "Speak not in riddles, woman. Will I succeed? Will I sit upon England's throne?" But Astrid merely smiled enigmatically. "The threads of fate are not so easily read, Hardreda. But know this, your name will be remembered for good or ill, long after your bones have turned to dust." As the thing reached its conclusion, Magnus called for a final vote. The majority, swayed by Harold's impassioned arguments and the promise of glory, voted in favor of the English campaign. Magnus, his face a mixture of resignation and concern, addressed the assembly. "So be it. Norway will set its sights on England. But hear me well, this endeavor will require all our strength and cunning. Harold will lead the expedition, while I remain to safeguard our homeland against Danish reprisals." As the crowd dispersed, filled with excited chatter about the coming campaign, Harold found himself alone with Magnus. "I hope you know what you're doing, Uncle," Magnus said, his voice low. "This gamble could cost us everything." Harold placed a hand on his nephew's shoulder. "Trust in me, Magnus. When I return, it will be as King of Norway and England both. Our family's name will echo through the ages." In the weeks that followed, Norway was a hive of activity. Ships were built and provisioned, warriors trained, and alliances forged. Harold threw himself into the preparations with a fervor that both inspired and unnerved those around him. One evening, as Harold pored over maps and battle plans, Halvard entered his chambers, concern etched on his face. "Harold," he said, "there's something you need to know. I've received word from our spies in England. It seems we're not the only ones with designs on Edward's throne." Harold looked up, his eyes narrowing. "Speak plainly, old friend." Halvard took a deep breath. "William of Normandy also presses a claim, and he has the backing of the Pope." For a moment, Harold was silent, digesting this new information. Then, slowly, a grin spread across his face. "Good," he said, surprising Halvard. "Let the Norman Duke come. We'll settle this matter as true men of the North, with steel and blood." As dawn broke on the day of departure, Harold stood at the bow of his flagship, the Seawolf. Behind him stretched a fleet of over 300 ships, carrying the flower of Norway's fighting force. Elisif stood beside him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Remember your promise," she said softly. "Come back to me, my love." Harold turned to her, his face softening for a moment. "Wild horses couldn't keep me from you, my queen. When next we meet, it will be in the Great Hall of Westminster." With a final embrace, Harold sent Elisif ashore. As the fleet began to move out of the fjord, he felt a presence beside him. It was Astrid, somehow having found her way aboard. "The die is cast, Harold Hardreda," she said, her voice barely audible above the creaking of wood and the splash of oars. "May the Valkyries smile upon you." Harold's eyes fixed on the horizon, his voice filled with grim determination. "They'll have no choice, Volva, for I go to make such a saga that even the gods will stand in awe." As the Norwegian fleet sailed south, the skies darkened with storm clouds, but Harold Hardreda, the last great Viking king, stood unbowed at the prow of his ship. England awaited, and with it, a destiny that would shake the foundations of Europe. The echo of Valhalla called, and Harald Sigurdsson was ready to answer. The cold, grey waters of the North Sea churned beneath the hulls of Harald's massive fleet as they approached the English coast. After weeks of sailing, battling storms, and the ever-present threat of Danish interception, the shores of Northumbria finally came into view. Harald stood at the prow of the Sea-Wolf, his weathered face set in grim determination. "Land ho!" cried the lookout, his voice carrying over the sound of crashing waves and creaking timber. Harald's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the coastline. "Halvard," he called to his trusted friend, "what news of the local defenses?" Halvard, his red beard now streaked with gray, joined Harald at the ship's bow. "Our scouts report that the Earls of Northumbria, Morcar and Edwin, have raised an army to meet us. They await us near York." A wolfish grin spread across Harald's face. "Good. Let them come. We'll show these English what it means to face the wrath of the North." As the Norwegian fleet began to make landfall, the tension among the men was palpable. Many had never set foot on English soil before, and the tales of Saxon ferocity in battle were well known. Harald sensed the unease and knew he needed to rally his troops. Standing tall on the ship's deck, his voice booming across the assembled fleet, Harald addressed his warriors. "Men of Norway, the moment we have fought for, bled for, is finally at hand. England lies before us, ripe for the taking. Remember, every man who falls today will feast in Valhalla tonight. But those who survive?" His grin widened. "They will feast as kings in this life." A roar of approval went up from the assembled warriors, their spirits lifted by their leader's words. As the ships beached and men began to disembark, Harald turned to find Tostig Godwinson, the exiled Earl of Northumbria, and his unlikely ally approaching. Tostig's face was a mask of barely contained excitement. "Harald, my friend, at last we bring justice to those who wronged me. My brother Harald will rue the day he cast me out." Harald clasped Tostig's shoulder, his voice low and intense. "Remember our agreement, Tostig. You'll have your earldom back, but England is mine. Cross me and you'll find that Harald's punishment was merciful compared to mine." Tostig's smile faltered for a moment before he nodded. Of course. Together we'll bring England to its knees." As the Norwegian army formed up on the beach, scouts reported the approach of the Northumbrian forces. Harald quickly organized his men, placing his most experienced warriors at the center with his own personal guard, the fearsome Varangian veterans who had fought with him in Miklagard. The clash, when it came, was swift and brutal. The Northumbrian army, though brave, was no match for the battle-hardened Norsemen. Harald led from the front, his great axe Blood Drinker living up to its name as he cut a swath through the English lines. "For Norway," Harald roared, his voice carrying over the din of battle. "For glory and gold." Beside him, Halvard fought with the precision of a master swordsman, his blade finding gaps in enemy armor with deadly accuracy. "Just like old times, eh, Harald?" he shouted, a grim smile on his face. As the battle raged on, Harald caught sight of the Northumbrian earls, Morcar and Edwin, attempting to rally their men for a counterattack. With a gesture, he signaled to his Varangian veterans. "With me, brothers," Harald cried. "Let's end this here and now." The charge of Harald and his elite guard was like a hammer blow to the already wavering English line. Morcar and Edwin, realizing the day was lost, attempted to flee but were quickly surrounded. Harald approached the captured earls, his axe dripping with blood. "You fought bravely," he said, his voice carrying a note of respect. "But bravery alone is not enough to stop the tide of destiny. Bend the knee and you may yet keep your lives and lands." Morcar, his young face etched with defiance, spat at Harald's feet. "We'll never bow to a pagan invader." Harald's eyes hardened. "Then you'll die as fools." With a nod to his men, the earls were led away, their fate sealed. As the sun began to set, casting a blood-red glow over the battlefield, Harald surveyed the aftermath of their victory. The cost had been high, with many good Norwegian warriors lying among the fallen, but the path to York, and to the English crown, now lay open before them. Tostig approached, his face flushed with the thrill of victory. "We've done it, Harold. Northumbria is ours. My brother's kingdom is ripe for the taking." Harold's expression remained guarded. "This is but the first step, Tostig. The real test lies ahead. Harold Godwinson will not give up his crown without a fight." As the Norwegian army made camp for the night, Harold called a council of his top commanders. In his tent, illuminated by flickering torchlight, he laid out his plans for the coming days. "We'll march on York at first light," Harold declared, pointing to the city on a crude map. "With Northumbria under our control, we'll have a strong base from which to launch our campaign against Harold." One of his jarls, a grizzled veteran named Eystein, spoke up. "What of William of Normandy? Our spies report that he too has designs on the English throne." Harold's eyes glinted dangerously. "Let the Norman come. We'll deal with Harold first, then send William scurrying back across the channel with his tail between his legs." As the meeting concluded, Harold found himself alone with Halvard. His old friend's face was etched with concern. "What troubles you, Halvard?" Harold asked, pouring them both horns of ale. Halvard sighed heavily. "I can't shake this feeling, Harold, something Astrid said before we left. About a field of blood and gold. I fear we may be walking into a trap." Harold clapped Halvard on the shoulder, his voice confident. "My friend, we've faced worse odds and emerged victorious. Whatever fate the Norns have in store for us, we'll meet it head-on, as we always have." As night fell over the English countryside, Harold stood at the edge of the camp, gazing southward towards York. In the distance he could see the glow of campfires, remnants of the defeated Northumbrian army, or perhaps the first signs of Harold Godwinson's approaching forces. A cool breeze carried the scent of autumn, and with it, a strange sense of foreboding. Harold closed his eyes, remembering the words of the vulva Astrid. "I see a path of blood and glory before you, child of Odin. Ravens will be your companions, and kings will tremble at your name. But beware, for ambition is a double-edged sword." Opening his eyes, Harold's face set in grim determination. He had come too far to turn back now. England would be his, no matter the cost. "Come, Harold Godwinson," he murmured into the night. "Come and test your mettle against the last of the great Viking kings. Odin awaits us both in Valhalla, and only one of us will keep him waiting." As Harold turned to return to his tent, a raven's cry pierced the night air. He smiled, taking it as a sign of Odin's favor. Little did he know that far to the south, Harold Godwinson was already marching north with a speed that would soon become legendary. The stage was set for one of the most pivotal moments in English history, and Harold Hardrada stood at its center, ready to carve his name into the annals of time with blood and iron. The morning mist clung to the fields surrounding York, as Harold Hardrada surveyed his victorious army. The ancient city had fallen swiftly to the Norse onslaught, its defenses crumbling before the ferocity of the Viking assault. Now, on this fateful day of September 25, 1066, Harold stood at the precipice of his greatest triumph. "A fine morning for king-making, wouldn't you say, Halvard?" Harold grinned, his weathered face alight with anticipation. Halvard, ever the voice of caution, frowned slightly. "Aye, but let's not count our spoils before they're won. Harold Godwinson still holds the crown." As if summoned by the mention of his name, a cloud of dust appeared on the horizon. Harold's eyes narrowed as he watched the approaching riders. "It seems the English king has finally decided to grace us with his presence," he mused. Tostig Godwinson, the exiled earl and Harold's uneasy ally, rode up, his face a mask of concern. "My scouts report a massive army approaching from the south. It's Harold, and he's brought the full might of England with him." Harold's laugh boomed across the field, startling nearby soldiers. "Good, let him come. Today we settle this once and for all." As the Norwegian army prepared for battle, Harold gathered his commanders for a final council. The mood was tense, with many worried about the unexpected speed of Harold's approach. "We've caught them off guard," Harold declared, his confidence unwavering. "They've marched day and night to reach us. They'll be exhausted, ripe for the slaughter." One of his jarls, a young warrior named Eystein, spoke up. "But my king, our own men are scattered. Many are still back at the ships at Rickal." Harold's eyes flashed dangerously. "Then we'll make do with what we have. Send riders to recall our forces, but we engage Harold now, before he can catch his breath." As the Norse army formed up, Harold stood before them, his imposing figure a rallying point for his men. His voice carried across the field, strong and clear. "Men of Norway, today we write the final chapter of our saga. Before us stands the last obstacle between us and the English crown. Harold Godwinson thinks us easy prey, but he'll soon learn the folly of underestimating the sons of the North." A roar went up from the assembled warriors, their spirits lifted by their leader's words. Harold turned to Tostig, his voice low and intense. "Remember our agreement. When this is over, England is mine." Tostig nodded, though a flicker of doubt crossed his face. "Of course, Harold. Together we'll bring my brother to his knees." As the two armies faced each other across the expanse of Stamford Bridge, a tense silence fell over the battlefield. Harold, resplendent in his gleaming armor and winged helmet, rode forward with Tostig at his side. From the English lines, two riders approached. Harold recognized one as Harold Godwinson himself, the usurper king who stood between him and his destiny. "Brother?" Harold called out, his voice tinged with a mixture of anger and regret. "It's not too late. Lay down your arms, renounce this foreign invader, and I'll restore your lands and titles." Tostig hesitated, clearly torn between familial loyalty and his ambition. Harold, sensing the moment's importance, spoke up. "And what of me, Harold Godwinson? What terms do you offer the rightful heir to England's throne?" Harold's eyes narrowed as he regarded the Norse king. "To you, Harold Hardrada, I offer 7 feet of English soil, or more, if you need it, given your height." A laugh burst from Harold's lips, a sound that sent chills down the spines of those who heard it. "Well spoken, Harold. It seems England's crown rests on a worthy brow after all, but let's see if you can keep it there." With that, Harold wheeled his horse around and galloped back to his lines. The die was cast. There would be no peace this day. The battle began with a thunderous clash as the two armies met on the narrow bridge spanning the River Derwent. Harold, true to his reputation, led from the front, his great axe, blood drinker, reaping a terrible harvest among the English ranks. "For Norway!" he roared, his voice carrying over the din of battle. "For Odin and glory!" Beside him, Halvard fought with the desperation of a man who sensed impending doom. "Harold!" he shouted between sword strokes. "We're overextended. We need to fall back and regroup with our reinforcements." But Harold, caught up in the frenzy of battle and the proximity of his lifelong ambition, pressed on. "No retreat!" he bellowed. "Victory or Valhalla!" For hours the battle raged, the tide turning back and forth. The Norwegian veterans, though outnumbered, fought with a ferocity that kept the English at bay. But as the day wore on, Harold could see his men beginning to tire. It was then that fate, or perhaps the Norns themselves, intervened. As Harold raised his axe for another mighty blow, an arrow found a gap in his armor, burying itself deep in his throat. Time seemed to slow as the great king fell from his horse. Halvard, fighting nearby, saw his friend go down and fought his way to Harold's side. "Harold!" he cried, cradling the fallen king's head. "Hold on, old friend. We'll get you to safety." But Harold, his life's blood staining the English soil he had fought so hard to claim, knew his time had come. With trembling hands, he grasped Halvard's arm. Tell Elisif," he gasped, his voice barely above a whisper. "Tell her I'm sorry. And tell Magnus. Tell him to rule wisely." Halvard, tears streaming down his battle-worn face, nodded. "I will, my king. I swear it." A ghost of Harold's old wolfish grin crossed his face. "It seems Odin had other plans for me, my friend. But what a saga we've written, eh?" With those final words, Harald Hardrada, the last great Viking king, breathed his last. As his spirit departed, a great cry went up from the Norwegian lines. Their king had fallen. The battle, though it raged on for hours more, was effectively over. Without Harald's inspiring presence, the Norse army began to crumble. Tostig, seeing his dreams of power evaporate, fought on desperately until he too fell to English steel. As night fell over Stamford Bridge, the field was littered with the bodies of the fallen. Harold Godwinson, victorious but weary, stood over the body of his fallen rival. "Here lies a king," he murmured, a note of respect in his voice. "May the gods old and new grant him peace." But even as Harold savored his victory, fate was preparing another twist. For to the south, on the shores of Sussex, the sails of William of Normandy's invasion fleet were appearing on the horizon. The saga of Harald Hardrada had come to an end, but the battle for England's throne was far from over. In the mead halls of Valhalla, the Einherjar welcomed their newest brother, as the Valkyries sang of his deeds. And on earth, the name of Harald Hardrada would echo through the ages, a testament to the indomitable spirit of the Viking age. Thus ended the tale of the last great Viking king, his ambition and courage forever etched in the annals of history. The icy wind howled through the fjords of Norway, carrying with it the scent of salt and adventure. Bjorn Ironside stood at the edge of a cliff, his long hair whipping about his face as he gazed out at the turbulent sea. The year was 859 AD, and the world was ripe for exploration and conquest. Bjorn's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, a fine piece of craftsmanship that had tasted blood more times than he cared to count. At 25 years old, he was already a seasoned warrior, but the shadow of his father, the legendary Ragnar Lodbrok, loomed large over him. "Odin All-Father," Bjorn murmured, his voice barely audible above the crashing waves. "Show me my path. Let me carve my own legend into the annals of history." As if in answer to his prayer, a massive raven swooped down from the sky, its obsidian feathers gleaming in the pale sunlight. It landed on a nearby rock, fixing Bjorn with an unnaturally intelligent gaze. The young Viking felt a chill run down his spine as the bird opened its beak and spoke with the voice of Odin himself. "South, young wolf. Your destiny lies beyond the pillars of the world. Seek glory in lands unknown, where the sun burns hot and gold flows like water." Bjorn's heart raced as the vision faded, the raven disappearing as suddenly as it had appeared. He blinked, wondering if the gods had truly spoken to him, or if the long hours of contemplation had addled his mind. "Bjorn, there you are, you brooding fool," a booming voice called out. Turning, Bjorn saw his friend and mentor, Jarl Håkon the Wise, striding towards him. Håkon was a bear of a man, his beard streaked with gray, and his eyes twinkling with a mixture of wisdom and mischief. "Håkon," Bjorn nodded in greeting. "What brings you out to this god-forsaken cliff?" The older man clapped a meaty hand on Bjorn's shoulder. "News, my boy. News that will set your Viking blood on fire. Come, walk with me back to the village. There's much to discuss." As they made their way down the rocky path, Håkon could barely contain his excitement. "I've been in talks with traders from the south. They speak of lands beyond the great sea, ripe for the taking. Lands of warmth and wealth, where our longships can slip in like wolves among sheep." Bjorn's pulse quickened, remembering the vision of Odin. "The Mediterranean?" he asked, trying to keep his voice steady. Håkon's eyes widened in surprise. "Aye, that's the very place. But how did you know?" "Let's just say the gods have been whispering in my ear," Bjorn replied with a wry smile. They entered the village, the smell of wood smoke and roasting meat filling the air. Warriors and shield maidens went about their daily tasks, but there was an undercurrent of excitement. Word of Håkon's plans had already begun to spread. "Gather round, you salt-crusted sea dogs," Håkon bellowed as they reached the central square. A crowd quickly formed. "My friends, my warriors," Håkon began, his voice carrying across the hushed gathering. For too long we've been content with raiding the same tired shores. England, Ireland, Francia, they've grown wise to our ways. But there are lands to the south beyond the great pillars of Hercules, where riches beyond imagining await us. A murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd. Bjorn scanned the faces, seeing a mixture of enthusiasm and skepticism. "Jarl Hakon," a grizzled warrior called out, "those waters are unknown to us. How can we be sure our ships will even survive the journey?" Hakon grinned, revealing a row of gold-capped teeth. "Ah, Ulf, always the voice of caution. That's why I've invited someone special to join our expedition. Someone who can read the threads of fate and guide us true." As if on cue, the crowd parted, revealing a woman unlike any Bjorn had ever seen. She was tall and lithe, with hair as white as snow despite her youthful face. Her eyes, a startling shade of violet, seemed to pierce right through him. "This is Astrid the Seer," Hakon announced. "A vulva of great power, blessed by the gods themselves." Astrid stepped forward, her gaze sweeping across the gathered Vikings before settling on Bjorn. When she spoke, her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. "I have seen our path in the flames," she said. "It is treacherous, yes, but it leads to glory and riches beyond compare. The gods favor this expedition, but they demand courage and sacrifice in return." Bjorn felt a shiver run down his spine as Astrid's eyes locked with his. It was as if she could see the vision of Odin that still burned in his mind. "What say you, Bjorn Ironside?" Hakon called out, a challenge in his voice. "Will you join us on this great adventure? Will you help lead our people to new horizons?" All eyes turned to Bjorn. He could feel the weight of expectation, the shadow of his father's legend pressing down upon him. But he also felt the fire of destiny burning in his veins. Bjorn stepped forward, drawing his sword in one fluid motion. The blade caught the sunlight, gleaming like a beacon of hope and ambition. "By Odin's eye and Thor's hammer," he proclaimed, his voice ringing out clear and strong. "I, Bjorn Ironside, son of Ragnar Lodbrok, pledge my sword and my life to this expedition. We will sail beyond the edge of the world, and our names will echo through eternity." A roar of approval erupted from the crowd. Warriors pounded their shields, and even the skeptics found themselves caught up in the fervor of the moment. As the excitement died down, Hakon began barking orders. "We sail in a fortnight. Prepare the longships, gather supplies, sharpen your axes and your wits. This will be a journey for the sagas." The village erupted into a flurry of activity. Bjorn found himself swept up in the preparations, inspecting ships, testing weapons, and poring over what few maps they had of the southern lands. Late that night, as the village finally settled into an uneasy sleep, Bjorn found himself unable to rest. He walked to the shore where the longships were being readied for their epic voyage. "Trouble sleeping, Ironside?" a soft voice called out. Bjorn turned to see Astrid the Seer approaching, her white hair glowing in the moonlight. "There's too much to be done," he replied, "and too many thoughts crowding my mind." Astrid nodded sagely. "The path of greatness is never an easy one. But tell me, what troubles you most?" Bjorn was silent for a long moment, gazing out at the dark sea. Finally he spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "Am I ready for this? To lead men into unknown dangers, to carve out a legend of my own? Or am I just a foolish boy chasing his father's shadow?" Astrid placed a hand on his arm, and Bjorn felt a warmth spread through him, chasing away the chill of self-doubt. "The gods do not call upon the ready, Bjorn Ironside," she said. "They call upon those who have the potential for greatness, and then forge them in the fires of adversity. You have been chosen for this path, not because of your father, but because of who you are and who you may become." Her words settled over him like a mantle of strength. Bjorn squared his shoulders and nodded, a new resolve hardening in his eyes. "Thank you, Astrid," he said. "I have a feeling we'll need your wisdom in the days to come." As Astrid turned to leave, she paused, her eyes taking on a distant look. "Be wary, Bjorn," she warned. "The journey ahead is fraught with more than just physical dangers. Betrayal, temptation, and the wrath of forgotten gods all lie in wait. Stay true to your heart, and you may yet survive the trials to come." With those cryptic words, she disappeared into the night, leaving Bjorn alone with his thoughts and the endless expanse of the sea before him. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky, Bjorn made his way back to the village. The day of departure was drawing near, and there was still much to be done. But now, with the blessings of Odin and the support of his people, Bjorn Ironside felt ready to face whatever challenges the Mediterranean might throw at him. Little did he know that the greatest tests of his strength, courage, and character still lay ahead, waiting in the sun-baked lands beyond the Pillars of Hercules. The salty spray of the North Sea lashed against Bjorn Ironside's face as he stood at the prow of the lead longship. 2 weeks had passed since their departure from Norway, and the fleet of 5 ships cut through the choppy waters with determined grace. The excitement of their grand expedition had given way to the grim reality of life at sea, constant work, meager rations, and the ever-present threat of nature's fury. Bjorn's keen eyes scanned the horizon, searching for any sign of land or approaching weather. The sky to the west was darkening ominously, and he could feel the change in the air. A storm was brewing. "Hakon," Bjorn called out, his voice carrying over the wind. "We need to prepare for rough seas ahead." The burly Jarl made his way to the front of the ship, his experienced gaze confirming Bjorn's assessment. "By Thor's beard, you're right," Hakon growled. "This could be a nasty one. Signal the other ships to reef their sails and secure all cargo." As the orders were relayed across the fleet, Astrid the Seer emerged from below decks. Her white hair whipped wildly in the increasing wind, and her violet eyes held a look of deep concern. "This is no ordinary storm," she said, her voice low and urgent. "I've seen it in the flames. The sea god Njord tests us, questioning our worth to sail his waters." Hakon scoffed, though there was a hint of unease in his laughter. "Njord, Aegir, or Ran, it matters not which sea god it is. We are Vikings. We'll weather this storm like we have 100 others." But as the hours passed, it became clear that this was indeed no ordinary tempest. The sky turned an unnatural shade of green, and waves the size of mountains threatened to swallow the longship's whole. Lightning crackled across the sky, and the thunder was so loud it seemed to shake the very planks beneath their feet. "Hold fast!" Bjorn shouted as another massive wave crashed over the ship. Men scrambled to bail out water and keep the vessel from capsizing. In the distance, he could see the other ships of their fleet struggling against the relentless assault of wind and wave. Suddenly, a horrifying crack split the air. Bjorn turned just in time to see the mast of the rearmost ship splinter and fall, crushed by the fury of the storm. "No!" he cried out, helpless to aid his fellow Vikings as their ship began to flounder. Hakon appeared at his side, his face grim. "We can't help them," he said, placing a restraining hand on Bjorn's shoulder. "We have to focus on keeping our own ship afloat." Bjorn knew he was right, but the knowledge did nothing to ease the ache in his chest as he watched the doomed vessel slip beneath the waves, taking its crew to Ran's watery embrace. As the night wore on, the situation grew ever more desperate. 2 more ships had been lost to the storm's fury, and their own vessel was taking on water faster than they could bail it out. "This is the end," a warrior named Ulf moaned, his usual stoicism broken by exhaustion and fear. "The gods have abandoned us to die in this cursed sea." "Silence!" Bjorn roared, rounding on the man. "We are not dead yet, and I'll not have talk of surrender while I still draw breath." But even as he spoke the words, Bjorn felt a creeping doubt. Had they been too ambitious, too proud? Was this Odin's way of punishing them for their hubris? It was then that Astrid stepped forward, her eyes blazing with an inner fire that seemed to push back the darkness around them. "Bjorn Ironside," she called out, her voice carrying a power that cut through the howling wind. "The time has come to prove your worth. Njord demands a sacrifice, a show of respect and courage. Are you willing to pay the price to save your people?" Bjorn met her gaze, understanding the weight of the moment. "Tell me what must be done." he said without hesitation. Astrid nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Your most prized possession, cast into the sea with a prayer to Njord. But choose wisely, for the god of the sea values meaning over mere gold or silver. Bjorn's hand went instinctively to the hammer of Thor that hung around his neck, a gift from his father, Ragnar Lodbrok, on the day of his first raid. It was his most treasured possession, a symbol of his heritage and the source of his strength. With a deep breath, Bjorn removed the hammer, feeling its familiar weight in his palm one last time. He strode to the side of the ship, the entire crew watching in hushed anticipation. Raising the hammer high, Bjorn called out in a voice that seemed to shake the very heavens. Njord, great god of the sea and winds. I, Bjorn Ironside, son of Ragnar Lodbrok, offer you this sacrifice. It is my most prized possession, a link to my father and my past. I cast it into your realm as a sign of respect and a plea for safe passage. Judge us worthy, mighty Njord, and grant us the strength to reach the shores that call to us. With all his might, Bjorn hurled the hammer into the raging sea. For a moment, nothing happened, and despair began to creep into the hearts of the crew. But then, as if by magic, the wind began to die down. The waves, which had threatened to swallow them whole, gradually decreased in size. A collective gasp went up from the Vikings as a shaft of moonlight broke through the clouds, illuminating their battered but still seaworthy vessel. By the gods, Håkon whispered, his eyes wide with awe. You've done it, lad. You've appeased Njord himself. As the storm continued to abate, the exhausted crew set about repairing what damage they could. Bjorn found himself approached by Ulf, the warrior who had earlier despaired of their fate. Forgive me, Bjorn Ironside, Ulf said, his head bowed in shame. I lost faith, but you showed us what true leadership means. Your sacrifice has saved us all. Bjorn clasped the man's shoulder. There is nothing to forgive, Ulf. We all faced death this night, and we all emerged stronger for it. Remember this moment, for it is but the first of many trials we will face on this journey. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the surviving ships of their fleet, now reduced to 3, regrouped. The losses had been heavy, but those who remained were forged into a tighter, more determined unit by their shared ordeal. Håkon called for Bjorn and Astrid to join him at the stern of the ship for a council. We've lost nearly half our force, the Jarl said, his voice heavy with the weight of command. Do we press on, or do we turn back? Bjorn looked out at the horizon, where the first hints of land could be seen in the distance. The shores of Francia lay before them, the first step on their journey to the fabled Mediterranean. We press on, Bjorn said firmly. We've come too far and sacrificed too much to turn back now. The gods have tested us and found us worthy. Now it's time to show the world what Vikings are truly capable of. Astrid nodded in agreement, her eyes gleaming with approval. The worst of our sea journey is behind us, she said, but greater challenges await on land. The Franks will not welcome us with open arms. Håkon stroked his beard thoughtfully. Then we'll give them a proper Viking greeting, he said with a grim smile. Sharpen your axes and prepare for battle, my friends. The real adventure begins now. As the ships approached the Frankish coast, Bjorn felt a mixture of excitement and apprehension. He had proven himself against the fury of the sea, but now he would be tested in battle. The weight of leadership settled on his shoulders, heavier than any chainmail. Father, he whispered to himself, touching the spot where his hammer once hung. Guide my hand and steel my heart. Let me bring honor to our name and lead our people to glory. With a mighty war cry, Bjorn raised his sword, signaling the start of their landing. The wolves of the north had arrived, and the shores of Francia would be their first taste of the riches and adventures that awaited them in the south. As the longships beached on the sandy shore and warriors poured out, weapons at the ready, Bjorn Ironside knew that this was just the beginning. The Mediterranean called to him, a siren song of destiny and danger. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he would face them with the courage of a true Viking, the cunning of his father's son, and the blessing of the gods themselves. The saga of the Wolf of the Mediterranean had truly begun. The scorching sun beat down mercilessly on the Viking longships as they approached the narrow strait between the towering cliffs of Gibraltar. Bjorn Ironside stood at the prow of the lead vessel, his eyes fixed on the legendary Pillars of Hercules that marked the entrance to the Mediterranean Sea. The journey from Francia had been long and arduous, filled with skirmishes, storms, and near starvation, but now their ultimate goal was finally within reach. By Odin's eye, Håkon breathed, coming to stand beside Bjorn. "I never thought I'd live to see such a sight." Bjorn nodded, his throat tight with emotion. "This is it, old friend. The gateway to our destiny." As they drew closer to the strait, the crew grew quiet, awed by the sheer magnitude of the cliffs on either side. Bjorn could feel the weight of history pressing down upon them. How many great explorers and conquerors had passed through these same waters? Astrid the seer approached, her white hair gleaming in the sunlight. "Be wary, Bjorn Ironside," she warned, her violet eyes scanning the horizon. "The gates of Hercules are guarded by more than just stone and water. Ancient powers stir at our approach." No sooner had the words left her lips than a shout came from the lookout. "Ship ahead, Moorish patrol vessel." Bjorn's hand went to his sword hilt as he squinted against the glare. Sure enough, a sleek galley was approaching rapidly, its deck bristling with armed men. "Battle stations!" Håkon roared, and the Vikings sprang into action with practiced efficiency. As the Moorish ship drew near, a richly dressed man stepped to its railing, flanked by guards. He called out in accented Norse, surprising the Vikings. "Northmen, you are far from your frozen homes. State your business in these waters or turn back now." Bjorn stepped forward, projecting confidence he didn't entirely feel. "I am Bjorn Ironside, son of Ragnar Lodbrok. We seek passage into the Middle Sea for trade and exploration." The Moorish captain laughed harshly. "Trade? Exploration? Do you take me for a fool, Viking? Your kind are known only for raiding and pillaging. Turn back now, or face the wrath of the Caliphate." Bjorn's mind raced. They couldn't afford a pitched battle here, not when they were so close to their goal. He needed to outmaneuver them both mentally and physically. "Captain," Bjorn called back, an idea forming. "You speak our tongue well. Surely you know that not all Northmen are mere raiders. We come seeking knowledge and trade opportunities. The Caliph himself would benefit from what we have to offer." The Moorish captain hesitated, clearly torn between his duty and his curiosity. Bjorn pressed his advantage. "Allow us to demonstrate our peaceful intentions. Let one of our ships approach yours under a flag of truce. We can discuss terms that would benefit both our peoples." After a tense moment, the captain nodded his assent. Bjorn turned to Håkon and spoke in a low voice. "Take our smallest ship and approach them. Keep them talking. I have a plan." As Håkon's vessel moved towards the Moorish galley, Bjorn quietly issued orders to the rest of the fleet. The Vikings began to maneuver, seemingly at random but with a hidden purpose. Astrid watched the proceedings with a knowing smile. "Clever, Ironside. But will it be enough?" Bjorn's eyes never left the Moorish ship. "It has to be. We've come too far to fail now." For several tense minutes, Håkon engaged the Moorish captain in negotiations, his booming voice carrying across the water. Meanwhile, the Viking longships continued their subtle dance, gradually spreading out in a wide arc. Suddenly, Bjorn raised his sword high. "Now!" he shouted. In a coordinated move that spoke of long practice, the Viking ships surged forward, their oars churning the water to foam. They had positioned themselves perfectly to slip past the Moorish galley on both sides, using the current and wind to their advantage. The Moorish captain realized the deception too late. "Stop them!" he bellowed, but his ship was out of position, hemmed in by Håkon's smaller vessel. As they raced through the strait, a strange mist began to form around the ships. Bjorn felt a chill run down his spine despite the heat of the day. "Astrid," he called out, What sorcery is this? The seer's eyes were wide, her voice trembling with awe. The ancient powers awaken, Bjorn. The gates of Hercules test us. From the mist, massive shapes began to emerge, ghostly apparitions of sea monsters and long-dead heroes. A booming voice echoed across the water, speaking in a language none of them understood, yet its meaning was clear. A challenge, a test of worth. "Hold steady," Bjorn shouted to his terrified crew. "These are but illusions sent to frighten us. We are Vikings, and we fear nothing." As if in response to his defiance, an enormous spectral hand reached out from the cliffs, attempting to grasp their ship. Bjorn stood his ground, staring down the apparition with steely determination. "You do not scare us," he roared. "We have faced the fury of Njord himself and emerged victorious. We are worthy of passage, and we claim it now in the name of Odin." For a heart-stopping moment, it seemed as though the hand would crush them. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the ghostly appendage dissipated. The mist began to clear, revealing the open waters of the Mediterranean stretching out before them. A cheer went up from the Viking fleet as they realized they had passed the test. Even the Moorish galley, which had been caught up in the supernatural event, seemed too stunned to pursue them further. As the last wisps of mist faded away, Bjorn felt a profound sense of accomplishment wash over him. They had done it. They had passed through the gates of Hercules and entered the Middle Sea. Hakon's ship pulled alongside, the old Jarl's face split in a wide grin. "By all the gods, Bjorn, that was the craftiest bit of sailing and negotiating I've ever seen. Your father would be proud." Bjorn allowed himself a small smile, but his mind was already racing ahead to the challenges that awaited them. "We're not out of danger yet, Hakon. The real test begins now." Astrid approached, her eyes shining with an inner light. "You have proven your worth to the ancient powers, Bjorn Ironside. But beware, the trials ahead will test more than just your courage and cunning. The treasures we seek come with a heavy price." As if to underscore her words, a flock of ravens appeared on the horizon, circling ominously. Bjorn recognized them as Odin's messengers and felt a mix of pride and trepidation. The All-Father was watching their progress closely. "Gather the ship captains," Bjorn ordered. "We need to plan our next move carefully." As the sun began to set, painting the unfamiliar sea in hues of gold and crimson, the Viking leaders convened on the deck of Bjorn's ship. Maps were spread out, showing the coastlines of lands they had only heard of in stories: Al-Andalus, Italia, and the distant shores of Africa. "Where do we strike first?" Hakon asked, his finger tracing potential routes. Bjorn studied the map intently, remembering the tales of wealthy cities and ancient treasures. "We'll skirt the coast of Al-Andalus first," he decided. "Quick raids to build our strength and gather information. Then we make for the real prize, the fabled riches of Carthage." A murmur of excitement ran through the gathered warriors. Carthage was a name out of legend, a city of untold wealth and mystery. As the meeting dispersed and the Vikings prepared for the next phase of their journey, Bjorn stood alone at the ship's railing, gazing out at the darkening sea. The weight of leadership pressed heavily upon him, but there was also a fire burning in his chest, a hunger for adventure and glory that could only be quenched by the challenges ahead. "Father," he whispered to the wind, "I hope I'm making you proud. Watch over us as we sail into legend." With a final look at the pillars of Hercules fading into the distance behind them, Bjorn Ironside turned his gaze resolutely forward. The Mediterranean lay before them, a vast canvas upon which they would paint their saga in bold strokes of courage, cunning, and Viking steel. The wolf of the Mediterranean had truly been unleashed, and the shores of this ancient sea would never be the same again. The pre-dawn mist clung to the Spanish coastline as Bjorn Ironside's fleet of longships glided silently towards their target. For weeks they had been conducting swift, surgical strikes along the shores of Al-Andalus, amassing wealth and supplies while avoiding prolonged engagements. But this raid was different. Their target was the wealthy Moorish city of Algeciras, and the stakes were higher than ever before. Bjorn stood at the prow of his ship, his keen eyes scanning the shoreline for any sign of alarm. So far, their approach had gone undetected. He felt the familiar surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins, but also a gnawing sense of unease that he couldn't quite shake. "Nervous, Ironside?" Haakon's gruff voice came from behind him. The old Jarl had insisted on joining this raid despite Bjorn's protests. "Not nervous," Bjorn replied, his voice low. "Just thoughtful. We've taken a lot from these shores, Haakon. How long before they strike back?" Haakon clapped a meaty hand on Bjorn's shoulder. "That's tomorrow's problem, lad. Today we feast on the riches of Algeciras." As they neared the harbor, Bjorn gave the signal. With practiced efficiency, the Vikings lowered their sails and took to the oars, propelling their ships forward with silent, powerful strokes. The element of surprise was crucial. The first hint of dawn was just breaking over the horizon when they made landfall. Bjorn leapt from his ship, sword in hand, and bellowed the war cry that struck fear into the hearts of their enemies. "Odin owns you all!" The Viking horde poured into the sleeping city like a tidal wave of steel and fury. Guards were cut down before they could sound the alarm, and soon the streets were filled with the clash of weapons and the screams of the terrified populace. Bjorn fought his way towards the center of the city, where intelligence suggested the governor's palace stood. As he rounded a corner, he came face to face with a squad of Moorish elite guards, their curved swords glinting in the early morning light. "Stand aside," Bjorn growled in broken Arabic, a language he'd picked up in their weeks of raiding. "Your wealth is ours by right of conquest." The guard captain, a scarred veteran, spat at Bjorn's feet. "You northern devils have plagued our coast for too long. Today you die." What followed was a whirlwind of steel and blood. Bjorn's sword sang as he parried, thrust, and slashed. The Moorish guards were skilled, but they had never faced the berserker fury of a Viking in full battle rage. One by one, they fell before Bjorn's onslaught. As the last guard crumpled to the ground, Bjorn heard a commotion from a nearby building. Breaking down the door, he found himself in an opulent chamber. Cowering in the corner was a group of richly dressed civilians, clearly members of the city's elite. For a moment, Bjorn stood frozen, his sword dripping blood onto the expensive carpets. These were not warriors or guards, but frightened men, women, and children. The battle haze lifted from his mind, and he was struck by a sudden uncomfortable realization of the human cost of their raids. "Please," one of the men begged in accented Norse, "spare our lives. Take what you want, but show mercy." Bjorn's mind raced. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. Raiders took what they wanted and left, unconcerned with the aftermath. But as he looked into the terrified eyes of the children, he felt something shift within him. "You," he pointed to the man who had spoken. "Get your people out of the city. Head for the hills and don't look back. Anyone who surrenders will be spared." The man's eyes widened in disbelief. "Thank you, noble warrior. May your God smile upon you." As the civilians fled, Bjorn turned his attention to the wealth around him. Gold, silver, and precious gems littered the chamber. It was more riches than he had ever seen in one place. But somehow, the victory felt hollow. Outside, the sounds of battle were dying down. Bjorn emerged from the building to find Hakon overseeing the loading of plunder onto their ships. "Ah, there you are," Hakon boomed. "We've taken a king's ransom and gold and slaves. This raid will be remembered in sagas for generations." Bjorn's jaw tightened at the mention of slaves. "Release the captives, Hakon. We take the gold and goods, but no slaves." Hakon's bushy eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Have you lost your mind, boy? Slaves are half the profit in a raid like this." "I said release them," Bjorn repeated, his voice hard as iron. "That's an order." For a tense moment it seemed Hakon might argue further, but something in Bjorn's eyes made him reconsider. With a grunt of disapproval, he went to carry out the command. As the Vikings prepared to depart, laden with treasure, Bjorn noticed a commotion near one of the ships. Astrid the Seer was arguing heatedly with a group of warriors. "What's going on here?" Bjorn demanded as he approached. One of the warriors, a man named Eric, stepped forward. This witch, he spat, says we must leave behind the golden idol we took from the temple, says it's cursed and will bring doom upon us all. Bjorn turned to Astrid, whose violet eyes were blazing with an inner fire. Is this true? Astrid nodded gravely. I have seen it in the flames. Bjorn Ironside. That idol holds a power we do not understand. To take it would be to invite destruction upon ourselves. Eric scoffed. Superstitious nonsense. Gold is gold, cursed or not. Bjorn studied the idol. A grotesque figure with gemstone eyes that seemed to stare right through him. He felt a chill run down his spine despite the growing heat of the day. Leave it, he ordered. We have more than enough wealth without risking a curse. Eric's face contorted with anger. You've gone soft, Ironside. First the slaves, now this? Your father would be ashamed. Before anyone could react, Eric had drawn his sword. With a roar of defiance, he charged at Bjorn, blade raised high. Time seemed to slow. Bjorn saw the attack coming, but held his ground. At the last possible moment, he sidestepped, allowing Eric's momentum to carry him past. With a swift, precise movement, Bjorn brought the pommel of his sword crashing down on the back of Eric's head. The would-be mutineer crumpled to the ground, unconscious. A hush fell over the assembled Vikings. Bjorn's voice, when he spoke, was cold and clear. Let this be a lesson. I am your leader, chosen by the gods themselves. Question me again, and you'll answer to Odin in person. Now back to the ships. We leave this place. As they sailed away from the smoldering city, Bjorn stood at the stern of his ship, lost in thought. The raid had been a success by any measure. Their holds were bursting with plunder, but the taste of victory was bitter in his mouth. Astrid approached, her white hair whipping in the sea breeze. You did well today, Bjorn Ironside. You showed mercy where others would have shown only cruelty. Bjorn sighed heavily. Did I? Or have I shown weakness that will be our undoing? Astrid placed a comforting hand on his arm. The path of a true leader is never easy. You must forge your own way, balancing the old ways with the wisdom to know when change is needed. As the Spanish coast faded into the distance, Bjorn felt the weight of leadership pressing down upon him more heavily than ever. He had won a great victory today, but at what cost? The wealth they had gained seemed to pale in comparison to the moral quandaries that now plagued him. What now? He murmured, more to himself than to Astrid. The seer's eyes took on a distant look, as if peering into futures yet to unfold. Now, Bjorn Ironside, we sail into waters both literal and figurative. The greatest challenges and the greatest rewards still lie ahead. But beware, for the gods are watching, and they do not suffer the weak or the foolish. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Bjorn Ironside, son of Ragnar Lodbrok, felt himself standing at a crossroads. The old Viking ways called to him, singing songs of glory and plunder. But a new path was opening before him, one that promised something more than mere riches. With a deep breath, he made his decision. Set course for Carthage, he commanded. It's time we sought more than just gold. It's time we carved our names into the very bedrock of history. The fleet turned eastward, towards new horizons and untold adventures. The wolf of the Mediterranean had tasted blood, but now he hungered for something greater, a legacy that would echo through the ages. The Mediterranean sun beat down mercilessly on the Viking fleet as they approached a small uncharted island. Weeks had passed since their raid on Algeciras, and the journey towards Carthage had been fraught with challenges. Storms, hostile ships, and dwindling supplies had tested the resolve of even the hardiest warriors. Bjorn Ironside stood at the prow of his longship, his eyes fixed on the mysterious landmass before them. The island seemed to shimmer in the heat haze, its lush green forests and pristine beaches a stark contrast to the endless blue of the sea. What do you make of it, Hakon? Bjorn asked as the grizzled Jarl joined him. Hakon squinted against the glare. I don't like it, lad. There's something unnatural about this place. No island should appear where our maps show only open water. Astrid the seer approached, her violet eyes wide with a mixture of wonder and apprehension. "This is no ordinary island," she whispered. "I sense great power here, and great danger." Bjorn weighed their options. Their supplies were running low, and the men were growing restless. The promise of fresh water and game was tempting, but Astrid's warning couldn't be ignored. "We'll send a small party ashore," Bjorn decided. "I'll lead it myself. Håkon, you're in command of the fleet while I'm gone." As they prepared to lower the boats, a haunting melody drifted across the water. The song was unlike anything Bjorn had ever heard, beautiful beyond description, yet tinged with an otherworldly sadness that tugged at his very soul. "By Odin's eye," one of the warriors gasped. "What is that sound?" Astrid's face had gone pale. "Sirens," she breathed. "The legends speak of their enchanting songs luring sailors to their doom." Bjorn felt a chill run down his spine despite the oppressive heat. He'd heard tales of such creatures in the myths of other lands, but had always dismissed them as mere stories. "Cover your ears," he commanded. "No one is to listen to that song." But it was too late. All around him, Bjorn saw his men falling under the spell of the ethereal music. Even Håkon, stalwart as he was, had a glazed look in his eyes. "Håkon!" Bjorn shouted, shaking the older man. "Snap out of it." For a moment, Håkon's eyes cleared. "Bjorn, what's happening?" "We're under attack," Bjorn growled. "Some kind of magic. We need to—" His words were cut short as a new voice joined the siren's song, a voice he recognized all too well. "My son," it called, rich and strong. "My brave, ambitious boy. Come to me." Bjorn's heart clenched. "Father," he whispered. There, standing on the beach of the island, was the unmistakable figure of Ragnar Lodbrok. He looked just as Bjorn remembered him, tall, proud, with eyes that burned with the fire of adventure. "It can't be," Astrid hissed, gripping Bjorn's arm. "Your father is dead, Bjorn. This is an illusion." But Bjorn barely heard her. The siren's song filled his mind, clouding his thoughts. All he could focus on was the image of his father, beckoning him to shore. With a strength born of desperation, Astrid slapped Bjorn hard across the face. The sharp pain cut through the magical haze, bringing him back to his senses. "Thank you," he gasped, shaking his head to clear the last of the enchantment. Astrid's eyes blazed with determination. "We must act quickly, Bjorn Ironside. The siren's power grows stronger by the moment." Bjorn nodded, his mind racing. "We can't fight what we can't see or touch. We need to draw them out, force them to reveal themselves." A plan formed in his mind. Dangerous, perhaps suicidal, but their only chance. Bjorn turned to Astrid, his voice low and urgent. "Can you counter their magic? Give us a chance to fight?" Astrid hesitated, then nodded slowly. "I can try, but it will take all of my power. I may not be able to protect myself." "Then I'll protect you," Bjorn vowed. He turned to the few warriors who had managed to resist the siren's call. "Prepare for battle. We go ashore." As they rowed towards the island, Bjorn could see more figures appearing on the beach. Loved ones, friends, and legendary heroes, all calling out to the enthralled Vikings. His father's image stood at the forefront, arms outstretched in welcome. "Stay strong," Bjorn shouted to his men. "Remember who you are. Remember why we're here." The moment their boats touched the sand, Astrid began to chant, her voice rising in a counterpoint to the siren's song. A shimmering barrier seemed to form around them, dulling the effects of the enchantment. Bjorn charged forward, his sword drawn. As he approached the image of his father, it flickered and changed, revealing its true form, a creature of haunting beauty and terrible power, with eyes that burned with an ancient hunger. "You dare resist us?" the siren hissed, its voice a twisted version of Ragnar's. "We offer you your heart's desire, and you repay us with violence?" Bjorn's grip tightened on his sword. "You offer lies and illusions. I'll take hard truth over beautiful deceptions any day." With a roar, he swung his blade. The siren dodged with inhuman speed, its form shifting and blurring. All around them, the battle was joined as the Vikings fought against the creatures they had once perceived as their deepest desires. Astrid's chanting grew louder, and Bjorn felt strength flowing into him. He pressed his attack, driving the siren back step by step, but for every blow he landed, the creature seemed to grow stronger, feeding off the desperation and desire of the men around them. "You cannot win, son of Ragnar," the siren taunted. "We are as old as the sea itself. Your mortal weapons cannot harm us." Bjorn's mind raced, searching for a solution. Then, in a moment of clarity, he remembered Astrid's words from what seemed like a lifetime ago. "The greatest power lies not in strength of arms, but in strength of will." Understanding dawned. Bjorn lowered his sword and closed his eyes, focusing all his concentration on one thought: the truth of who he was and what he sought. "I am Bjorn Ironside," he declared, his voice ringing with conviction. "Son of Ragnar, yes, but my own man. I seek not the shadows of the past, but the promise of the future. Your illusions have no power over me." A shriek of fury and pain erupted from the siren. Bjorn opened his eyes to see the creature writhing, its form dissolving like mist in the morning sun. All around the beach, similar scenes were playing out. As each Viking found the strength to reject the siren's false promises, the creatures weakened and faded. In a matter of moments, it was over. The sirens vanished, leaving behind only the sound of waves lapping at the shore and the ragged breathing of exhausted warriors. Bjorn turned to find Astrid swaying on her feet, drained by the magical battle. He caught her before she could fall, supporting her weight. "You did it," she murmured, a weak smile on her face. "You found the truth within yourself." "We did it," Bjorn corrected her. "I couldn't have done it without you." As they made their way back to the ships, Håkon approached, his face a mask of shame and regret. "Bjorn, I'm sorry. I should have been stronger." Bjorn clasped the older man's shoulder. "We all faced our demons today, Håkon. What matters is that we overcame them. Together." The journey back to the fleet was subdued, each man lost in thought about the visions they had seen and the truths they had been forced to confront. As they prepared to set sail once more, Bjorn gathered his warriors around him. "Today, we faced an enemy unlike any we've encountered before," he began. "We were tested not in strength of arms, but in strength of spirit, and we prevailed." A cheer went up from the assembled Vikings, their spirits buoyed by their victory. "But let this be a lesson to us all," Bjorn continued, his voice carrying across the water. "The greatest dangers we face are not always external. Sometimes the most perilous battles are fought within our own hearts." As the island faded into the distance behind them, Bjorn felt a profound sense of change settling over him. They had set out as raiders and adventurers, seeking gold and glory. But now, he realized, they were on a journey of transformation, not just of the lands they visited, but of themselves. The wolf of the Mediterranean had faced the siren's call and emerged stronger for it. Whatever challenges lay ahead on their path to Carthage, Bjorn Ironside knew that he and his warriors were ready to face them, not just with steel and strength, but with the unshakable power of their own truth. The eternal city of Rome loomed before them, its ancient walls and towering monuments, a testament to centuries of power and glory. Bjorn Ironside stood at the helm of his longship, his eyes drinking in the sight that had captivated conquerors and pilgrims alike for generations. "By Thor's hammer," Håkon breathed beside him. "I never thought I'd see the day when Vikings sailed up the Tiber." Bjorn nodded, his face a mask of determination. "Remember, we're not here as raiders this time. We're merchants, seeking trade and information." The plan was as daring as it was dangerous. Disguised as traders from the north, Bjorn and a select group of his most trusted warriors would infiltrate Rome itself, seeking information about the treasures of Carthage and the defenses of the Mediterranean coast. As they approached the city's river port, Astrid joined them, her white hair hidden beneath a modest headscarf. "The air here is thick with power," she murmured. "Old gods and new, all vying for supremacy. We must tread carefully. Bjorn felt a shiver run down his spine despite the warm Italian sun. He had faced sirens and sea monsters. But somehow, the thought of navigating the political intrigues of Rome seemed even more daunting. The small Viking contingent disembarked, their weapons carefully hidden beneath traders' cloaks. Bjorn had spent weeks drilling them on their cover story and the basics of Latin, but he still felt woefully unprepared as they approached the city gates. A bored-looking guard held up a hand. "Halt! State your business in Rome." Bjorn stepped forward, forcing his face into a friendly smile. "We are humble merchants from the north, seeking to trade our wares and pay homage to your great city." The guard's eyes narrowed suspiciously, but after a tense moment he waved them through. "Keep to the merchant quarter and cause no trouble," he warned. As they entered the city, Bjorn felt as though he had stepped into another world. The streets were a chaotic mix of opulence and squalor, with marble palaces rising above crowded tenements. The air was thick with the scent of spices, unwashed bodies, and incense from countless temples. "Spread out," Bjorn instructed his men in a low voice. "Keep your ears open for any talk of Carthage or coastal defenses. Meet back at the inn at sundown." As the group dispersed, Bjorn, Håkon, and Astrid made their way towards the heart of the city. Their goal was an audience with a corrupt Roman official, who, according to their intelligence, might be willing to sell valuable information. "I don't like this, Bjorn," Håkon grumbled as they navigated the crowded streets. "We're Vikings. We should be taking what we want by force, not skulking about like thieves." Bjorn shot him a warning glance. "And how long would we last against the full might of Rome? No, old friend. Sometimes the pen, or in this case the whispered word, is mightier than the sword." As they turned a corner, they found themselves face to face with a procession of Christian priests, led by a figure in ornate robes. The crowd around them fell to their knees in reverence. Astrid tugged at Bjorn's sleeve. "Kneel," she hissed. "It's the Pope himself." Bjorn hesitated for a moment, his Viking pride warring with the need for secrecy. But as the Pope's piercing gaze fell upon him, he slowly sank to one knee, his companions following suit. The Pope paused before them, his eyes studying Bjorn with an intensity that seemed to peer into his very soul. "Rise, my children," he said in accented Norse that made Bjorn's blood run cold. "God's blessings upon you, wherever you may have come from." As the procession moved on, Bjorn exchanged worried glances with Håkon and Astrid. Their cover was more precarious than they had realized. Finally, they reached their destination, a nondescript building near the Forum. Inside, they were led to a dimly lit room where a corpulent man in a sweat-stained toga lounged on a couch. The traders from the north," the man said, his voice oily with false charm. "I am Lucius Petronius. I hear you seek information." Bjorn stepped forward, forcing himself to play the role of an eager merchant. "Indeed, noble Petronius. We've heard tales of the great wealth of Carthage and wish to expand our trading routes." Petronius's eyes glittered with greed. "Information is a valuable commodity, my friend. What do you offer in exchange?" Bjorn produced a small pouch, letting the clink of gold coins fill the air. Petronius licked his lips, but then paused, a cunning look crossing his face. "Gold is good, but I require something more. Unique. I hear you Northmen possess items of great mystical power. Perhaps a token of your pagan gods?" Bjorn felt Astrid stiffen beside him. They had brought no such items, and to promise one would be a dangerous lie. Thinking quickly, Bjorn reached into his tunic and produced a small, rune-covered stone, a simple good luck charm he had carried since childhood. "This stone," he said, infusing his voice with mystery, "is said to have been blessed by Odin himself. It grants wisdom to its bearer." Petronius's eyes widened with desire. Yes, this will do nicely. Now, about Carthage." For the next hour, The Roman official regaled them with information about the defenses of Carthage, the movements of Byzantine and Arab fleets, and the political tensions simmering throughout the Mediterranean. As they left the building, Bjorn's mind was reeling from the wealth of information they had acquired, but their success was short-lived. "You there, stop," a voice called out. They turned to see a contingent of Roman guards approaching, led by the same guard who had admitted them to the city. "I knew there was something off about you," the guard sneered. "No simple merchants would seek audience with the likes of Petronius. You're spies." Bjorn's hand instinctively went to his hidden sword, but Håkon stopped him. They were outnumbered and in the heart of enemy territory. "Run!" Håkon roared, shoving Bjorn and Astrid down a narrow alleyway. What followed was a heart-pounding chase through the labyrinthine streets of Rome. Bjorn's Viking warriors, alerted by the commotion, created diversions to throw off their pursuers. They ducked through crowded marketplaces, scaled walls, and at one point, even dashed through a bathhouse, leaving chaos in their wake. As they neared the city gates, Bjorn realized with a sinking heart that they were cut off. Roman soldiers were forming a blockade, their spears glinting in the fading sunlight. "We'll have to fight our way out," Håkon growled, drawing his hidden axe. But before they could launch a suicidal charge, Astrid stepped forward, her eyes blazing with an inner fire. She began to chant in a language Bjorn didn't recognize, her voice rising to a crescendo. Suddenly, a thick, unnatural fog began to roll in from the Tiber, enveloping the streets in an impenetrable gray shroud. "Now!" Astrid cried. While they're blinded, they raced through the fog, relying on Astrid's mystical guidance to navigate the confusion. Behind them, they could hear shouts of alarm and the clang of soldiers colliding in the mist. By the time they reached their ships, night had fallen. The Viking fleet wasted no time in casting off, rowing with all their might down the Tiber and towards the open sea. As the lights of Rome faded behind them, Bjorn allowed himself a moment to catch his breath. They had escaped by the skin of their teeth, but the information they had gained could prove invaluable. "That was too close," Håkon panted, still gripping his axe tightly. Bjorn nodded grimly. "But worth the risk. We now know more about our target than ever before." Astrid, exhausted from her magical exertion, managed a weak smile. "We've seen the heart of the Christian world, Bjorn Ironside. How does it compare to the tales?" Bjorn was quiet for a long moment, remembering the grandeur and the squalor, the power and the corruption he had witnessed. "Rome is a city of contrasts," he said finally. "Great beauty and terrible ugliness, profound wisdom and utter foolishness. In many ways, it's not so different from our own world." As they sailed into the night, Bjorn's mind was already racing ahead to their next challenge. They had the information they needed, but using it to conquer Carthage would be a task unlike any they had faced before. The wolf of the Mediterranean had infiltrated the very heart of Christendom and emerged unscathed. But as Bjorn gazed at the stars overhead, he couldn't shake the feeling that their greatest trials still lay ahead. The game of empires was dangerous, and they were no longer just players. They were quickly becoming pieces on a board that spanned the known world. The scorching North African sun beat down mercilessly on the Viking longships as they approached the coast of modern-day Tunisia. Bjorn Ironside stood at the prow of his vessel, his eyes squinting against the glare as he surveyed the alien landscape before them. Gone were the lush forests and cool fjords of his homeland. In their place stretched an endless expanse of golden sand and rocky outcroppings. "By Odin's eye," Håkon muttered beside him, wiping sweat from his brow. "This place is trying to kill us before we even set foot on land." Bjorn nodded grimly. "The heat is our first enemy here. We'll need to be careful with our water supplies." As they neared the shore, Bjorn could see the ruins of ancient watchtowers dotting the coastline. The information they had gathered in Rome had led them to this specific stretch of beach, supposedly the weakest point in Carthage's coastal defenses. "Remember," Bjorn called out to his warriors as they prepared to make landfall, "we're not here to raid. Our goal is to gather intelligence and find a way into the city itself. The longships ground to a halt on the sandy beach and the Vikings poured out, immediately feeling the full brunt of the desert heat. Bjorn organized his men into scouting parties, sending them out to secure the immediate area and search for any signs of fresh water. Astrid approached him, her white hair now covered by a light cloth to protect against the sun. "There's a strange energy in this land, Bjorn," she said, her violet eyes scanning the horizon. "Old magic, buried beneath the sands. We must be cautious." Bjorn was about to respond when a shout came from one of the scouting parties. "Riders approaching from the east." In a flurry of activity, the Vikings formed a defensive position, shields interlocking as they prepared for a potential attack. Bjorn strained his eyes against the heat haze, finally making out a group of mounted warriors cresting a nearby dune. To his surprise, the riders didn't immediately attack. Instead, they reined in their horses a short distance away, and one figure dismounted, approaching on foot with hands raised in a gesture of peace. "Hold!" Bjorn commanded his men, stepping forward to meet the stranger. The man who approached was unlike anyone Bjorn had ever seen. His skin was dark and weathered by the sun, his eyes sharp and intelligent beneath a turban. He wore flowing robes of a light, breathable fabric that seemed to defy the heat. "I am Yusuf ibn Hassan," the man said in accented but understandable Norse. "Leader of the Banu Hilal tribe, and you, pale warriors from the north, are far from home." Bjorn's mind raced. How did this desert dweller know their language? Deciding that honesty, or at least a version of it, was the best policy, he replied, "I am Bjorn Ironside. We come seeking knowledge of this land and its people." Yusuf's eyes narrowed slightly. "Knowledge, you say? Not gold or slaves?" "Knowledge is the greatest treasure," Bjorn countered, remembering a saying Astrid had once told him. A small smile played at the corners of Yusuf's mouth. "Well spoken, Bjorn Ironside. Perhaps you are not the mindless raiders our coastal brothers warned us about." He gestured to the vast desert behind him. "Come, share a meal with us and we shall exchange knowledge." Bjorn conferred quickly with Håkon and Astrid. It could be a trap, but they desperately needed information and guidance in this harsh land. "We accept your hospitality," Bjorn finally said, "but know that any treachery will be met with the full fury of the north." Yusuf laughed, a surprisingly warm sound. "I would expect nothing less from the wolves of the sea. Come, let us leave this heat and find shade." The Vikings followed Yusuf and his men across the dunes, the shifting sands making every step a challenge. After what felt like hours, they crested a hill to find a hidden oasis nestled in a rocky valley. Tents of various sizes were arranged around a central well, with children playing and women going about their daily tasks. As they entered the camp, Bjorn could feel the curious and sometimes hostile stares of the tribe members. Clearly, pale-skinned, heavily armed Norsemen were not a common sight in these parts. Yusuf led them to a large tent at the center of the camp. Inside, cushions were arranged around a low table laden with unfamiliar foods and a steaming pot of fragrant tea. "Sit, eat, drink," Yusuf invited them. "The desert teaches us that hospitality is sacred, even to potential enemies," he added with a wry smile. As they settled in, Bjorn found himself fascinated by the strange flavors and textures of the Berber cuisine. Spiced meats, sweet fruits, and nutty grains were a far cry from the salted fish and hearty stews of his homeland. As the meal progressed, Yusuf began to speak of the land and its history. He told tales of ancient Carthage, of its glory days and its eventual fall to the Romans. He spoke of the Byzantine Empire's weakening grip on the region and the rising power of the Arab caliphates. "And now," Yusuf said, fixing Bjorn with a penetrating gaze, "Norse warriors appear on our shores. The world is changing, Bjorn Ironside. Old powers fade, and new ones rise to take their place." Bjorn leaned forward, his interest piqued. "You seem to know much about us, Yusuf ibn Hassan." How is it that a Berber chieftain speaks our tongue and knows of our coming? Yusuf's eyes twinkled with amusement. The desert may seem empty to your eyes, but it is full of whispers for those who know how to listen. News travels fast, especially news of pale giants and dragon-headed ships. Suddenly, a commotion outside the tent interrupted their conversation. A young warrior burst in, his face etched with panic. "Sandstorm approaching, my chief. A big one." Yusuf's demeanor changed instantly from relaxed host to commanding leader. "Quickly, we must secure the camp. Bjorn, you and your men must come with us. No one survives their first sandstorm without guidance." The next few minutes were a blur of activity. The Berbers moved with practiced efficiency, securing tents, covering water sources, and gathering livestock. Bjorn and his Vikings found themselves caught up in the frenzy, following orders they barely understood. As the wind began to pick up, carrying the first stinging grains of sand, Yusuf led them to a sturdy stone structure built into the side of a cliff. "In here," he shouted over the rising gale. "It's our shelter for the worst storms." They piled in just as the full fury of the sandstorm hit. The world outside disappeared, replaced by a howling, swirling vortex of sand and wind. Inside the shelter, lit only by a few sputtering lamps, Vikings and Berbers huddled together, united in their fight against nature's wrath. Hours passed, though it was impossible to tell time in the eternal twilight of the shelter. Bjorn found himself seated next to Yusuf, both leaders watching over their respective people. "Your men handle themselves well in a crisis," Yusuf observed. "They're more than just warriors, aren't they?" Bjorn nodded, a hint of pride in his voice. "We're explorers, traders, seekers of new horizons. The old ways of simple raiding no longer satisfy us." Yusuf was quiet for a moment, then spoke in a low voice meant only for Bjorn's ears. "You seek Carthage, do you not? Its treasures and secrets?" Bjorn stiffened, his hand instinctively moving towards his weapon. Yusuf raised a calming hand. "Peace, friend. I offer not threat but warning. The city you seek is not what it once was, but it still holds dangers. Ancient magics and modern treacheries await the unwary." "What do you know of it?" Bjorn asked, his curiosity overcoming his caution. Yusuf's eyes took on a distant look. "There are tales, passed down through generations, of a great treasure hidden beneath the city, a source of power that even the Romans could not fully comprehend. But it is guarded by more than just men with spears, Bjorn Ironside. The very sands themselves may rise against those who seek it." Before Bjorn could press for more information, a change in the storm's sound caught their attention. The howling wind was dying down, replaced by an eerie silence. "It's passing," Yusuf announced, standing up. "Come, let us see what the desert has left us." As they emerged from the shelter, Bjorn was struck by how the landscape had changed. Dunes had shifted, revealing half-buried ruins that hadn't been visible before. The oasis itself seemed largely intact, protected by the natural bowl of the valley, but the world beyond was transformed. "The desert gives and takes as it pleases," Yusuf said, noting Bjorn's awe. "Today, it has given you a gift, I think. Look there." He pointed to a newly uncovered stone structure some distance from the camp. Even from afar, Bjorn could make out the faint outline of a carving, a symbol he recognized from the information they had gathered in Rome. "A signpost," Bjorn breathed, "pointing the way to Carthage." Yusuf nodded solemnly. "The sands have revealed your path, Bjorn Ironside. But remember my warning. The treasure you seek comes with a heavy price." As the Vikings prepared to depart, restocking their water supplies and gathering what information they could from the Berbers, Bjorn found himself filled with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. They were close now, so close to their goal. But the desert had shown them its power, and Yusuf's warnings echoed in his mind. The wolf of the Mediterranean had survived the desert's embrace, but greater challenges lay ahead. As they set out towards the fabled city of Carthage, Bjorn Ironside knew that the true test of their strength, cunning, and unity was yet to come. The ancient ruins of Carthage loomed before them, a haunting reminder of a once great civilization now reduced to weathered stone and whispered legends. Bjorn Ironside stood atop a sandy hill, his keen eyes scanning the sprawling remains of the city. The sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, casting long shadows across the crumbling columns and half-buried amphitheaters. By Thor's hammer, Håkon breathed beside him. It's even more impressive than the stories told. Bjorn nodded, his face set in grim determination. And more dangerous. The Arabs control the port and what's left of the city. We'll need to move carefully. Their journey from the Berber oasis had been arduous, filled with scorching days and freezing nights. But now, finally, they stood on the threshold of their ultimate goal. Astrid approached, her violet eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. The air here is thick with echoes of the past, Bjorn. I can feel the weight of centuries pressing down upon us. As darkness fell, Bjorn gathered his most trusted warriors for a final briefing. Their plan was daring, perhaps even foolhardy, but it was their best chance at uncovering the treasure that had led them across the Mediterranean. Remember, Bjorn said in a low voice, we're not here to fight unless absolutely necessary. Our goal is to find the hidden chamber beneath the old temple complex. Get in, find what we came for, and get out before the city guard realizes we're here. The Vikings moved like shadows through the ruins, their years of raiding experience serving them well in the unfamiliar terrain. As they neared the heart of the old city, they could see torches and hear the voices of the Arab patrols. Suddenly, Astrid gripped Bjorn's arm, her face pale in the moonlight. Wait, she hissed. There's something old awakening. Can you feel it? Before Bjorn could respond, a low rumble shook the ground beneath their feet. Dust and small stones shifted around them, as if the very earth was coming alive. What in Odin's name was that? Håkon growled, his hand tightening on his axe. A warning, Astrid whispered. The guardians of this place know we're here. Pushing aside his unease, Bjorn pressed on. They navigated through a maze of narrow streets and collapsed buildings, relying on the ancient map they had obtained in Rome. Finally, they reached a nondescript mound of rubble that, according to their information, concealed the entrance to the hidden chamber. Here, Bjorn said, running his hand along the weathered stone. There should be a mechanism. Ah! With a grinding sound, a section of the rubble shifted, revealing a dark passage leading down into the earth. The air that wafted up was stale and carried the scent of age and forgotten secrets. By the gods, one of the warriors muttered. It's real. The hidden chamber of Carthage. Bjorn lit a torch and led the way into the darkness. The passage was narrow and winding, forcing them to proceed in single file. Ancient carvings covered the walls, depicting scenes of battle, ritual, and what appeared to be a great source of power. As they descended deeper, the air grew thicker and harder to breathe. Strange sounds echoed in the darkness, whispers in long-dead languages and the skittering of unseen creatures. Finally, the passage opened up into a vast underground chamber. Bjorn's torch illuminated towering statues of forgotten gods and piles of artifacts from a dozen different cultures. Spread out, Bjorn ordered. Look for anything that matches the descriptions from our sources. But be careful. Don't touch anything unless you're sure it's safe. The Vikings began to search the chamber, their torchlight casting eerie shadows on the ancient treasures. Bjorn's heart raced with excitement and trepidation. They were so close to their goal, but every instinct told him that danger lurked in the shadows. Suddenly, a shout rang out from across the chamber. Bjorn, over here! He rushed over to find one of his men standing before a raised dais. Upon it sat an object that seemed to glow with an inner light. A small, intricately carved box that pulsed with power. This is it, Bjorn breathed. The artifact we've been searching for. As he reached out to take it, Astrid's voice cut through the air like a knife. Bjorn, no, it's protected by... Her warning came too late. The moment Bjorn's fingers touched the box, a blinding flash of light erupted from it. The ground began to shake violently, and the sound of crumbling stone filled the air. "It's a trap!" Håkon roared. "The whole place is coming down!" Bjorn snatched the box, ignoring the searing pain in his hand, and shouted to his men, "Run! Back to the surface!" What followed was a desperate race against time. The Vikings sprinted through the collapsing passage, dodging falling debris and leaping over widening cracks in the floor. The very walls seemed to come alive, ancient mechanisms triggering deadly traps that claimed the lives of two warriors before they could react. As they neared the exit, a massive stone block crashed down, nearly crushing Astrid. Bjorn pulled her to safety at the last second, feeling the rush of air as the block smashed into the ground where she had been standing. They burst out into the open air just as the entrance collapsed behind them, sending up a plume of dust and debris. But their ordeal was far from over. The commotion had alerted the Arab guards, and shouts of alarm could be heard throughout the ruins. "To the ships!" Bjorn commanded, clutching the artifact to his chest. "We've got what we came for." The Vikings raced through the moonlit ruins, their pursuers close behind. Arrows whistled past their heads, and the clash of steel rang out as they engaged in brief, fierce skirmishes with the guards who managed to catch up. As they neared the beach where their longships were hidden, Bjorn realized with a sinking heart that they were cut off. A large contingent of Arab warriors blocked their path, led by a figure in ornate armor. "Surrender, infidels," the leader called out in accented Norse. "You have defiled sacred ground and stolen that which does not belong to you. There is no escape." Bjorn's mind raced, searching for a way out. They were outnumbered and exhausted from their underground ordeal. Fighting their way through seemed impossible. It was then that Astrid stepped forward, her eyes blazing with an inner fire. "Bjorn," she said urgently, "the artifact, its power. I think I can channel it, but the cost may be high." Bjorn hesitated for only a moment before handing her the box. "Do what you must, Astrid. Save our people." Astrid took the artifact and began to chant in a language that seemed to shake the very air around them. The box began to glow brighter and brighter until it was painful to look at directly. Suddenly, a massive sandstorm materialized out of nowhere, engulfing the Arab forces in a whirlwind of choking dust and debris. Screams of confusion and terror filled the air as the unnatural storm raged. "Now!" Bjorn shouted. "To the ships!" The Vikings raced through the storm, somehow unaffected by its fury. They reached their longships and pushed off from shore just as the sandstorm began to dissipate. As they rowed with all their might towards the open sea, Bjorn turned to check on Astrid. She lay crumpled on the deck, the artifact still clutched in her hands. Her skin was pale, and a trickle of blood ran from her nose. "Astrid!" Bjorn cried, gathering her in his arms. "What's wrong? What did it cost you?" Her eyes fluttered open, unfocused and distant. "The power. It's too much for a mortal to wield. Bjorn, you must be careful. This artifact, it's more dangerous than we ever imagined." As the shores of Carthage faded into the distance, Bjorn felt a mixture of triumph and dread. They had achieved their goal, but at what cost? The artifact they had sought for so long now felt like a burning coal in his hands, filled with potential, but also terrible danger. Håkon approached, his face grave. "What now, Bjorn? We have the treasure of Carthage, but it seems the real battle has only just begun." Bjorn looked out at the horizon, where the first light of dawn was beginning to break. The wolf of the Mediterranean had claimed his prize, but the echoes of Carthage would follow them across the sea. Whatever power the artifact held, whatever challenges lay ahead, Bjorn Ironside knew that the fate of his people, and perhaps the entire known world, now rested in his hands. "Now," he said, his voice filled with determination, "we sail for home, and pray to the gods that we're ready for what comes next." The Mediterranean waves lapped against the hulls of the Viking longships as they made their way northward, laden with the treasures of Carthage. It had been 3 days since their daring escape, and the initial elation of success had given way to a tense, uneasy quiet. Bjorn Ironside stood at the prow of the lead ship, his eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of pursuit. The weight of the artifact, safely stowed in a lead-lined box below deck, seemed to press on his mind even from a distance. "How is she?" Bjorn asked as Håkon approached, his grizzled face etched with concern. The old warrior shook his head grimly. "No change. Astrid hasn't woken since we left Carthage. Whatever that thing did to her, it's beyond my skill to heal." Bjorn's jaw tightened. The cost of their victory was proving higher than he had ever imagined. "And the men?" Håkon's eyes darted around the ship before he leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Restless, frightened. There's talk of curses and angry gods. Some are beginning to question whether this quest was worth it." Before Bjorn could respond, a shout came from the lookout. "Sail! 3 ships approaching fast from the east." In an instant, the deck was a flurry of activity. Warriors grabbed their weapons and took up defensive positions along the gunwales. Bjorn squinted against the glare of the sun, trying to make out the approaching vessels. "Byzantine Dromon warships," he growled. "They must have been alerted by the Arabs. Prepare for battle." As the enemy ships drew closer, their superior speed becoming evident, Bjorn's mind raced through their options. Their longships were faster in coastal waters, but here in the open sea, laden with treasure and weary from their ordeal, they were at a distinct disadvantage. Suddenly, a commotion broke out on one of the other Viking ships. To Bjorn's horror, he saw a group of warriors led by Eric the Red, one of his most trusted lieutenants, raising a white flag of surrender. "What in Odin's name are they doing?" Håkon roared. Bjorn's blood ran cold as realization dawned. "It's not surrender," he said, his voice tight with anger. "It's betrayal." As if to confirm his words, Eric's voice carried across the water. "Bjorn Ironside, your mad quest has led us to ruin. We will not die for your ambition or your cursed treasure. Men, it's time to choose. Death with Bjorn, or life with me." To Bjorn's dismay, he saw warriors on several ships hesitating, clearly torn between loyalty and self-preservation. The Byzantine ships were closing in fast, their decks bristling with archers and armored soldiers. "Hold fast," Bjorn shouted, his voice ringing with authority. "We are Vikings. We do not bend to fear or treachery. Stand with me, and I swear by all the gods that we will see our homes again." For a moment, it seemed his words had the desired effect. Warriors gripped their weapons tighter, resolve hardening in their eyes. But then Eric made his move. "The artifact," he cried. "Whoever brings me Bjorn's cursed treasure will be spared the wrath of the Byzantines. A king's ransom to the man who delivers it." Chaos erupted across the fleet. On 2 of the ships, warriors turned on each other, faction fighting faction in a desperate struggle for survival and wealth. Bjorn watched in horror as years of camaraderie and shared battles dissolved into bloodshed and betrayal. "Håkon," Bjorn commanded. "Take our most loyal men and secure the artifact. I'll deal with Eric." As Håkon disappeared below deck, Bjorn turned to face the traitor's ship, which was now pulling alongside. Eric stood at the railing, a triumphant sneer on his face. "It's over, Bjorn," he called out. "Surrender the artifact and I'll ensure you're given a clean death. Resist, and I'll feed you to the Byzantine dogs piece by piece." Bjorn's response was a war cry that seemed to shake the very heavens. With a mighty leap, he crossed the gap between the ships, his sword flashing in the sunlight. He crashed into Eric's men like a storm given human form, his blade a whirlwind of death and vengeance. All around them the battle raged. The Byzantine ships had reached the fleet, raining down arrows and Greek fire. The acrid smell of smoke filled the air as one of the Viking longships erupted in flames. The screams of the dying mingled with the clash of steel and the crackle of burning wood. Bjorn fought his way through the press of bodies, his eyes locked on Eric. The traitor had drawn his own weapon, a massive battle axe that had tasted the blood of countless enemies. The 2 warriors faced each other on the blood-slicked deck, the chaos of battle swirling around them. "Why, Eric?" Bjorn demanded, his voice raw with emotion. "We've fought side by side for years. We've shared mead and victory. Why betray us now?" Eric's face twisted with a mixture of fear and avarice. You've doomed us all, Bjorn. That artifact, it's not meant for mortal hands. I saw what it did to Astrid. Better to hand it over to the Byzantines and save our skins. Their weapons met in a shower of sparks, the impact reverberating through their arms. They traded blows with the skill of seasoned warriors, each looking for an opening, a moment of weakness to exploit. You're a coward and a fool, Bjorn spat, parrying a vicious overhead strike. The artifact is too dangerous to fall into anyone's hands. We must destroy it. Eric's eyes widened in disbelief. Destroy it? Are you mad? Do you know what that treasure is worth? Their deadly dance continued, but Bjorn could see that Eric's resolve was wavering. The traitor's eyes darted towards the Byzantine ships, now fully engaged with the remaining loyal Vikings. Seizing his opportunity, Bjorn feinted left and then struck with all his might. His sword bit deep into Eric's shoulder, sending the battle axe clattering to the deck. With a roar of pain and fury, Eric stumbled backwards, losing his footing on the blood-slick planks. He fell hard, his head striking the ship's railing with a sickening crack. As Eric lay dazed and bleeding, Bjorn stood over him, sword raised for the killing blow. But before he could strike, a familiar voice rang out across the din of battle. "Bjorn! The artifact!" He turned to see Håkon emerging from below deck, the lead-lined box clutched in his arms. But something was wrong. The old warrior's face was contorted in pain, and wisps of strange, shimmering energy seemed to be seeping from the container. "It's awakening," Håkon cried. "I can hear it whispering, promising power beyond imagining." Bjorn's heart raced. He had to end this now, before the artifact's influence spread further. With a final disgusted look at the defeated Eric, he raced across the deck towards Håkon. "Give it to me," Bjorn commanded, reaching for the box. But Håkon hesitated, his eyes glazed with an unnatural light. "Think of what we could do with this power, Bjorn. We could conquer not just Carthage but Rome itself. The whole world could be ours." "That's the artifact talking, old friend," Bjorn said, his voice gentle but firm. "Remember who you are. Remember our people." For a moment, it seemed as though Håkon would resist. But then, with a great effort of will, he thrust the box into Bjorn's arms. The moment Bjorn touched it, he felt the artifact's power washing over him. Promises of glory, visions of empire, the intoxicating allure of godhood. With every ounce of his strength, Bjorn fought against the artifact's influence. He staggered to the ship's railing, the box growing heavier with each step. The Byzantine ships were closing in, their soldiers preparing to board. "Odin Allfather," Bjorn prayed, his voice barely a whisper, "give me strength." With a final, mighty effort, he hurled the box into the sea. As it hit the water, a blinding flash of light erupted, followed by a shockwave that knocked everyone off their feet. A column of water rose into the sky, shimmering with unearthly energies. When the light faded and the seas calmed, an eerie silence fell over the battlefield. Vikings and Byzantines alike stood frozen, awestruck by the display of power they had just witnessed. Bjorn rose to his feet, his voice carrying across the suddenly still waters. "It's done. The artifact is destroyed. This battle is over." As if awakening from a dream, the combatants lowered their weapons. The Byzantine commander, seeing that their prize was lost, raised a hand to halt his men. "Fall back," he ordered. "There's nothing left for us here." As the enemy ships turned and began to retreat, Bjorn surveyed the aftermath of the battle. Their fleet was battered, their numbers diminished, but they had survived. More importantly, they had kept a power too dangerous for this world out of the hands of those who would misuse it. Håkon approached, his face etched with shame and regret. "Bjorn, I'm sorry. The artifact, Bjorn clasped his old friend's shoulder. "There's nothing to forgive, Håkon. We've all been tested today, and we've all learned the price of our ambitions." As the adrenaline of battle faded, Bjorn felt a bone-deep weariness settle over him. They had won, but at what cost? His fleet was in tatters, his men divided, and the treasure they had sought for so long now lay at the bottom of the sea. Yet as he looked out at the horizon, Where the first stars were beginning to appear in the darkening sky, Bjorn Ironside felt a glimmer of hope. They had faced the greatest challenge of their lives and emerged victorious. The wolf of the Mediterranean had proven himself not just a warrior, but a leader capable of making the hard choices when it mattered most. "Set course for home," Bjorn commanded, his voice carrying the weight of all they had endured. "It's time we returned to our own waters and reflected on what we've learned." As the battered Viking fleet turned northward, Bjorn knew that their greatest adventure, and perhaps their greatest challenges, still lay ahead. But for now, with the open sea before them and the winds at their back, they were simply grateful to be alive, free, and homeward bound. The mists of the North Sea clung to the battered Viking longships as they approached the familiar fjords of Norway. Bjorn Ironside stood at the prow of the lead vessel, his eyes fixed on the shoreline he had not seen in over a year. The journey home from the Mediterranean had been long and fraught with peril, but now, finally, their odyssey was nearing its end. As they drew closer to the coast, Bjorn could make out a crowd gathering on the beach. Word of their approach had clearly spread fast. He saw faces filled with anticipation, hope, and not a little fear. After all, the fleet that returned was a mere shadow of the one that had set out so boldly many months ago. "Home," Håkon murmured beside him, his grizzled face etched with a mixture of relief and apprehension. "Though I wonder what kind of welcome awaits us." Bjorn nodded grimly. "We left as conquerors and return, well, not empty-handed, but certainly changed." As the ships beached on the familiar sand, Bjorn was the first to leap ashore. He was immediately surrounded by a throng of people, families reuniting with their loved ones, elders demanding news, and curious onlookers eager for tales of adventure. Through the crowd, Bjorn spotted a familiar face. Sigurd, his younger brother, who had been left in charge of their holdings during the expedition. Sigurd approached, his expression unreadable. "Brother," Sigurd said, clasping Bjorn's arm in greeting. "You returned to us at last, though with far fewer ships and men than when you left." Bjorn met his brother's gaze steadily. "Much has happened, Sigurd. We have seen wonders and horrors beyond imagining. But now is not the time for tales. We must see to our wounded and honor our dead." Sigurd nodded, a flicker of concern crossing his face. "And what of the great treasure you sought? The artifact that would make our people masters of the known world?" A hush fell over the crowd, all ears straining to hear Bjorn's response. He took a deep breath, knowing that his next words would shape the future of their people. "The treasure of Carthage was real," Bjorn began, his voice carrying across the beach. "We found it, fought for it, and nearly died for it. But in the end, we chose to destroy it." A murmur of disbelief and anger rippled through the crowd. Sigurd's eyes widened in shock. "Destroy it? Brother, have you lost your mind? Do you know what such power could have meant for us?" Bjorn held up a hand, silencing the growing tumult. "I know exactly what it would have meant. Destruction, madness, the end of everything we hold dear. Some powers are not meant for mortal hands, and some prizes are not worth the cost of claiming them." He turned to address the entire gathering, his voice ringing with conviction. "My people, hear me. We set out to carve our names in the annals of history, to prove ourselves the greatest warriors and explorers the world has ever known. And in that we have succeeded." Bjorn gestured to his remaining warriors, their faces weathered by sun and battle. "We have sailed farther than any Norseman before us. We have seen the eternal city of Rome, braved the scorching deserts of Africa, and plumbed the depths of ancient Carthage itself. We return not with gold and slaves, but with knowledge, experience, and a wisdom hard-won through blood and sacrifice." The crowd listened in rapt attention, hanging on his every word. Bjorn could see the mix of emotions playing across their faces: pride, disappointment, curiosity, and fear. "But our journey is not over," Bjorn continued. "In fact, it has only just begun. For in our travels, we have seen the changing tides of the world. Old empires crumble while new powers rise. The future belongs not to those who cling to the old ways of raiding and plunder, but to those who can adapt, learn, and grow. He paused, letting his words sink in. I stand before you now, not just as a warrior, but as a leader with a vision for our people. A vision of a Norse kingdom that stretches beyond these fjords, that trades and negotiates as skillfully as it fights, that becomes a power to be reckoned with in the courts of kings and caliphs alike. A voice called out from the crowd. And how do you propose we do this, Bjorn Ironside? Our strength has always been in our axes and our longships. Bjorn smiled, a fierce wolfish grin that reminded everyone of his namesake. And so it shall remain, but we will add to that strength. We will build cities to rival those of the south. We will master the arts of diplomacy and commerce. And when we next sail to foreign shores, it will not be as mere raiders, but as equals to the greatest powers of the known world. As he spoke, Bjorn could see the spark of excitement igniting in the eyes of his people. The disappointment of lost treasure was giving way to the allure of a grand new purpose. But not everyone was convinced. Sigurd stepped forward, his voice laced with skepticism. Fine words, brother. But words alone will not fill our halls with gold or our people's bellies with food. How do you intend to make this grand vision a reality? Bjorn turned to Håkon, who nodded and produced a weathered scroll from his cloak. This, Bjorn said, holding up the document, is a map unlike any our people have ever possessed. It details not just coastlines and cities, but trade routes, political alliances, and the locations of resources more valuable than gold. With this knowledge, we can plot a course to prosperity and power that does not rely solely on the edge of our blades. He handed the map to Sigurd, who unrolled it with a mixture of curiosity and awe. As the gathered crowd pressed closer to get a glimpse, excited whispers began to spread. But this is not a journey I can undertake alone, Bjorn continued. I need each and every one of you, warriors to defend our new endeavors, craftsmen to build our ships and cities, traders to navigate the complex waters of commerce, and above all, I need your trust and your courage to embrace a future that may seem strange and uncertain. A moment of silence fell over the beach as his words sank in. Then, from the back of the crowd, a voice called out, I'm with you, Bjorn Ironside, to whatever end. The shout was taken up by others, growing in volume, until it became a roar of approval that echoed off the cliffs. Bjorn felt a surge of pride and determination as he watched his people unite behind his vision. But even as the celebration began, Bjorn felt a tug on his arm. He turned to see Astrid, the seer, her face grave despite the joyous atmosphere. A word, Bjorn, she said quietly, away from the others. They walked a short distance down the beach, out of earshot of the crowd. Astrid's violet eyes seemed to pierce right through him as she spoke. You have set in motion events that will reshape the fate of nations, Bjorn Ironside. The path ahead is fraught with danger, perhaps even greater than what we faced in Carthage. Bjorn nodded solemnly. I know. But it's a risk we must take if our people are to survive and thrive in the changing world. Astrid's gaze drifted to the horizon, her voice taking on the distant quality it did when she glimpsed the threads of fate. I see great things in your future, Bjorn. A kingdom that spans seas, alliances forged in fire and blood, and a legacy that will echo through the ages. Her eyes snapped back to his, suddenly sharp and focused. But beware. The wolf you have unleashed within yourself is both your greatest strength and your gravest threat. The line between visionary and tyrant is thin, and the weight of power has crushed greater men than you. Bjorn felt a chill run down his spine despite the warmth of the day. What must I do? Astrid placed a hand on his arm, her touch surprisingly warm and reassuring. Remember who you are, Bjorn Ironside. Remember the lessons of Carthage. Let the wisdom you've gained temper the fire of your ambition, and above all, never forget that your greatest strength lies not in conquest, but in the loyalty and love of your people. With those words, she turned and walked back towards the celebration, leaving Bjorn alone with his thoughts. He stood there for a long moment, watching the sun begin to set over the fjord. painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson. The wolf of the Mediterranean had returned home, but in many ways his journey was just beginning. The challenges ahead would test not just his strength and cunning, but his very soul. As he gazed out at the vast expanse of sea and sky, Bjorn Ironside made a silent vow to himself, to his people, and to the watching gods. He would build a legacy not of conquest and plunder, but of wisdom, prosperity, and justice. He would forge a path that would lead his people into a new age, one where the Norse would be known not just for their fierce warriors, but for their brilliant minds and indomitable spirits. The sun dipped below the horizon, and Bjorn turned back to join his people. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new adventures, and the first steps towards a future brighter than any he had dared to imagine. The saga of Bjorn Ironside, the wolf of the Mediterranean, had only just begun. Eager faces turned towards their jarl. The fjord writhed under the assault of a furious storm. Lightning cracked the sky, illuminating the longhouse of Skallagrim Kveldolfsson for brief, terrifying moments. Inside, Bera Ingvarsdottir labored to bring her second child into the world, her cries of pain mingling with the howling wind. Skallagrim paced outside, his massive frame silhouetted against the tempestuous sky. His eldest son, Thorolf, only 5 years old, clung to his leg. "Father," Thorolf whimpered, "is Mother going to be all right?" Skallagrim's hand, calloused from years of wielding axe and oar, rested on his son's head. "Aye, boy, your mother is strong, stronger than this storm, stronger than most men I know." Another peal of thunder shook the earth, and Thorolf buried his face in his father's tunic. Skallagrim's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the roiling sea beyond the fjord's mouth. He muttered a prayer to Frigg, goddess of motherhood, his voice barely audible above the storm's rage. Inside the longhouse, Bera gritted her teeth, sweat pouring down her face as the midwife, Gudrun, knelt between her legs. "Push, Bera," Gudrun commanded. "I can see the head. This one's eager to meet the world." Bera bore down with all her might, a primal scream tearing from her throat. In that instant, a bolt of lightning struck so close it blinded everyone within the longhouse. The thunder that followed was deafening, and in its wake a new sound emerged, the lusty cry of a newborn. Gudrun's eyes widened as she held up the child. "By the gods, Bera, I've never seen one so large." Bera, exhausted but elated, reached for her son. As she cradled him to her breast, she gasped. The babe's eyes were open, alert, and startlingly intense for a newborn. "Skallagrim," she called, "come meet your son." The door burst open, and Skallagrim ducked to enter, Thorolf still clinging to him. The huge man's face softened as he beheld his wife and new child. "He's beautiful," Skallagrim murmured, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. He reached out a finger, which the baby grasped with surprising strength. "And strong. He'll make a fine warrior one day." Bera's smile faltered slightly. "Perhaps. But look at his eyes, husband. There's a poet's soul there, I think." Skallagrim's brow furrowed, but before he could respond, Thorolf piped up. "What shall we call him, father?" The parents exchanged a look. Skallagrim nodded to Bera, deferring to her choice. "Egil," she said softly. "We'll call him Egil." As if in response, little Egil let out another cry, so loud it seemed to momentarily drown out the storm outside. Gudrun chuckled. "He's got the lungs of a skald, that's for certain." The next day dawned clear and bright, as if the storm had never been. Word of Egil's birth spread quickly through the settlement, and visitors began to arrive to pay their respects and offer gifts to the newborn. Among them was Ingvar the Old, Bera's father and a respected elder of the community. He hobbled into the longhouse, leaning heavily on his staff. "Where's my grandson?" he called out cheerfully. "Let me see the lad who chose such a dramatic entrance into our world." Bera brought Egil to her father, who peered at the baby with rheumy eyes. His bushy eyebrows shot up in surprise. "By Odin's eye, he's a big one, isn't he? Takes after his father, I'd wager." Ingvar chuckled, then grew serious. "May I hold him?" Bera carefully placed Egil in her father's arms. The old man studied the child intently, his expression growing more troubled by the moment. "What is it, father?" Bera asked, concern creeping into her voice. Ingvar didn't respond immediately. He traced a gnarled finger along Egil's cheek, then over his brow. The baby stared back at him, unblinking. "There's a great destiny in this one," Ingvar finally said, his voice low and grave. "I see glory, and I see blood. So much blood." A chill ran down Bera's spine. "What do you mean?" Ingvar handed Egil back to his daughter. "The gods have marked this child, Bera. He will be great, yes, but greatness often comes at a terrible price." Skallagrim, who had been listening from the doorway, strode forward. "You speak in riddles, old man. What fate do you see for my son?" Ingvar turned to face Skallagrim, drawing himself up to his full height, which still only reached the younger man's chest. "I see a life of contradictions, Skallagrim. A sensitive soul trapped in a warrior's body. A poet with the rage of a berserker. Egil will bring your family great honor and great sorrow." Skallagrim's face darkened. "Enough. I'll not have you cursing my son with your dire predictions on the day of his birth." "I curse nothing," Ingvar replied calmly. "I merely see what the Norns have woven. It is not for us to unravel their tapestry." An uncomfortable silence fell over the longhouse. Bera clutched Egil tighter to her chest while Skallagrim glowered at his father-in-law. The tension was broken by Thorolf, who had been watching the exchange with wide eyes. "Father," he said, tugging at Skallagrim's tunic. "What's a berserker?" Skallagrim's expression softened as he looked down at his eldest. "A berserker is a great warrior, son. One who fights with the strength and fury of a bear." "Like you, father?" Thorolf asked, his voice filled with admiration. Skallagrim chuckled, ruffling Thorolf's hair. "Aye, like me, and perhaps like your brother one day." As the days turned to weeks, it became clear that Egil was no ordinary child. He grew at an astonishing rate, already the size of a 1-year-old by the time he was 3 months old. His appetite was voracious, and his temper fierce. One autumn evening, as the family sat around the hearth, 3-year-old Egil suddenly spoke up, his childish voice clear and strong. The fire's flames dance high, shadows leap on rough-hewn walls, family gathered close. Bera gasped, nearly dropping her sewing. Skallagrim's mug of ale froze halfway to his lips. Even Thorolf stopped playing with his wooden sword to stare at his little brother. "Egil," Bera said softly, "did you just make that up?" The toddler nodded, a serious expression on his round face. "The words came to me, mother, like music in my head." Skallagrim set down his mug with a thunk. "By Thor's hammer," he muttered, "a poet at 3. Bera beamed with pride, but her smile faded as she caught her husband's troubled expression. Later that night, after the children were asleep, she confronted him. "You're not happy about Egil's gift," she accused. Skallagrim sighed heavily. "It's not that I'm not happy, Bera, it's just, a poet's life is not an easy one. And with his size, his strength, I had hoped." "You had hoped he would follow in your footsteps," Bera finished for him. "Be a warrior, a raider." "Is that so wrong?" Skallagrim demanded. "The world is harsh, Bera. It's the strong who survive, who prosper. I would see our son prosper." Bera laid a hand on her husband's arm. "He can be both, my love, strong and sensitive, warrior and poet. Why must he choose?" Skallagrim had no answer for her. The next summer, when Egil was 4, tragedy struck. During a game of Natleikr, a rough ball game popular among the Norse, Egil's temper flared when an older boy knocked him down. In a rage that seemed to come from nowhere, Egil seized the boy's bat and brought it down on his head with all his considerable strength. The sickening crack echoed across the playing field. The other children screamed. The boy crumpled to the ground, blood pooling around his lifeless body. Skallagrim arrived on the scene to find Egil standing over the dead child, the bloodied bat still in his hands. The look in his young son's eyes chilled him to the bone. It was not the gaze of a frightened child, but the cold, assessing stare of a hardened killer. As he pulled Egil away from the gruesome scene, Skallagrim felt a complex mix of emotions: horror at what his son had done, fear of what he might become, and, buried deep beneath it all, a perverse sense of pride in Egil's strength. That night, as Bera wept and Thorolf looked on in confused fear, Skallagrim took Egil aside. "Do you understand what you did today, son?" he asked, his voice grave. Egil nodded, his face impassive. "I killed him, father. I didn't mean to, but I couldn't stop myself. I was so angry." Skallagrim closed his eyes, remembering the battle rages of his youth. "You have a fire in you, Egil, a dangerous fire. You must learn to control it, to channel it." "How, father?" Skallagrim placed his hands on Egil's shoulders, looking his son straight in the eye. "Through discipline, through training, I will teach you to be a warrior, Egil, and you will learn to unleash your rage only when it is needed." Egil nodded solemnly. "Yes, father. And my poems?" A ghost of a smile touched Skallagrim's lips. "Your poems too, son. For every drop of blood you spill, you will compose a verse to honor it. Blood and verse, Egil. That will be your way." As Skallagrim embraced his young son, he couldn't shake the memory of Ingvar's words on the day of Egil's birth. "Glory and blood," the old man had said. Looking at Egil now, Skallagrim knew with grim certainty that both prophecy and curse had begun to unfold. The saga of Egil Skallagrimsson, poet and berserker, had only just begun. The longship cut through the choppy waters of the fjord, its dragon-headed prow slicing the mist like a blade. At the helm stood Auden the Bold, his long red hair whipping in the wind, eyes fixed on the settlement ahead. Behind him, 24 warriors sat ready, their shields gleaming dully in the weak sunlight. As they approached the shore, a horn sounded from the watchtower. The people of the settlement rushed to the beach, a mix of curiosity and apprehension on their faces. Skallagrim stood at the forefront, his massive frame unmistakable. The ship ground to a halt on the pebbly beach. Auden leapt from the prow, landing with cat-like grace. He strode forward, a confident smile on his face. "Hail, people of Borgafjordur!" His voice boomed across the beach. "I am Auden, son of Thorvald, and I bring news from King Harald Fairhair." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Skallagrim stepped forward, towering over Auden. "What news, stranger? And what brings you to our shores?" Auden's smile never wavered. "King Harald sends his greetings and his decree. He names me Jarl of these lands to govern in his name and bring order to the north." The murmurs turned to shouts of protest. Skallagrim's face darkened. "We have no need of a Jarl here. We govern ourselves as we always have." "The old ways are changing, friend," Auden replied, his voice smooth as honey, but with an edge of steel beneath. "King Harald unites Norway under one crown. You can resist and be broken or adapt and prosper. The choice is yours." Before Skallagrim could respond, a woman's voice cut through the tension. "Let us hear him out, husband." The crowd parted to reveal Bera, her presence commanding respect despite her smaller stature. Beside her stood young Egil, now 7 years old but already as tall as a grown man, and Thorolf, a lanky youth of 12. Auden's eyes widened slightly at the sight of Egil, but he quickly composed himself. He bowed to Bera with a flourish. "A voice of reason. And you are, my lady?" "I am Bera Ingvarsdottir, wife of Skallagrim," she replied coolly. "And while I agree we should hear your words, do not mistake curiosity for acceptance, Auden the Bold." Auden laughed, a rich, warm sound that seemed to dispel some of the tension in the air. "Well spoken. Come, let us retire to your hall. We have much to discuss, and I'm sure your hospitality is as renowned as your beauty." As the crowd dispersed and the leaders made their way to the great hall, young Egil tugged at his mother's sleeve. "Mother, who is that man?" And why does father look so angry? Bera sighed, running a hand through her son's already unruly hair. That man may change our lives, Egil. For better or worse remains to be seen. Inside the hall, as servants rushed to bring food and drink, Auden held court. His charisma was palpable, his words painting a picture of a unified Norway, strong and prosperous under King Harald's rule. Think of the opportunities, he said, gesturing expansively. Trade routes protected, raids coordinated for maximum gain, disputes settled by a central authority, no more petty squabbles between neighbors. Skallagrim scowled. And in return, what does your king demand for these benefits? Loyalty, Auden replied simply. And taxes, of course, a small price for peace and prosperity, wouldn't you agree? The discussion continued late into the night. Egil, forbidden from the meeting but too curious to sleep, crept close to listen. He heard raised voices, his father's deep rumble contrasting with Auden's smooth tones. And then, unexpectedly, he heard a new voice, a woman's, but not his mother's. Peering through a crack in the door, Egil saw a striking woman with long dark hair and eyes that seemed to glow in the firelight. She stood beside Auden, her presence somehow both alluring and unsettling. My husband speaks truly, the woman said, her voice soft but carrying easily through the hall. I have seen it in the flames. Change comes to these lands, whether you will it or no. Better to ride the wave than be crushed beneath it. Skallagrim's voice was thick with suspicion. And who are you to make such claims? I am Astrid, wife of Auden and Völva of our people. The gods grant me visions of what is to come. A hush fell over the hall. Even Skallagrim seemed taken aback. Egil felt a shiver run down his spine. There was power in this woman, he could sense it. The debate raged on, but Egil could see the tide turning. One by one, the elders of the settlement began to nod in agreement with Auden's words. Even his father's objections grew less vehement. Finally, as the first light of dawn began to creep through the smoke hole in the roof, Skallagrim stood. The hall fell silent. Auden the Bold, he said, his voice grave. We will accept you as our Jarl in King Harald's name. But know this, we are a proud people. We will not be ruled with an iron fist. Our ways, our traditions, must be respected. Auden clasped Skallagrim's massive forearm. You have my word, friend. Together we will lead your people into a new age of prosperity. As the meeting broke up, Egil tried to slip away unnoticed, but a hand fell on his shoulder and he turned to find himself face to face with Astrid, the Völva. Curious one, aren't you? She said, a knowing smile on her lips. You have your father's strength, but your eyes speak of a different power. Egil stood his ground, meeting her gaze. What power do you see, lady? Astrid's smile widened. The power of words, young skald. And something else. Something wilder. Be careful, Egil Skallagrimsson. Your path will not be an easy one. Before Egil could respond, she was gone, sweeping away to join her husband. Egil stood there, confused and unsettled, until his mother found him and ushered him off to bed. The next few months saw great changes in Borgafjordur. Auden wasted no time in establishing his authority, but true to his word, he ruled with a relatively light hand. New laws were introduced, trade agreements were forged with neighboring settlements, and a small fort was constructed to house Auden's personal guard. Egil watched it all with keen interest. He saw how Auden's charisma won over even the most stubborn holdouts, how his wife Astrid's counsel was sought in matters both great and small, and he saw how his own father, once so resistant, gradually came to respect the new Jarl. But not everyone was pleased with the changes. One crisp autumn morning, as Egil practiced swordplay with his brother Thorolf, they overheard two men talking in low, angry voices. It's not right, one man hissed. These new laws, these taxes, we're losing our freedom, bit by bit. Aye, the other agreed. And have you seen how that witch of his, that Völva, has the Jarl's ear? Mark my words, no good will come of it. Thorolf glanced at Egil, worry clear in his eyes. "What do you think, brother? Is Auden good for our people?" Egil was quiet for a long moment, weighing his words carefully. I think change was inevitable. But whether Auden truly has our best interests at heart, that remains to be seen." As if to underscore Egil's words, a commotion erupted in the village square. The brothers rushed to see what was happening. A crowd had gathered around Auden and one of the village elders, Halfdan the Wise. "This is an outrage," Halfdan was shouting, his face red with anger. "You cannot simply change our laws on a whim." Auden's voice was calm, but there was steel beneath the surface. "These laws come from King Harald himself, Halfdan. They are not a whim, but a necessity for a unified Norway." "Unified," Halfdan spat. "You mean subjugated. We were free men before you came, Auden the Bold. Now we're little more than thralls." A dangerous light entered Auden's eyes. "Choose your next words carefully, old man. I've been patient, but even my patience has limits." The tension in the air was palpable. Egil could see hands moving to weapon hilts, faces hardening on both sides. Without thinking, he stepped forward, his young voice ringing out clear and strong. "In days of old, our fathers bold carved freedom from the sea and land. Now change sweeps in on winds untold. The future rests in our own hand. Let wisdom guide our path ahead, not fear nor rage nor blind ambition. For if by folly we are led, our freedom lost will be our mission." A hush fell over the square. All eyes turned to Egil, standing there tall and unafraid. Auden's face showed surprise, then something like respect. "Well spoken, young skald," he said softly. "It seems wisdom can come from the most unexpected sources." He turned back to Halfdan, his voice gentler now. "Come, let us discuss this further. Perhaps there is room for compromise." As Auden led Halfdan away, the crowd began to disperse. Egil felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up to see his father standing there, an unreadable expression on his face. "You have a gift, son," Skallagrim said gruffly, "but be careful how you use it. Words can be as dangerous as any weapon." Egil nodded solemnly. "I understand, father. I only wanted to help." Skallagrim's expression softened slightly. "I know, boy. I know. Come, let's go home. Your mother will want to hear about this." As they walked away, Egil couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had changed. He had glimpsed the power of words to shape events, to influence people. It was a heady feeling, and a frightening one. That night, as he lay in bed, Egil composed another verse in his head. "Words like swords can cut and slay, or heal the wounds of strife. In poets' hands, they hold sway over death and life." He drifted off to sleep, dreaming of battles fought not with steel but with stanzas. Little did he know that both kinds of conflict lay in his future, and that the path ahead would test him in ways he could not yet imagine. The Jarl had risen, and with him the world was changing. Egil Skallagrimsson, poet and warrior, was changing with it. The winter had been long and harsh, even by Norse standards. As the first tentative signs of spring began to appear in Borgafjordur, a palpable sense of unease hung over the settlement. Food stores were running low and tempers were fraying. In the great hall, Jarl Auden sat upon his high seat, his face creased with worry as he listened to the latest reports from his thanes. "The ice still chokes the fjord, my lord," one man was saying. "No ships can get through. If we don't get supplies soon—" Auden held up a hand, silencing him. "I'm well aware of our situation, Bjorn. What of the hunting parties?" Another thane stepped forward, shaking his head. "The game is scarce, Jarl. We've lost 2 men to the cold already." Auden's fist came down hard on the armrest of his chair. "Damn it all, there must be something we can do." From the shadows at the edge of the hall, a soft voice spoke. "Perhaps it is time we sought guidance from the gods, my husband." All eyes turned to Astrid as she glided forward, her dark hair adorned with raven feathers, her eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. Auden's expression softened slightly at the sight of her. What do you propose, my love? Astrid's gaze swept the hall, settling briefly on each face. I will perform the Seder ritual. Perhaps the gods will show us a way through this crisis. Murmurs rippled through the assembled thanes. Cider magic was powerful but also dangerous and unpredictable. Auden seemed to hesitate, but only for a moment. Very well, he nodded. Make your preparations. We'll hold the ritual tonight. As the hall emptied, young Egil, now 10 years old and already as tall as many grown men, slipped away. He found his father, Skallagrim, in the smithy, hammering out a new axe head. Father, Egil said, raising his voice to be heard over the ringing of metal on metal. The Jarl's wife is going to perform Seder tonight. Skallagrim grunted, not looking up from his work. I heard. No good will come of it, mark my words. Egil frowned. But if it could help us survive the winter? His father finally looked up, his eyes hard. There are some powers that shouldn't be trifled with, boy. The vulva may think she can control the god's will, but she's playing with fire. Before Egil could respond, they were interrupted by the arrival of Thorolf, now 15 and filling out into a strong young man. Father Egil, he said, slightly out of breath. You're needed in the great hall. The Jarl is calling everyone together. As they made their way to the hall, Egil couldn't shake a feeling of foreboding. The air seemed charged, as if a storm was brewing, though the sky remained clear. The great hall was packed, the entire settlement crammed inside to witness the ritual. Astrid stood in the center, dressed in a cloak of black feathers, a staff of twisted wood in her hand. A fire burned in a bronze bowl before her, filling the air with pungent smoke. Jarl Auden raised his hands for silence. People of Borgafjordur, he intoned, we face dire times, but the gods have not abandoned us. Tonight my wife Astrid will seek their counsel through the ancient art of cedar. Whatever visions she receives, we must heed them, for the survival of our people. A hush fell over the crowd as Astrid began to chant, her voice low and rhythmic. She swayed in place, her eyes rolling back in her head. The smoke from the fire seemed to thicken and swirl around her. Suddenly, Astrid's body went rigid. When she spoke again, her voice was not her own. It was deeper, older, filled with a terrible power that made the hairs on the back of Egil's neck stand up. I see the end of all things. The voice growled through Astrid's lips. Ragnarok approaches. The world serpent stirs, the wolf Fenrir strains at his chains. The gods gather for their final battle. Gasps and cries of fear rippled through the crowd. Auden stepped forward, his face pale. Great Seer, what of our people? How can we survive? Astrid's head snapped towards him, her eyes now completely white. Blood must be spilled to appease the gods. A sacrifice, a great sacrifice. Her gaze swept the room, finally settling on Egil. The boy felt as if his very soul was being weighed and measured. You, the voice hissed. You will play a part in what is to come. Poet and warrior, blessed and cursed. Your verses will echo through the ages, but they will be written in blood. Egil stood transfixed, unable to look away from Astrid's terrifying gaze. He felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up to see his father, Skallagrim's face a mask of concern and anger. Suddenly, Astrid's body began to convulse. She let out a piercing scream that seemed to shake the very foundations of the hall. The fire in the bronze bowl flared up, nearly reaching the ceiling, then died out completely, plunging the room into darkness. When torches were finally lit, they found Astrid collapsed on the floor, Auden cradling her head in his lap. The vulva's eyes fluttered open, confusion and fear evident in her gaze. What happened? She asked weakly. Auden stroked her hair, his voice gentle but strained. You had a vision, my love. A powerful one. As the crowd buzzed with frightened whispers, Egil felt as if the weight of the world had settled on his young shoulders. He turned to his father, his voice barely above a whisper. Father, what did she mean? About me playing a part? Skallagrim's face was grim, I don't know, son, but I fear we're about to enter dark times. The next few days were tense in Borgafjordur. The cider ritual had left everyone on edge, and Jarl Auden seemed changed by the experience. He spent long hours closeted with his advisors, and when he did appear in public, his once charming smile was replaced by a brooding frown. Egil found himself unable to shake the memory of Astrid's words. He threw himself into his training with renewed vigor, spending hours each day practicing with sword and axe. But he also found solace in his poetry, composing verse after verse in an attempt to make sense of what he had witnessed. One evening, as Egil sat by the shore, scratching out lines in the sand with a stick, he was approached by a stranger. The man was old, with a broad-brimmed hat pulled low over his face, and a blue cloak wrapped around his shoulders. "Fine verses, young skald," the stranger said, his voice gravelly but not unkind. "But I think you'll find they last longer if you carve them in wood or stone." Egil looked up, startled. There was something about the old man that commanded respect, despite his ragged appearance. "Who are you?" Egil asked. "I don't recognize you from the settlement." The stranger chuckled. "Oh, I'm just a wanderer, boy. I've been many places and seen many things, including, I think, a bit of your future." Egil's eyes widened. You know about the vulva's vision?" "I know many things," the old man said cryptically. He reached into his cloak and pulled out a small, flat stone covered in strange markings. "Here, a gift for you, young poet-warrior." Egil took the stone hesitantly. As soon as his fingers touched it, he felt a jolt of something. Power? Knowledge? He couldn't quite say. "What is it?" he asked, tracing the markings with his finger. "A rune stone," the stranger replied. "It holds great power for those who know how to use it. Keep it close, Egil Skallagrimsson. You'll need it in the days to come." Before Egil could ask any more questions, a commotion from the settlement caught his attention. When he turned back, the old man was gone, as if he had never been there at all. Clutching the runestone tightly, Egil ran back to the village. He found a crowd gathered outside the great hall, faces grim and frightened. Pushing his way through, he found his father and brother near the front. "What's happening?" he asked breathlessly. Thorolf turned to him, his face pale. "The Jarl. He's calling for a sacrifice, to appease the gods and end the winter." Egil felt his blood run cold. "A sacrifice? What kind of sacrifice?" Before Thorolf could answer, the doors of the great hall burst open. Jarl Auden strode out, his eyes wild, Astrid trailing behind him, looking worried. "People of Borgafjordur," Auden's voice boomed across the square. "The gods have spoken. They demand blood to end our suffering. In 3 days' time, we will hold a great blot, a human sacrifice to ensure our survival." Shocked cries and protests erupted from the crowd. Skallagrim pushed forward, his face thunderous. "Have you lost your mind, Auden?" he roared. "We are not savages. We do not sacrifice our own." Auden's gaze locked onto Skallagrim, a dangerous light in his eyes. "You dare question the will of the gods, Skallagrim? Or perhaps you volunteer to be the sacrifice yourself?" For a moment it seemed as if violence would erupt, but then Astrid stepped between the two men, her voice calm but firm. "Enough. This decision cannot be made in haste or anger. Let us retire and discuss this further. Surely there must be another way." Reluctantly, Auden allowed himself to be led back into the hall. As the crowd dispersed, muttering fearfully, Egil felt the weight of the runestone in his pocket. He pulled it out, studying the markings intently. "What's that you've got there, brother?" Thorolf asked, peering over his shoulder. Egil hesitated for a moment, then made a decision. "It's a gift," he said, "from a stranger. And I think it might be the key to saving our people." As night fell over Borgafjordur, Egil sat alone in his family's longhouse, the runestone before him. He could feel the power emanating from it, calling to something deep within him. Taking a deep breath, he began to trace the runes with his finger, whispering words that came to him as if from a dream. Odin's wisdom, Thor's might, guide my hand and words tonight. Show the path through darkness deep, a way for all our folk to keep. As the last word left his lips, the runestone began to glow with an eerie blue light. Egil felt a rush of energy course through him, and suddenly he knew what he had to do. Grabbing a piece of parchment and a quill, he began to write furiously, the words flowing from him as if dictated by the gods themselves. It was a poem unlike any he had composed before, a saga of their people, a vision of a future where they not only survived but thrived. As dawn broke, Egil finally set down his quill, exhausted but exhilarated. He knew that the words he had written held power to change minds, to inspire hearts, and perhaps even to alter the course of fate itself. With the parchment clutched tightly in his hand, Egil made his way to the great hall. He would present his poem to the Jarl and the people, and in doing so, he would take the first step on the path that had been laid out for him, a path of blood and verse, of glory and sorrow, that would echo through the ages. The seer's vision had set events in motion, but it was Egil's words that would shape them. The young poet-warrior stood on the threshold of his destiny, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The longship's dragon prow cut through the mist-shrouded waters of the North Sea. Egil, now 15 summers old, stood at the bow, his long hair whipping in the salt-laden wind. Behind him, 24 hardened warriors sat ready, their shields lined up along the gunwales, hands never far from their weapons. This was Egil's first raid, a rite of passage for every young Norse warrior. But Egil was no ordinary raider. The runestone gifted to him 5 years ago by the mysterious stranger hung on a leather thong around his neck. And in his mind, verses swirled like the eddies in the ship's wake. Land ho! The cry came from the lookout, snapping Egil out of his reverie. The mists parted, revealing a green coastline dotted with small settlements. England lay before them, ripe for the taking. Thorolf, now a seasoned warrior at 20, clapped a hand on his younger brother's shoulder. Ready for your first taste of battle, little skald? Egil grinned, a fierce light in his eyes. I've been ready since we left Norway, brother. My axe thirsts for English blood. Thorolf's smile faltered slightly. There was something in Egil's tone that unsettled him, a hunger that went beyond the normal excitement of a young warrior's first raid. As the longship beached on the pebbly shore, the Vikings leapt out with practiced efficiency. Egil was among the first to hit the ground, his massive frame dwarfing many of the older warriors. He hefted his axe, its edge gleaming wickedly in the pale morning light. The element of surprise was with them. By the time the warning bells began to toll in the nearby village, the Norse war band was already at its outskirts. Egil felt his heart pounding, the blood singing in his veins. This was what he was born for. The first defenders to meet them were poorly armed farmers, more accustomed to plows than swords. Egil charged forward, his axe describing a deadly arc through the air. The first man fell, his chest split open, before he even had a chance to raise his makeshift spear. As Egil fought, words began to form in his mind, unbidden. Steel bites deep, blood flows free, ravens feast on victory's tree. Glory's price in lives we pay, Valhalla calls at break of day. He laughed as he recited the verse aloud, his voice carrying over the din of battle. Some of his fellow warriors looked at him askance, unnerved by the young man's mixture of poetic fervor and battle lust. The skirmish at the village's edge was short and brutal. The untrained defenders were no match for the battle-hardened Norse. As they pushed deeper into the settlement, however, they encountered stiffer resistance. A group of armored thens, the local lord's household guards, formed a shield wall across the village's main street. Their leader, a grizzled warrior with a scarred face, called out a challenge. "Come then, you heathen dogs. Taste English steel and send your souls to hell." Egil stepped forward, his eyes blazing with an inner fire. He spoke, his voice carrying an otherworldly resonance that made even his fellow Vikings pause. Hell's gates yawn, Valkyries ride, choose now the manner of your pride. Fall to my axe or flee in shame. Either way, death knows your name. For a moment, silence reigned. Then, with a roar of defiance, the English charged. Egil met them head-on, his axe a blur of motion. He seemed to be everywhere at once, striking with inhuman speed and strength. Thorolf, fighting nearby, could scarcely believe his eyes. His little brother, the sensitive poet who had once balked at killing a chicken for dinner, was now a whirlwind of destruction. There was something unnatural about it, something that made Thorolf's skin crawl despite the heat of battle. As the fight raged on, Egil found himself face to face with the English leader. The two warriors circled each other, seeking an opening. "You fight well for a boy," the Englishman growled, "but your heathen gods won't save you from my blade." Egil's response was a savage grin and another verse. "Gods of Asgard guide my hand, Odin's wisdom, Thor's command. Your Christian faith will fail this day, when Norse steel takes your life away." The two clashed in a furious exchange of blows. The Englishman was skilled and strong, but Egil seemed to anticipate his every move. Finally, with a mighty swing, Egil's axe found its mark. The English leader's head flew from his shoulders, his body crumpling to the blood-soaked ground. With their leader fallen, the remaining defenders broke and ran. The village was theirs. As his fellow Vikings began the work of looting and rounding up captives, Egil stood amidst the carnage, his axe dripping red, his eyes wild. He felt alive, more alive than he had ever felt before. The verses flowed through him like a river of fire. Blood eagles spread on victory's shore, souls to Valhalla evermore. Poets' words and warriors' might forge legends in the endless night. Thorolf approached his brother cautiously. "Egil, are you well?" Egil turned, and for a moment, Thorolf didn't recognize the person staring back at him. Then, like a cloud passing over the sun, the strange light faded from Egil's eyes. He blinked, looking around as if seeing the battlefield for the first time. Yes, I'm fine," Egil said, his voice hoarse. "Did we win?" Thorolf nodded slowly. "Aye, we won. Thanks in no small part to you, brother. I've never seen fighting like that." Egil looked down at his blood-covered hands, then at the bodies strewn around him. A complex mix of emotions played across his face: pride, exhilaration, and something that might have been horror. I don't remember much of it," he admitted. "It was like I was watching someone else fight through my eyes, and the verses, they just came to me." Thorolf laid a hand on his brother's shoulder. "Perhaps it's best not to dwell on it. Come, let's see to the wounded and gather our spoils. We'll be sailing with the tide." As they walked through the ruined village, Egil couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had changed within him. The raid had awakened something, a power he didn't fully understand and wasn't sure he could control. That night, as the longship sailed back towards Norway laden with plunder, Egil sat alone at the bow. He pulled out the runestone, studying its mysterious markings by the light of the moon. Had this been the source of his battle frenzy? Or had it merely unlocked something that was already within him? He began to carve words into a piece of driftwood, a poem to commemorate his first raid. "Maiden voyage of blood and steel, England's shores my strength did feel. Axe song sung and verses flowing, power within me ever growing. Glory gained, but at what cost? In battle's haze, was something lost? Poet warrior, blessed or cursed, in blood and verse, my fate immersed." As he finished the last line, Egil felt a presence behind him. He turned to find the ship's navigator, an old man named Grim, watching him with knowing eyes. "First raid's always the hardest," Grim said, his voice gravelly with age. "Especially for one like you." Egil frowned. "One like me? What do you mean?" Grim settled himself beside Egil with a grunt. I've sailed these waters for more years than you've been alive, boy. I've seen berserkers and skalds, but never the two combined in one man. You're something new, and that can be dangerous." "I don't understand," Egil said, frustration evident in his voice. "What happened to me out there?" The old navigator was quiet for a long moment, his eyes on the horizon. Finally, he spoke. "There's power in words, lad. Real power. The kind that can shape the world. And there's power in battle rage, too. Put them together." He shook his head. "You're walking a narrow path between two worlds. Tread carefully." With that cryptic advice, Grim stood and made his way back to the stern, leaving Egil alone with his thoughts. As the coast of Norway came into view days later, Egil made a decision. He would master this power, whatever it was. He would become the greatest warrior poet the North had ever seen. His verses would be sung in halls across the land, and his enemies would tremble at the mere mention of his name. But even as he made this vow, a small voice in the back of his mind whispered a warning. Power always comes at a price. And the price of walking between the worlds of poetry and war might be higher than even Egil Skallagrimsson was prepared to pay. As the longship beached on familiar shores, Egil stepped onto Norwegian soil a changed man. His first raid had been a success, but it had also set him on a path from which there was no turning back. The saga of Egil Skallagrimsson, the berserker skald, had truly begun. His father, Skallagrim, was waiting on the shore, his face a mix of pride and concern as he took in his youngest son's blood-stained appearance. "Welcome home, my son," Skallagrim said, embracing Egil. "I see you've tasted battle and lived to tell the tale." Egil nodded, his voice solemn. "Aye, father, and I have many tales to tell." As they walked towards the settlement, Egil felt the weight of the rune stone against his chest. He had left as a boy seeking glory. He returned as a man, carrying both triumph and burden. The verses of blood had only just begun to be written. The longship creaked and groaned as it battled against the fierce North Atlantic waves. Egil, now 18 winters old, stood at the prow, his eyes fixed on the horizon where a faint smudge of land was barely visible through the mist and sleet. "Iceland," he murmured, tasting the word on his tongue. A new land, a new beginning. Behind him, huddled against the biting wind, sat 24 men and women, dissatisfied farmers, younger sons with no inheritance to claim, and a few troublemakers eager to escape the increasingly restrictive rule of King Harald Fairhair. Among them was Björn, son of Jarl Audun, once Egil's childhood friend, now his co-leader in this venture. Björn made his way to the prow, gripping the gunwale for balance as the ship pitched and rolled. "Well, Bloodskald," he said, using the nickname Egil had earned in the years since his first raid, "what verses do you have for our new home?" Egil was silent for a moment, letting the harsh beauty of the approaching land sink into his bones. Then, his voice rising above the wind, he began to chant, "Ice-crowned peaks and fire-born earth, a land untamed since its fiery birth. Here we'll carve our destiny bold, free from tyrants and kings of old. In Iceland's heart our sagas write, with blood and verse, through day and night." As the last words faded, carried away by the wind, a murmur of appreciation ran through the crew. Even after all this time, Egil's gift for impromptu poetry never failed to impress. Björn clapped him on the shoulder. "Fine words, my friend. Let's hope the land is as welcoming as your verses." Egil's smile was grim. "If not, we'll make it welcome us." As they approached the coast, the true nature of their new home revealed itself. Jagged cliffs rose from the sea, their black volcanic rock a stark contrast to the white-capped waves that crashed against them. Steam rose from hot springs dotting the landscape, and in the distance, a snow-capped mountain loomed ominously. Finding a suitable landing spot proved challenging, but eventually they discovered a sheltered bay. As the longship ground to a halt on the pebbly beach, Egil was the first to leap ashore, his axe in one hand and his runestone in the other. "In the name of Thor," he proclaimed, his voice carrying the weight of ceremony, "I claim this land for our people." The settlers cheered, their spirits lifting despite the harsh conditions. They had dreamed of this moment for months, through long nights of planning and weeks of treacherous sailing. Now, at last, they stood on soil that could be truly theirs. The work of establishing their settlement began immediately. Tents were erected, a perimeter established, and hunting parties sent out to secure food. Egil and Björn worked alongside their people, their previous status as sons of powerful men meaning little in this new land, where survival depended on everyone's efforts. As night fell, the settlers gathered around a large bonfire, seeking warmth and companionship in this alien landscape. Egil stood to address them, his imposing figure cast in flickering shadows by the firelight. "Friends, kinsmen," he began, his voice carrying easily to every ear. "We've taken the first step on a great journey. This land is harsh, yes, but it's also rich with possibility. Here we can build a society free from the tyranny of kings, where each man and woman can determine their own fate." A cheer went up from the crowd, but one voice cut through the enthusiasm. "And who will lead us in this new society, Egil Skallagrimsson?" "You?" The speaker was Gunnlaug Serpent Tongue, a skilled warrior with a sharp wit and sharper ambitions. Egil met his gaze steadily. "We will lead ourselves, Gunnlaug. We'll establish a thing where all free men can have their say. But if you're asking who will defend our people when the need arises," Egil's hand went to the haft of his axe, "I think you know the answer to that." Tension crackled in the air like static before a lightning strike. But before it could build further, Björn stepped forward, his voice conciliatory. "Come now, friends. This is a night for celebration, not squabbles. We've all risked much to be here. Let's not forget that we need each other if we're to survive in this new land." His words seemed to diffuse the situation, and soon the gathering turned to merrier topics. As the night wore on, tales were told, mead was passed around, and plans were made for the future. But Egil remained watchful. He had seen the look in Gunnlaug's eyes, a mixture of resentment and ambition that could spell trouble down the line. The next few months were a brutal test of endurance. The settlers faced challenges they had never imagined in Norway, volcanic eruptions that blackened the sky, geysers that could scald a man to death, and winters so harsh they made Norwegian cold seem mild by comparison. Yet, slowly but surely, they began to carve out a life for themselves. Longhouses were built, fields were cleared for crops, and livestock brought from Norway began to adapt to their new home. Egil threw himself into the work with characteristic intensity. By day, he labored alongside the others, his great strength a valuable asset in the backbreaking work of building a settlement from scratch. By night, he composed verses that captured their struggles and triumphs, weaving a new mythology for their people in this strange land. One crisp autumn morning, as Egil was helping to construct a defensive wall around the settlement, a commotion arose from the direction of the shore. He arrived at the beach to find a group of men he didn't recognize pulling a small boat onto the sand. "Who are you?" Egil demanded, his hand going to his axe. "And what business do you have here?" The leader of the newcomers, a tall man with a shock of red hair, held up his hands in a gesture of peace. "Easy there, friend. We're settlers like yourselves from the next fjord over. We came to trade and perhaps discuss an alliance." Egil relaxed slightly, but kept his guard up. "An alliance? Against what?" The red-haired man's face grew serious. "Against those who would take what we've built. Surely you've noticed the other longships arriving. Not all come with peaceful intentions." Egil nodded slowly. He had indeed seen other ships passing by, some giving their settlement a wide berth, others lingering ominously before moving on. "I'm Egil Skallagrimsson," he said finally. "Come, let's discuss this further over mead. But know that if this is some sort of trick, you'll not leave this beach alive." The newcomer grinned, seemingly unperturbed by the threat. "I'm Thorvald Asvaldsson, and I assure you, Egil Skallagrimsson, The only trick I have up my sleeve is how to make this harsh land yield a decent crop. As they walked towards the settlement, Egil felt a familiar stirring in his mind. Verses began to form, unbidden. Strangers from across the waves, seeking allies, not new slaves. In this land of ice and fire, unity may be our desire. But trust comes dear in realms untamed, where every resource must be claimed. He spoke the words aloud, causing Thorvald to look at him with newfound respect. A skald as well as a warrior, Thorvald mused. You're full of surprises, Egil Skallagrimsson. The meeting with Thorvald and his men lasted well into the night. Maps were drawn, resources discussed, and potential threats identified. It became clear that while Iceland offered freedom from Norway's kings, it also presented new dangers, not just from the land itself, but from other settlers hungry for power and resources. As the gathering broke up, Björn pulled Egil aside. What do you think? He asked in a low voice. Can we trust them? Egil was quiet for a moment, his hand absently tracing the runes on his stone. Finally he spoke. For now, yes, we need allies if we're to survive here. But keep your axe sharp and your eyes sharper, my friend. Alliances in this new land may prove as unstable as the ground beneath our feet. Little did Egil know how prophetic those words would prove to be. For even as they cemented their alliance with Thorvald's settlement, forces were gathering that would test not just their strength, but the very foundations of the society they were struggling to build. In the weeks that followed, tensions began to rise. Resources, scarce to begin with, became even more precious as winter approached. Disputes over grazing rights and fishing grounds became common, and more than once, Egil had to step in to prevent violence from erupting. One particularly harsh morning, as a biting wind howled down from the glaciers, Egil stood atop a hill overlooking their settlement. Despite the progress they had made, it all seemed so fragile in the face of this unforgiving land. Björn joined him, his breath steaming in the cold air. Copper for your thoughts, Bloodscald? Egil gestured at the landscape before them. We came here seeking freedom, Björn. But I fear we may have found only a different kind of tyranny, the tyranny of survival itself. Björn nodded grimly. Aye, it's a harsh mistress, this land. But we're Norse. We'll endure. As if in challenge to Björn's words, a commotion arose from the center of the settlement. Egil and Björn exchanged a look before hurrying down the hill. They arrived to find Gunnlaug Serpent Tongue and one of Thorvald's men locked in a heated argument, their faces red with anger, and their hands on their weapons. What's the meaning of this? Egil's voice boomed across the gathering crowd. Gunnlaug turned, his eyes blazing. This dog claims we've been poaching on their hunting grounds, as if the animals know where one settlement's territory ends and another begins. Thorvald's man, a burly fellow named Hakon, spat on the ground. We had an agreement. You've broken faith. The situation was on a knife's edge. Egil could see hands tightening on axe hafts and sword hilts. One wrong move and blood would flow. In that moment, Egil felt the familiar surge of power from his runestone. Words rose in his mind and he let them flow, his voice taking on an otherworldly resonance. In this land of frost and flame, petty squabbles bring us shame. United, we may hope to thrive. Divided, none shall stay alive. The true foe is not fellow man, but Iceland's heart, which few can stand. As the last word faded, a hush fell over the crowd. Even Gunnlaug and Hakon seemed taken aback, their anger momentarily forgotten. Egil pressed his advantage. We are all Norsemen here. We came to this land to escape the squabbles of jarls and kings. Shall we now bring those same petty conflicts to our new home? Björn stepped forward, his voice firm. Egil speaks true. We need a system to resolve these disputes fairly. I propose we call a thing, a gathering of all free men to establish laws for our new society. A murmur of agreement ran through the crowd. Even Gunnlaug, ever the contrarian, seemed to consider the idea favorably. A thing, Egil mused aloud. Yes, that could work. But it will need to be more than just our settlement. Thorvald's people must be included in any other Norse settlements on the island. And so, as the first snows of winter began to fall, messengers were sent out across Iceland. They carried word of a great thing to be held at the spring thaw, where the foundations of a new society would be laid. As Egil watched the messengers depart, he felt a mix of hope and trepidation. They had come to Iceland seeking freedom, but freedom, he was learning, came with its own set of challenges. He touched the runestone at his neck, feeling its familiar warmth. Whatever trials lay ahead, he would face them with verse and blade. For in this land of ice and fire, only the strong, in body and in spirit, would survive to claim the frozen throne of Iceland. The great hall of Borg, Egil's settlement in Iceland, buzzed with tension. 2 years had passed since the first thing, where the foundations of their new society had been laid. Now, as the harsh winter winds howled outside, Egil stood before the assembled settlers, his face grim. "Friends, kinsmen," he began, his deep voice carrying easily through the hall. "I bring grave news from Norway. Our spies report that Jarl Audun has pledged allegiance to King Eric Bloodaxe." A collective gasp ran through the crowd. Björn, standing at Egil's side, paled visibly at the mention of his father's name. "What does this mean for us?" someone called out. Egil's hand unconsciously went to the runestone at his neck. "It means, my friends, that our haven here in Iceland may soon be threatened. Eric Bloodaxe is not known for his mercy, nor for leaving potential rivals alive." Murmurs of fear and anger rippled through the gathering. Gunnlaug Serpent-Tongue, ever the voice of dissent, stepped forward. "And why should we fear?" he challenged. "We're far from Norway here. Let Eric and his lackeys stay on their side of the sea." Egil fixed Gunnlaug with a steely gaze. "Because, Serpent-Tongue, power breeds ambition, and ambition knows no bounds. If Eric seeks to solidify his rule, he may well look to crush any potential opposition, even here in Iceland." As the debate raged on, a messenger burst into the hall, his face flushed from the cold and exertion. He made his way to Egil, pressing a small, intricately carved wooden box into his hands. "From Lady Astrid," the messenger panted. "Jarl Audun's wife. She bade me deliver it to you in secret." Egil's brow furrowed as he opened the box. Inside was a small piece of parchment, covered in runes. As he read, his expression darkened further. "What is it, brother?" Thorolf asked, concern evident in his voice. Egil looked up, his eyes scanning the crowd before settling on Björn. "It's a warning," he said quietly. "From your mother, Björn. She says Audun plans to send ships to Iceland in the spring. Not to trade, but to conquer." The hall erupted into chaos. Shouts of defiance mingled with cries of fear. Björn stood frozen, his face a mask of shock and betrayal. Egil raised his hands for silence. When the noise had died down, he spoke again, his voice carrying the weight of command. "We have faced challenges before, my friends. We have tamed this harsh land, built a new society. We will not bow to Eric Bloodaxe or any other tyrant who seeks to rule us from across the sea." He paused, letting his words sink in. Then, almost unconsciously, he began to chant, the verses flowing from him with a power that silenced even the most fearful whispers. "From Norway's shores, a storm approaches. Bloodaxe's reach our freedom poaches. But Iceland's heart beats fierce and free, our strength rooted deep as the world tree. Let them come with sword and shield, to frozen graves their fate is sealed." As the last words echoed through the hall, a sense of resolve seemed to settle over the gathering. Even Gunnlaug nodded grudgingly, respect flickering in his eyes. But the challenges facing Egil and his people were far from over. As the meeting dispersed, Björn pulled Egil aside, his face etched with worry. "Egil," he said in a low voice, "what my mother writes, could it be true? Would my father really betray us like this?" Egil clasped his friend's shoulder. "Power changes men, Björn. We've seen it before. But remember, you chose to come here with us. You're one of us now." Björn nodded, but the doubt in his eyes remained. As the weeks passed, preparations for defense began in earnest. Watchtowers were constructed along the coast, weapons were forged, and every able-bodied man and woman trained for battle. But as the threat from across the sea loomed, a more immediate danger arose. The winter proved to be the harshest they had yet faced in Iceland. Game became scarce, and their stored provisions began to run dangerously low. Hunger gnawed at their bellies, and with it came fear and desperation. One bitter morning, Egil stood at the edge of the settlement, surveying the bleak landscape. The wind cut through his furs like a knife, and the sky hung low and gray, promising more snow. Thorolf approached, his normally cheerful face drawn with worry. "The hunting parties have returned empty-handed again," he reported. "And there's talk of unrest in the outlying farms." Egil sighed heavily. "We can't fight Odin's forces if we're too weak from hunger to lift our axes." As if summoned by his words, a commotion arose from the center of the settlement. Egil and Thorolf hurried to investigate, only to find a group of settlers confronting Björn. "Your father dooms us," one man shouted, his face gaunt with hunger. "First he threatens us with invasion, and now we starve because of his ambition." Björn stood his ground, though Egil could see the pain in his eyes. "I am not my father," he said firmly. "My loyalty is to this settlement, to all of you." But the crowd was not easily placated. Years of hardship had taken their toll, and now, faced with starvation and the threat of invasion, they sought someone to blame. Egil pushed his way through the crowd, placing himself between Björn and the angry settlers. He could feel the familiar warmth of the runestone against his chest, pulsing with power. "Enough!" he roared, his voice carrying a hint of the berserker rage that always simmered beneath the surface. "We are all Norsemen here. We've faced worse than this and survived. Will you let hunger and fear turn you against one of our own?" The crowd fell silent, many looking ashamed. But one voice spoke up. Gunnlaug's serpent tongue, of course. "Fine words, Egil," he sneered. "But words won't fill our bellies or protect us from Odin's ships." Egil met Gunnlaug's gaze steadily. "No, they won't. But this will." He held up the runestone, which now glowed with an eerie light. "I will perform a ritual, calling on the power of the gods themselves. If they favor us, they will show us the way to survive this winter and defeat our enemies." A hush fell over the gathering. Even Gunnlaug seemed taken aback. They had all seen evidence of Egil's strange powers over the years, but this was something new. "And if the gods don't answer?" someone asked hesitantly. Egil's smile was grim. "Then we'll know we're truly on our own. But either way, we face our challenges together, as one people." That night, as a blizzard raged outside, Egil prepared for the ritual. In the center of the great hall, a fire burned in a bronze bowl. Around it, the settlers gathered, their faces a mix of hope and skepticism. Egil stood before the fire, stripped to the waist despite the cold. The runestone hung from his neck, pulsing with an inner light. He began to chant, his voice low at first, but gradually rising in power. "Odin, All-Father, hear my call, Thor Thunderer, lend your might. Freya, bring fertility to our hall, guide us through this endless night. Show us the path through winter's grasp, grant us strength to face our foes. Let Iceland's heart beat strong and fast as our saga ever grows." As Egil chanted, the fire in the bowl began to change. The flames turned from orange to blue, then to a deep, unnatural purple. The runestone at his chest glowed brighter and brighter, until it seemed to pulse in time with Egil's heartbeat. Suddenly, Egil's eyes rolled back in his head. When he spoke again, his voice was not his own. It was deeper, older, filled with a terrible power that made the very air vibrate. "Hearken, children of the north, your trial is but beginning. Through blood and ice prove your worth, only then will you be winning. Seek the cave of frozen flames where fire and ice together dance. There you'll find what Odin claims, the key to change your circumstance. But beware the price of power, for nothing comes without a cost. In victory's sweetest hour, remember what may yet be lost." With those final ominous words, Egil collapsed to the ground. The fire in the bowl extinguished itself, plunging the hall into darkness. For a moment, there was silence. Then, chaos erupted as people rushed to Egil's side. Thorolf cradled his brother's head, calling his name frantically. Slowly, Egil's eyes fluttered open. He looked around, confusion evident on his face. What happened? Björn knelt beside him, his voice filled with awe. You spoke with the voice of the gods, my friend. They've given us a task and a warning. As Egil was helped to his feet, the settlers buzzed with excitement and fear. The cave of frozen flames. Could it be real? And what price would they have to pay to save their people? Egil, still weak from the ordeal, raised his hand for silence. When he spoke, his voice was hoarse but determined. We have our answer, for better or worse. Tomorrow we seek this cave. Whatever we find there, we face it together, for we are the people of Iceland, forged in ice and fire, and we will not be broken. As the gathering dispersed, Egil caught sight of Gunnlaug watching him from the shadows. The man's expression was unreadable, but there was a new respect in his eyes, and perhaps a hint of fear. Outside, the blizzard continued to rage. But within the hall of Borg, a spark of hope had been kindled. Whatever challenges lay ahead, be they hunger, invasion, or the mysteries of the gods themselves, Egil and his people would face them head-on. For in this land of extremes, only the strongest would survive. And Egil Skallagrimsson, the berserker skald of Iceland, had no intention of falling. The saga continued, written in blood and verse on the frozen shores of their new home. The longship creaked and groaned as it battled against the fierce North Atlantic waves. Egil stood at the prow, his eyes fixed on the horizon where the faint outline of Norway's rugged coast was beginning to emerge through the mist. Behind him, 24 of Iceland's finest warriors huddled against the biting wind, their faces grim with determination. Björn made his way to Egil's side, gripping the gunwale for balance. We're almost home, he said, his voice barely audible above the howling wind. Though I'm not sure I can still call it that. Egil nodded, his expression unreadable. Home is where your loyalty lies, my friend. And yours is with us now. The journey back to Norway had been fraught with danger. After discovering the Cave of Frozen Flames and unlocking its secrets, Egil had made the difficult decision to take the fight to Jarl Audun before his forces could reach Iceland. It was a risky gambit, but one that offered the best chance of protecting their new home. As they approached the fjord that led to Audun's stronghold, Egil felt the familiar warmth of the rune stone against his chest. He closed his eyes, letting the words flow through him. On Norway's shores we stand once more, not as subjects but as foes. The tides of fate crash on this shore as the saga's tension grows. Thorolf, overhearing the verse, couldn't help but smile despite the gravity of their situation. Always the poet, even on the eve of battle. Egil's answering smile was grim. The verses come unbidden, brother. Perhaps the Norns themselves guide my tongue. As they navigated the treacherous waters of the fjord, signs of conflict became evident. Smoke rose from several points along the shore, and they could see the glint of weapons and armor as warriors scurried about. It seems Audun's forces are preparing for war, Björn observed, his voice tight with tension. Egil nodded. But not against us. Look there. He pointed to a group of longships engaged in battle near the mouth of the fjord. It appears we've arrived in the midst of a power struggle. They made landfall in a secluded cove, away from the main conflict. As the Icelanders disembarked, weapons at the ready, they were met by a small group of locals led by a familiar face. Egil Skallagrimsson, the woman said, lowering her hood to reveal striking features and eyes that seemed to glow with an inner fire. The gods told me you would come. Egil bowed slightly. Lady Astrid, your warning reached us in time. We owe you a debt. Astrid, Jarl Audun's wife and a powerful Völva in her own right, shook her head. Save your thanks. The situation here is dire. and I fear we may all be doomed if we don't act quickly. She led them to a hidden cave where they could speak privately. Inside, by the flickering light of a small fire, Astrid explained the complex web of alliances and betrayals that had engulfed Norway in Eagle's absence. Odin has indeed pledged allegiance to Eric Bloodaxe, she said, her voice heavy with regret. But in doing so, he's made enemies of the other Jarls. They've banded together against him, and now civil war threatens to tear the kingdom apart. Björn, who had been listening intently, spoke up. And where does my father stand in all this? Astrid's gaze softened as she looked at her son. Odin is not the man you knew, Björn. The allure of power has changed him. He sees enemies everywhere, trusts no one. Even I am not above suspicion in his eyes. Egil absorbed this information, his mind racing. So we've sailed into a storm of our own making, he mused. Our absence and the threat we posed from Iceland may have been the spark that ignited this powder keg. Astrid nodded. Perhaps, but you may also be the key to resolving it. She fixed Egil with an intense stare. I've seen visions, Egil. Terrible visions of what's to come if this conflict is not stopped. The gods themselves take notice of what happens here. Egil felt the runestone pulse against his chest, as if in confirmation of Astrid's words. He turned to his companions. What say you? We came to protect our home in Iceland, but it seems fate has drawn us into a larger conflict. Thorolf stepped forward, his hand on the hilt of his sword. We follow you, brother. Whatever you decide. The others murmured their agreement, though Egil could see the uncertainty in some of their eyes. They had come prepared for a raid, not to be kingmakers in a Norwegian civil war. Before Egil could respond, the cave was plunged into darkness. The fire guttered and died, and a chill wind swept through the enclosed space. Astrid gasped, her eyes wide with fear. He comes, she whispered. The Allfather himself takes notice of our plight. As if summoned by her words, a figure appeared at the mouth of the cave. Tall and imposing, wrapped in a blue cloak with a broad-brimmed hat pulled low over his face, he radiated an aura of ancient power that made even Egil take a step back. Hail, Egil Skallagrimsson, the figure said, his voice like gravel and thunder. The time has come for you to fulfill your destiny. Egil, to his credit, stood his ground. And what destiny is that, Allfather? To be a pawn in the games of gods and kings? Odin, for it could be no other, laughed, a sound that sent shivers down the spines of all present. Oh, you are far more than a pawn, young skald. You are a player in this great game, whether you will it or not. The god stepped further into the cave, his single eye gleaming in the gloom. Norway stands at a crossroads. The old ways are dying, but the new has not yet been born. You, Egil, with your gift of verse and your warrior's heart, represent a bridge between these worlds. Egil felt the weight of destiny settling on his shoulders. And what would you have me do? Odin's smile was terrible to behold. Unite the Jarls against Eric Bloodaxe, overthrow Odin and take his place as the voice of reason in this chaos. But be warned, the price of such power is high, and the path ahead is soaked in blood. With those ominous words, Odin vanished, leaving behind only the lingering scent of ozone and the stunned silence of the gathered warriors. Astrid was the first to recover. Well, she said, her voice shaky but determined. It seems the gods have spoken. What now, Egil Skallagrimsson? Egil closed his eyes, feeling the familiar surge of power from the runestone. When he opened them again, there was a new resolve in his gaze. Now, he said, his voice ringing with authority, we change the course of history. The next few days were a whirlwind of activity. Egil, guided by Astrid's knowledge of local politics and his own growing reputation as a skald of uncommon power, began to reach out to the warring Jarls. His verses, infused with the magic of the runestone and his own considerable charisma, began to sway minds and hearts. One by one, the Jarls came to hear Egil speak. In secret meetings and clandestine gatherings, he wove a vision of a united Norway, strong enough to resist the tyranny of Eric Bloodaxe, but free from the petty squabbles that had divided them for so long. Not all were easily convinced. Some, like the fierce Jarl Håkon, required more forceful persuasion. "Why should I listen to you, Icelander?" Håkon sneered during one particularly tense meeting. "You're not even of our land anymore." Egil's response was to draw his axe, his eyes blazing with barely contained berserker rage. "I may have left Norway's shores, but Norway's blood still runs in my veins. Would you care to test the strength of that blood, Jarl Håkon?" The challenge hung in the air for a long moment before Håkon backed down, grudging respect in his eyes. "Very well, Egil Skallagrimsson. Speak your piece. But know that words alone will not win this war." "Oh, I'm counting on more than words," Egil replied, a wolfish grin spreading across his face. As Egil's coalition grew, so did the opposition to Jarl Audun's rule. Audun, paranoid and isolated, began to make increasingly erratic decisions. Reports reached Egil of harsh punishments for perceived disloyalty and desperate attempts to curry favor with Eric Bloodaxe. Finally, after weeks of preparation, the stage was set for the final confrontation. Egil's forces, a mix of his Icelandic warriors and the combined strength of the allied Jarls, faced off against Audun's army in a valley not far from the fjord where they had first landed. As the two armies stood ready for battle, Egil stepped forward into the space between them. His voice, amplified by some trick of the valley's acoustics, or perhaps by divine intervention, carried clearly to every ear. "Sons of Norway, hear my words. Too long have we fought each other, while wolves circle at our borders. It's time to stand as one, as brother. Audun's rule has brought us low. His fear and greed divide our land. But united, we can overthrow the tyranny of Bloodaxe's hand. I offer you a different path, a future forged in fire and verse, where strength is tempered not by wrath, but by the wisdom of the Norse." As the last words echoed across the battlefield, a roar went up from the allied forces. Even some of Audun's men, swayed by Egil's powerful oratory, began to waver. Audun himself, his face contorted with rage, pushed to the front of his lines. "Traitors!" he screamed. "You would follow this foreigner? This exiled poet who thinks himself a leader of men?" Björn, standing at Egil's side, stepped forward to face his father. "He is more of a leader than you ever were," he said, his voice carrying the weight of years of disappointment and betrayal. "It's over, father. Lay down your arms and face justice for what you've done." For a moment, it seemed as if Audun might consider his son's words. But then, with a howl of fury, he charged forward, sword raised high. What followed was a battle that would be sung of in Skald's verses for generations to come. Egil, channeling both his berserker rage and the mystical power of the runestone, was a whirlwind of destruction on the battlefield. His axe rose and fell, each stroke accompanied by a verse of power that seemed to shake the very earth. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of blood and fire, the outcome was clear. Audun's forces were routed, and the man himself lay at Egil's feet, disarmed and defeated. Egil stood over his fallen foe, axe raised for the killing blow. But before he could strike, Astrid's voice rang out. "Wait," she cried, pushing through the crowd. "There is more at stake here than just one man's life." Egil hesitated, the battle rage slowly fading from his eyes. "Speak quickly, Volva. Justice demands his blood." Astrid's gaze was sorrowful as she looked down at her husband. "The visions I've seen, they speak of a great darkness coming, a threat that will require all of Norway's strength to face. We cannot afford to be divided." She turned to address the assembled warriors. "Let Audun live, stripped of his power and title. Let him serve as a reminder of the cost of betrayal. But let us also move forward, united under new leadership." A murmur ran through the crowd. All eyes turned to Egil, waiting to see what the warrior poet would decide. Egil stood silent for a long moment, the weight of the future heavy on his shoulders. Finally he nodded, lowering his axe. "So be it," he declared. "Odin will live, but he will never again hold power in Norway. As for leadership," he paused, his gaze sweeping the assembled jarls, "that is for all of us to decide together. For too long, Norway has been ruled by the whims of individuals. It's time for a new way, a thing, where all free men have a voice." A cheer went up from the gathered warriors. Even some of Odin's defeated men joined in, hope kindling in their eyes at the prospect of a more just rule. As the celebrations began, Egil found a quiet moment to stand alone, gazing out over the fjord. The runestone at his chest pulsed warmly, as if approving of his choices. Thorolf approached, clapping a hand on his brother's shoulder. "Well, Skald, it seems you've changed the course of history after all. What now?" Egil's smile was tinged with both triumph and weariness. "Now, brother, now we build. We've won the battle, but the real work is just beginning." As night fell over Norway, bonfires were lit, and horns of mead passed around. Songs were sung of Egil's deeds, new verses added to the growing saga of the warrior poet from Iceland. But even as he joined in the celebrations, Egil couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. Astrid's warnings of a coming darkness lingered in his mind, and he knew that greater challenges lay ahead. For now, though, he allowed himself to savor the victory. Tomorrow would bring new verses, new battles, and new destinies to forge. The saga of Egil Skallagrimsson was far from over. The great hall of Borg echoed with the sounds of celebration. Warriors and skalds alike raised their horns of mead, their voices rising in raucous song. At the center of it all sat Egil Skallagrimsson, his imposing figure dominating the high seat that had once belonged to Jarl Odin. 3 months had passed since the battle that had changed the course of Norway's future. The Thing, a gathering of all free men to decide on matters of governance, had been established. Egil, much to his own surprise, had been chosen as the first among equals, a leader in times of war, but answerable to the will of the people in times of peace. As the night wore on, Egil found himself growing restless. The weight of leadership sat heavily on his shoulders, and not even the finest mead could fully dull the edge of his concerns. He slipped away from the festivities, making his way to a quiet corner of the hall where Thorolf and Björn sat in deep conversation. "Ah, the man of the hour graces us with his presence," Thorolf said with a grin, raising his horn in salute. "Tired of the adoration already, brother?" Egil grunted as he sat down. "The songs they sing, they make it all sound so simple, as if one battle could solve all of Norway's problems." Björn nodded soberly. "They don't see what we see, the challenges that still lie ahead." "No," Egil agreed, his hand unconsciously going to the runestone at his chest. "They don't." Before he could elaborate, a commotion at the hall's entrance drew their attention. A group of warriors burst in, dragging a man between them. The prisoner was battered and bloodied, but there was no mistaking the defiant set of his jaw or the hatred burning in his eyes. "My lord Egil," one of the warriors called out, pushing the prisoner to his knees. "We caught this dog trying to sneak into the settlement. He claims to have a message for you." The hall fell silent as Egil rose, all eyes turning to watch the confrontation. As he approached, the prisoner spat at his feet. "Egil Skallagrimsson," the man snarled. "I bring word from King Eric Bloodaxe. He is not pleased with the little rebellion you've staged here." Egil's face remained impassive. "And what does the king propose to do about his displeasure?" The messenger's laugh was ugly. "Oh, he's coming to show you personally. Even now, his fleet sails for these shores. He'll teach you the price of defiance, you upstart poet." A murmur of fear ran through the gathered crowd. Egil silenced it with a raised hand, his eyes never leaving the messenger. "You've delivered your message," he said coldly. "Now what would you have me do with you?" The man lifted his chin defiantly. "Do your worst, Skallagrimsson. I die knowing that Eric will avenge me 100-fold." For a long moment Egil stood silent, weighing his options. Then, to everyone's surprise, he smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. "No," he said softly. "I think not. You'll not have the honor of a warrior's death, messenger. Instead, you'll live to see your king's downfall." He turned to address the hall at large. "Friends, kinsmen, we've known this day would come. Eric Bloodaxe was never going to let us go unchallenged. Now we must prove that our words of unity were more than just drunken boasts." As if inspired by some divine force, Egil began to speak in verse, his voice carrying to every corner of the hall. "From southern shores the Bloodaxe comes, his fleet a forest on the sea. But here we stand, Norway's true sons, united, strong, and ever free. Let Eric bring his vaunted might. We'll meet him sword to sword and shield to shield. For in our cause we know we're right, and to no tyrant shall we yield." A roar of approval went up from the gathered warriors. Mugs were drained, weapons brandished. The fear that had gripped them moments ago was transformed into a fierce determination. As the hall erupted into frenzied preparations for war, Egil turned back to the messenger, who now looked considerably less confident. "You'll be our guest for now," Egil said, his tone deceptively mild. "Perhaps you'll learn something about true leadership in the days to come." As the prisoner was led away, Thorolf approached his brother. "A fine speech," he said, "but words alone won't stop Eric's fleet." Egil nodded grimly. "No, they won't. But they'll buy us the time we need to prepare. Send word to all the allied jarls. It's time to test the strength of our new unity." The next few weeks were a flurry of activity. Ravens flew back and forth across Norway, carrying messages of alliance and strategy. Warriors drilled from dawn to dusk, sharpening their skills and their blades. Egil himself seemed to be everywhere at once, overseeing defenses, mediating disputes, and always composing. It was during this time that he began work on what would become his most famous poem, Hofudlausen, or Head Ransom. Each night, as the camp settled into an uneasy sleep, Egil would sit by the fire, carving runes into a piece of driftwood and muttering verses under his breath. Astrid, who had become one of Egil's most trusted advisors, found him thus one night. She settled beside him, her eyes reflecting the dancing flames. "You should rest," she said softly. "The battle to come will demand all your strength." Egil didn't look up from his carving. "There's power in these words, Astrid. Power that might turn the tide of battle more surely than any number of swords." Astrid was quiet for a moment, studying the runes Egil had carved. Finally, she spoke. "You're right. But be careful, Egil. The power you're channeling, it comes at a price." Now Egil did look up, his eyes meeting hers. "What price would that be?" "The gods are fickle," Astrid replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "They give, but they also take. The greater the gift, the greater the cost." Before Egil could respond, a horn blast split the night air. Both of them were on their feet in an instant. "Eric's fleet," Egil growled. "They're here." The battle that followed would be sung of for generations. Eric Bloodaxe's forces were numerous and well-equipped, but they faced a united Norway for the first time in living memory. Egil led from the front, his axe rising and falling in a deadly rhythm, each stroke accompanied by a verse of power that seemed to shake the very earth. But even as the tide of battle began to turn in their favor, disaster struck. A lucky arrow found its mark, piercing Egil's shoulder. As he stumbled, Eric himself charged forward, his infamous blood axe raised high. Time seemed to slow. Egil, on one knee, looked up at the king bearing down on him. In that moment, he felt the runestone pulse against his chest, and words rose unbidden to his lips. With the last of his strength, Egil began to recite Hofudlausen, his voice magnified by some mystical force carried across the battlefield. "Westward I sailed over the sea with Odin's gift of poetry. Now I stand before the king, my life hangs on the words I bring. Eric, mighty warrior lord, your deeds are known both near and far. But hear me now, and stay your sword, for in these verses, your glory I'll star." To everyone's amazement, Eric hesitated. The power of Egil's verses seemed to hold him transfixed. As Egil continued to recite, weaving a tapestry of words that praised Eric's valor while subtly questioning the wisdom of his rule, a hush fell over the battlefield. When the last verse faded away, Eric lowered his axe. For a long moment, the two men stared at each other, the fate of Norway hanging in the balance. Then, to the shock of all present, Eric threw back his head and laughed. "By the gods," he roared, "I've never heard its equal. Egil Skallagrimsson, you've earned your name as the greatest skald in all the North." Egil, still on one knee, managed a wry smile. "Does this mean you'll spare my head, King Eric?" Eric's answering grin was wolfish. "Your head? Oh, I'll do more than that. I'll grant you and your allies your independence, and for now, any man who can compose such a masterpiece on the brink of death is too valuable to kill." A cheer went up from the Norwegian forces. Eric, true to his word, called for a cessation of hostilities. As the two armies began to mingle, sharing mead and trading war stories, Egil finally allowed himself to collapse, exhaustion and blood loss taking their toll. Thorolf was at his side in an instant. "Brother, are you all right?" Egil nodded weakly. "I'll live, though I fear the price of this victory may be higher than we know." As if in answer to his words, a searing pain shot through his chest. The runestone which had served him so faithfully crumbled to dust, leaving behind a scar in the shape of the runes it had borne. Astrid, who had witnessed the entire exchange, knelt beside him. "The gift is given," she murmured, "and the price is paid. You've changed the course of history, Egil Skallagrimsson, but the saga is far from over." As night fell over the battlefield, bards already began composing songs about the day's events. The tale of how Egil Skallagrimsson had ransomed his head with a poem would be told and retold for centuries to come. But for Egil himself, as he drifted on the edge of consciousness, the future remained uncertain. He had won the day, saved his people, and cemented his place in history. But at what cost? And what new challenges would tomorrow bring? As the stars wheeled overhead, indifferent to the triumphs and tragedies of men, Egil Skallagrimsson, the berserker skald of Norway, slipped into a fitful sleep. His dreams were filled with runes and verses, blood and mead, the very stuff of sagas. The battle was won, but the war, against enemies both external and internal, was far from over, and Egil, stripped of the runestone's power, but armed with his own indomitable spirit, would face whatever came next as he always had, with axe in hand and a verse on his lips. The longship's dragon prow cut through the mist-shrouded waters of the North Atlantic. Egil stood at the stern, his grizzled beard whipping in the wind, eyes fixed on the horizon, where Iceland's rugged coast was slowly coming into view. 5 years had passed since his confrontation with Eric Bloodaxe, 5 years of relative peace in Norway. But now, a new threat loomed, one that had drawn the aging warrior poet back to the land of his exile. As they approached the familiar shores of Borgafjörður, Egil's hand unconsciously went to his chest, tracing the rune-shaped scar where the magical stone had once rested. Its power was gone, but the memory of it still burned within him. "Land ho!" The cry came from the lookout, snapping Egil out of his reverie. As they drew closer, it became clear that something was terribly wrong. Smoke rose from several points along the coast, and the beach was littered with the wreckage of ships and the bodies of the fallen. Thorolf, now a seasoned warrior in his own right, came to stand beside his brother. "By the gods," he muttered. "What happened here?" Egil's face was grim. "War," he said simply. "It seems we've arrived just in time." They made landfall in a small cove away from the main sites of destruction. As Egil and his warriors disembarked, they were met by a group of haggard-looking Icelanders, led by a familiar face. "Björn!" Egil called out, clasping forearms with his old friend. "What in Odin's name is going on here?" Björn, his face lined with exhaustion and worry, shook his head. It's madness, Egil. Raiders from the east, more numerous and fierce than any we've faced before. They speak of the end times, of Ragnarok itself. Egil frowned. Ragnarok? Surely that's just the ravings of battle-crazed men. I wish it were so simple, came a voice from behind them. Egil turned to see Astrid, Björn's mother and the powerful Völva who had once been Jarl Audun's wife. The years had been kind to her, but there was a haunted look in her eyes that Egil had never seen before. What do you mean? Egil asked, a sense of unease growing in the pit of his stomach. Astrid's gaze was distant, as if seeing something beyond the mortal realm. The signs are all around us, Egil. Fimble winter approaches. The world serpent stirs in the depths. The wolves that chase the sun and moon grow ever closer to their prey. A chill ran down Egil's spine that had nothing to do with the cold Icelandic wind. He had always respected the old ways, honored the gods, but had never truly believed in the prophecies of world's end. Now, faced with Astrid's certainty and the devastation around him, doubt began to creep in. What would you have us do? He asked, his voice gruff to hide his uncertainty. Astrid's eyes snapped back to focus on him. We fight, of course, but not just with steel and strength. This battle will require all of your gifts, Egil Skallagrimsson. The power of your verses may be the key to our survival. Before Egil could respond, a horn blast split the air. Björn cursed. They're coming again. To arms. The next hours were a blur of blood and battle fury. The raiders, fierce warriors from the far north, crashed against the Icelandic defenses like a tidal wave. Egil found himself in the thick of the fighting, his axe rising and falling in a deadly rhythm. But something was different this time. Without the runestone's power, he felt diminished somehow. His strikes, while still mighty, lacked the supernatural force they had once possessed. As the battle raged on, Egil found himself separated from the main group, cornered by 3 massive raiders. Their eyes gleamed with an unnatural light, and their battle cries seemed to shake the very earth. In that moment of desperation, Egil did the only thing he could think of. He began to recite, his voice rising above the din of battle. Odin's ravens circle high, Hugin, Munin, in the sky. Grant me wisdom, grant me might, to turn the tide of this fell fight. To his amazement, the words seemed to take on a life of their own. A shimmering aura surrounded him, and his next axe strike sent one of the raiders flying backward with impossible force. The other 2 hesitated, fear replacing the battle lust in their eyes. Egil pressed his advantage, both martial and verbal. Thor's hammer strikes, lightning flashes. Mjolnir's power turns foes to ashes. Lend me strength to cleave and smite, and send these curs back to the night. Thunder rumbled overhead, though the sky had been clear moments before. Egil's axe became a blur of motion, and in seconds the remaining raiders lay dead at his feet. As the adrenaline of battle faded, Egil stared at his hands in wonder. The runestone was gone, its power spent years ago. But somehow, through the sheer force of his will and the power of his verses, he had tapped into something else. He had little time to ponder this development, however. The tide of battle had turned in their favor, and soon the remaining raiders were in full retreat. As the Icelanders regrouped, tending to their wounded and counting their dead, Egil sought out Astrid. He found her kneeling beside a fallen warrior, her hands glowing with healing energy. As he approached, she looked up, a knowing smile on her face. You felt it, didn't you? She asked. The power that still flows through you, even without the stone. Egil nodded, still somewhat in awe of what had transpired. I don't understand. I thought that gift was lost to me. Astrid rose, placing a hand on his arm. The stone was never the source of your power, Egil. It was merely a focus, a way to channel what was already within you. The true power lies in your connection to the gods, to the very fabric of creation itself. Egil frowned, processing this information. But if that's true, why haven't I been able to access this power before now? Because you didn't truly believe, Astrid replied simply. You respected the old ways, yes, but in your heart, you saw them as stories, not living truths. Now, faced with the reality of Ragnarok, your belief has awakened the power that was always there. Before Egil could respond, Björn approached, his face grave. The raiders are gone for now, but they'll be back. And next time, they'll bring more. Egil nodded, his mind already turning to strategy. We need to unite the settlements, pool our resources. If this truly is the twilight of the gods, we'll need every sword and every scrap of wisdom we can muster. It won't be enough, Astrid said softly. Both men turned to look at her, startled by the certainty in her voice. What do you mean? Björn asked, a hint of frustration creeping into his tone. We've beaten them back once. We can do it again. Astrid shook her head. This was merely the first wave. I've seen what's coming, Björn. An army unlike anything the world has ever seen. Giants and monsters from the depths of Niflheim, led by Loki himself. A heavy silence fell over the group. Finally, Egil spoke, his voice rough with emotion. Then what hope do we have? If the gods themselves are destined to fall, what chance do mere mortals stand? Astrid's gaze was intense as she looked at Egil. Hope lies in changing the story, Egil Skallagrimsson. You, with your gift of verse, have the power to reshape reality itself. The prophecies of Ragnarok are just that, prophecies. They are not set in stone. Egil's mind reeled at the implications. You're saying I could... What? Rewrite the fate of the world? Not alone, Astrid cautioned. But with the belief of our people behind you, with the power of your verses amplified by their faith. Yes, I believe you could alter the course of destiny itself. The weight of this responsibility settled on Egil's shoulders like a physical thing. He had faced down kings and monsters, had changed the fate of nations with his words and deeds. But this was beyond anything he had ever imagined. As if sensing his uncertainty, Thorolf stepped forward, placing a hand on his brother's shoulder. You won't face this alone, Egil. Whatever comes, we stand with you. Björn nodded in agreement. All of Iceland stands with you, and I'd wager there are more than a few in Norway who would answer your call as well. Egil looked at the faces of his friends and kinsmen, saw the trust and determination in their eyes. Slowly he nodded, straightening to his full imposing height. Very well, he said, his voice gaining strength with each word. If it's a new saga the world needs, then by Odin's eye we'll give it one. Let Loki and his army come. They'll find that the children of Midgard are not so easily cowed. As if in response to his words, the clouds overhead parted, allowing a shaft of sunlight to break through. It illuminated Egil, making his grizzled features seem almost godlike for a moment. Astrid smiled, a mix of pride and sadness in her eyes. And so it begins, she murmured. The final battle, the last verse in the great saga of the gods and men. Egil turned to face the sea, his gaze fixed on the horizon where new threats would soon appear. But for the first time in a long while, he felt a spark of true hope. His hand went to the rune-shaped scar on his chest, and he began to compose in his mind the first lines of what would become his greatest work, a poem to reshape the world. As night fell over Iceland, bonfires were lit along the coast. Warriors sharpened their weapons and shared tales of battles past. Skalds began to compose new verses, spreading word of Egil's stand against the coming darkness. And in a small cave, illuminated by flickering torchlight, Egil Skallagrimsson bent over a piece of vellum, his quill scratching out the words that might just save the world. The twilight of the gods was upon them, but the final chapter had yet to be written. The sky above Iceland burned with an unnatural fire. Streaks of green and purple danced across the heavens while the sun and moon hung side by side in defiance of nature's laws. On the ground, the air crackled with tension as an army unlike any the world had ever seen gathered on the shores of Borgafjörður. Egil Skallagrimsson stood atop a hill overlooking the battlefield, his weathered face set in grim determination. Beside him, Björn and Thorolf surveyed the enemy forces with growing unease. By the gods, Thorolf muttered. I've never seen such a host. Giants, draugr, creatures I have no name for. Björn nodded, his hand tightening on the hilt of his sword. And at their head, is that truly Loki? Egil confirmed, his voice low and dangerous. The trickster himself has come to lead the charge against Midgard. As if summoned by the mention of his name, a figure detached itself from the monstrous army and strode forward, tall and lithe, with hair like flame and eyes that danced with mischief and malice in equal measure. Loki cut an imposing figure even from a distance. Egil Skallagrimsson. Loki's voice carried easily across the battlefield, tinged with amusement. The skald who thinks he can rewrite the fate of the world. How delightful. Egil stepped forward, his own voice ringing out clear and strong. I've faced down kings and monsters, Loki. What makes you think I fear a second-rate god with delusions of grandeur? Loki's laughter was like shattering ice. Oh, I do like you. Such spirit, such defiance. It will make breaking you all the more satisfying. Before Egil could retort, the ground began to shake. From the sea rose a monstrous shape, the Midgard serpent itself, its eyes glowing with eldritch power. Björn paled. It's really happening. Ragnarok, the end of all things. Egil's hand went to the rune-shaped scar on his chest, feeling the familiar warmth building within him. Not if I have anything to say about it. He turned to address the gathered defenders of Midgard, a motley crew of Icelanders, Norwegians, and even a contingent of warriors from distant lands who had heeded the call. Among them stood Astrid, her eyes glowing with cider magic as she prepared for the battle to come. Friends, kinsmen, warriors of Midgard, Egil's voice boomed across the battlefield. The moment we've prepared for is upon us. The fate of all worlds hangs in the balance. But remember this, we are not bound by the chains of prophecy. Our destiny is our own to forge. A cheer went up from the assembled warriors. Egil nodded to Astrid, who raised her arms, channeling her power into a shimmering barrier that surrounded their forces. Loki's amused voice cut through the moment. Stirring words, poet. But do you really think your little verses can stand against the might of Jotunheim and Niflheim combined? In response, Egil began to chant, his voice taking on an otherworldly resonance. From Yggdrasil's roots to Bifrost's arc we stand, the children of Midgard. Though Fenrir howls and Jörmungandr writhes, our will like steel shall never bend. Odin's wisdom, Thor's might, Tyr's courage, Freya's sight. In us the god's strength resides, a power Loki's tricks can't hide. As the last words left his lips, a ripple of energy pulsed outward. The defenders of Midgard stood straighter, their eyes blazing with newfound strength and determination. Loki's smile faltered for just a moment before he regained his composure. Impressive parlor trick, Skald. But let's see how your words fare against cold steel and monster's claws. Attack! With a roar that shook the heavens, the army of Ragnarok surged forward, giants wielding trees as clubs, draugr with eyes of ghostly fire, and creatures that defied description all crashed against Astrid's magical barrier. Egil hefted his axe, a fierce grin spreading across his face. For Midgard, he bellowed, charging into the fray with Björn and Thorolf at his side. What followed was a battle that would be sung of until the very stars went dark. Egil moved like a man possessed, his axe a blur of motion as he cut down foe after foe. With each swing, he spoke a verse, words of power that seemed to reshape reality itself. Thor's hammer strikes, lightning flashes, Mjolnir's might turns foes to ashes. Though Surt's fire may scorch the land, against our will it cannot stand. As he spoke, the sky above crackled with energy. Bolts of lightning rained down, smiting the giants and monsters with unerring accuracy. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Björn found himself face to face with a massive frost giant. The creature's icy breath froze the very air, but Björn stood his ground, Egil's words echoing in his mind. With a roar of defiance, he plunged his sword into the giant's chest, shattering it like glass. Thorolf, meanwhile, led a group of archers, raining death upon the flying horrors that darkened the sky. Each arrow was loosed with a prayer to the gods, and each found its mark with uncanny precision. But for all their valor, the defenders of Midgard were vastly outnumbered. Slowly but surely, they were being pushed back. Astrid's barrier flickered and wavered under the relentless assault. Egil, seeing the tide of battle turning against them, knew it was time for his greatest gambit. He fought his way to a large boulder at the center of the battlefield, using it as a makeshift stage. "Astrid!" he called out. "I need time." The vulva nodded, understanding dawning in her eyes. With a cry that seemed to come from the depths of creation itself, she poured every ounce of her power into the barrier, reinforcing it with her very life force. Egil closed his eyes, reaching deep within himself. When he began to speak, it was with a voice that seemed to contain multitudes. "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with the gods, and the Word was the gods. Through it all things were made. Without it nothing was made that has been made. In it was life, and that life was the light of all peoples. Now I, Egil Skallagrimsson, call upon that primordial power to unmake what has been made, to rewrite what has been written, to forge a new destiny for gods and men alike." As Egil spoke, the very fabric of reality seemed to warp and bend around him. The rune-shaped scar on his chest blazed with an inner light, and his eyes glowed with the power of creation itself. Loki, sensing the danger, fought his way towards Egil, his face contorted with rage and fear. "No!" he screamed. "You cannot undo what has been foretold." But Egil was beyond hearing. His voice rose to a crescendo as he delivered the final lines of his world-altering verse. "Let the twilight of the gods be but a passing shadow. Let Ragnarok be not an end, but a renewal. In the name of all that is, was, and ever shall be, I declare this battle won, this world saved, and a new age of peace and prosperity begun." With the last word, a shockwave of pure creation erupted from Egil. It swept across the battlefield, washing over friend and foe alike. Where it touched the monsters and giants, they crumbled to dust. Where it touched the defenders of Midgard, their wounds were healed, their strength renewed. Loki, caught in the wave's path, let out a scream of defiance that quickly turned to one of despair as he felt himself being unmade. This isn't the end, poet," he managed to cry out before he, too, dissolved into nothingness. As the light faded and the dust settled, an eerie silence fell over the battlefield. Egil, drained beyond measure, slumped to his knees atop the boulder. Björn was the first to reach him, helping his friend to his feet. "By all the gods, Egil," he breathed. "What did you do?" Egil managed a weak smile. "I rewrote the ending, my friend, just as Astrid said I could." As the defenders of Midgard began to realize the magnitude of their victory, cheers erupted across the battlefield. But Egil's attention was drawn to the horizon, where the unnatural lights were fading, replaced by the warm glow of a true dawn. Astrid approached, leaning heavily on her staff. Her eyes, though tired, shone with wonder. "You've done it, Egil. You've changed the very course of fate." Thorolf joined them, shaking his head in amazement. "Will the gods approve of what you've done, brother?" Egil's laugh was tired but genuine. "If they don't, they're welcome to come down here and complain in person." As the sun rose on a world forever changed, Egil Skallagrimsson, the skald who had rewritten destiny, looked out over the land he had saved. The weight of his deeds settled upon him, and he knew that the true work, the work of building this new world, was only just beginning. But for now, as the first rays of the new dawn touched his face, Egil allowed himself a moment of pure, unadulterated joy. He had faced down the end of all things and emerged victorious. Whatever challenges the future held, he would meet them as he always had, with an axe in his hand, a verse on his lips, and the unshakable belief that words, properly wielded, could reshape the very foundations of reality. As the celebrations began around him, Egil closed his eyes and began to compose the first lines of a new saga, the saga of a world reborn, echoing with the promise of eternity.